conversation, because I mean, my impression is that a lot of people just watch it for the lulls, right, for the laughs, but they don't realize that maybe what they're watching isn't necessarily the whole truth.
So it depends on the clip. I mean, I think that, like, for example, with, like, putting the balls in the thing with Tears of the Kingdom, I think that you actually fucked that up. I do. Am I right?
I don't specifically remember when I was doing it the first time.
Okay.
But I think that was actually one of the puzzles I did have problems with.
Okay, so
you
you did. All right. So,
yeah.
I mean, there's that. And also, like, I mean, sometimes, like, you've gotten mad at Elden Ring. I think that the majority of those times were probably legitimate. Like, you were probably actually mad. Let me think besides that. I watched you play Donkey Kong, and you got hit by basically every spiky thing. I think you probably... Did you do that on... Did you, I bet... Like, you didn't do that on purpose, did you?
I didn't do that on purpose.
Okay.
Now, of course, taken out of context, that's like one of the 2 times in the entire game you need to surf on that object. And that's it. The game literally, it introduces this, and you never use it again. So it's like, here's the one time you need it, learn it on the fly. Oh, shit. Okay, so, of course, they're going to have me fail. And that's what they put online, not the fact that, oh, I never had to use it again in the game, so obviously I failed at it.
So it was the game's fault.
No, it's not necessarily the game's fault, but
Okay.
I mean, my reaction's legitimate. I'm upset.
Okay, so all right. And what about, I mean, Mario Kart was crazy, huh?
I do not like this new Mario Kart. I do not like this new Mario Kart, man. I don't.
Okay. So Mario Kart was a little bit more of a struggle. Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, Mario Kart, back in the day, there was a combination. It was about your skill of driving and knowing the tracks and items. This new Mario Kart, in my opinion, people could disagree, Mario Kart World is about the items. Like, that's it. Like, there's entire strategies where all you do is bank items and then spam them at the end of a race, and you go from, like, last place to first. And I just don't like that about Mario Kart World. I wish that the game was more skillful, and if you drove well, you'd be rewarded for it. In general, that doesn't seem to be the case with that game, being someone who's played quite a lot of these over the years. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm no expert. I'm not an esports guy into frickin' Mario Kart. But it made me rage. It made me go crazy because I want a skillful game. I want a game where I'm driving well, I get rewarded for it, not punished because someone had a godlike item and bypasses me at the last minute.
So a lot of people in my chat are saying that you're right. I'll be honest, they are. I mean, I bought Mario Kart, I never played it. So I'm not even really sure. So yeah, those are like, but okay, so I guess I was right at least about all those. And I do think that, I mean, the asking for money thing, definitely you do it a lot. I definitely think you do it a lot. But, you know, it's like that's the way somebody's going to do their stream. I mean, fuck, like, that's not my problem, right?
Here's the question.
Okay,
Here's the question. Your honest answer to this, please.
I'll give you an honest answer.
You've seen the clips of how I ask for contributions on my streams and everything. I've just told you, in general, more often than not, I actually hit these goals.
Yes.
Okay? So if I have an audience that comes to my stream every day, enjoys the content enough to support it, doesn't mind me asking like that, is there a problem?
Well, I mean, I think that you're introducing a bit of a fallacy there, aren't you? Because there are a lot of people that also don't like it. So you're kind of comparing it to an unknown. So, like, if you're not doing it and you're not asking for the money, there's not really a control group that you can look at and say, okay, well, with me doing this, I'm making this much money, but if I stopped doing it, I would make a different amount of money.
So I already told you that I tried that.
Well, I mean, for a day,
I did not ask, and I made $30.
I mean, would you really say that doing it for a day would be a good point to kind of I mean, is that really, like, I mean, I get it, it's something, right? But, like, in a general sense, I feel like, and also, I mean, do you think that it's worth the negative sentiment and negativity where people have this perception of you of, like, being a beggar? And, like, because it's hard to measure the negative effect of that because you don't know how many people choose not to watch because of something like that, right? So it's very hard for you to come, like, not you, but, like, for a person to come to a conclusion with that answer because it's just impossible to know. That's what I would say.
Okay. Now, in regards to what you're saying here, okay, you're saying basically maybe if I didn't ever ask for contributions, I'd actually get more viewers or whatever.
I think it would, yeah.
But here's the thing, and this is, I've been there. Maybe I know you have detractors too. I just don't know.
Every streamer has detractors. Yeah.
Right. For me, okay, if I right now, cold turkey, said to my audience, guess what, guys? I'm never going to ask for a contribution ever again. All right, and I literally did it, and I never did it. That moment, my detractors would move on to another thing that they don't like about me, and that would become the next me. And the reason that I know that, they've already done it tons of times.
Like with the wrestling game.
But that was a thing for a big time. It is still a thing. Now, because last year I admitted to it, it's in the past, now it's the begging. That's the new thing. So now the begging is the problem. But what about all the other streamers who ask for contributions? Oh, that's fine. But because DSP does it, it's not good. Right? Just because of me, because I'm doing it. Anyone else can do it, it's fine. You can have entire people who are based on doing things on their streams that you think are immoral or whatever, that's okay. But if DSP asks for contributions from active viewers who like the content, that's not acceptable. So if I were to not do that, it would just be another thing and another thing. And that's the thing. I don't care, and this may be shocking to people, I don't care about people who don't like me.
Understandable. I mean, I'm the same way. I have a lot of people that don't like me, and you've just got to deal with it. Yeah, no, I get it.
I'm not here to appease these people, because these people are never going to come to my stream and support the content. They don't care. They're just there to either make fun of me or make a buck by making fun of me. So therefore, why do I give a shit what they say? I'm doing good. I'm hitting my goals. I'm doing well for myself. Why do I care that someone says that I beg too much? My audience doesn't. So why do I care? If my audience outright said to me right now, Phil, you're going overboard, this is ridiculous, and they have done that, to be fair.
And did you dial it back?
Yeah, course correct, right? You got to adjust on the fly. You got to listen to that constructive criticism, and you have to adjust. You can't just keep doing the wrong thing, because if I was doing the wrong thing, I wouldn't be successful. But I am. I'm hitting my goals. I'm doing well. Like I said, this is one of the best years, probably the best year in 10 years that I've had. How am I doing something wrong? You know, I'm making do the only way that I can. You know, like we just talked about some other people. We talked about Boogie and Wings.
Yeah.
They found success by actually kind of stepping away from their individual content and doing a whole locale focused show.
Yeah.
They basically made a public spectacle of themselves. They embarrassed themselves to make money, and it worked. You know, Wings has actually outright said, dude, I made money like a doctor. Now I have money in the bank, so I don't have to worry so much about my normal stream. I don't ever want to do that. I want to just exactly. Yeah. I had him on the show about a month ago, and I commended him. I said, sir, you need praise for that, because I couldn't do that. I'm the kind of guy, if I was put in that situation because I was offered to be on that show, I can't. Like, it would drive me nuts. I would hate myself. I would hate the content I'm putting out, and I would feel like I'm a detriment to human existence because I put out crap. I put out slop. I put out this drama content that it's just doesn't add anything.
Well, how do you feel about my content?
I don't know. I legit, to be honest with you, don't watch the content. So I don't know to what extent it is. I've heard that when you react to stuff, you laugh at it more than, like, you're not, when you watch a detractor video of mine, you're not being like, wow, Phil's a piece of garbage and a piece of shit and fuck that guy. You don't do that. You just kind of laugh at me and say, he sucks at the game or whatever, and you move on to the next. Yeah. I don't think there's a problem with that. I don't. As long as it's not coming across with the wrong impression. And sadly, when you say things like, well, Phil's banned from Twitch. Well, I'm not.
So you never have been banned from Twitch?
No, I've had those like little quick suspensions.
Okay, so you've been suspended from Twitch, but you've never been permanently banned. And you closed the account. So, like, theoretically, you could open your account right now and stream on Twitch if you chose to.
That's right.
Okay. And you just don't do that because you just don't think it's lucrative or for whatever other reason? Because you can't make any money because you got kicked out of the partner program?
Not even that, because I could reapply and probably get back in.
Yeah.
But number one, once you've been treated like that, why go back to that situation? I'm good on YouTube. I'm doing good on Kick. Why would I go to a situation where at a moment's notice, someone's going to say I did something I didn't do and then shut me down again, right?
Sure.
But in addition, I do have a philosophical problem with Twitch. I do.
Oh.
Like, I've seen over the years.
What do you think about
how
Twitch?
This website.
Yeah.
Sure. When I started streaming on Twitch, Twitch was for gamers. Twitch was supposed to be a place where this is the place if you're a gamer to be. It's a gaming culture, stream game playthroughs and all of that. And then during the time that I was there, which was around 5 years, I saw this place go to this sharp decline of make money no matter what, doesn't matter what kind of content it is, doesn't matter if it's degenerate, slutty content. You know, the people who are doing sexualized acts on stream and they're on the main page of Twitch, a kid could see that.
Yeah.
And that's what's being pushed on the main page of Twitch. And I see this, I see unfair treatment of streamers on Twitch, where one streamer says and does one thing and is treated incredibly harshly by their team, and another person literally says and does the same thing or worse, slap on the wrist, or absolutely no repercussions whatsoever.
Yeah.
I don't stand for that at all. That actually gets me so much. I would never stand to make content on a platform like that that's going to not be fair. Okay? I'm sorry. I can't. I feel like I was mistreated in 2021. They are coming down on me, saying that I'm a hateful person, hateful content. What content? Tell me what I did to spurn this reaction. We don't have to legally. Well, then I don't have to use your business.
Fucking based, honestly. Like, I'm gonna be real. Have you seen some of the recent Twitch controversies?
Indeed I have. Yes, I do still follow some of those. Yes.
Did he shock the dog or not?
It appears he did. I don't know if he did, but it appears he did.
All right, that settles it. Let me think if there's any more of them that have happened recently. I think that Twitch, so you don't like how Twitch has turned into kind of like a kind of social, because like, I mean, to be honest, they've nerfed the e-girls a lot. Like all of those girls that used to be in like pools and, you know, like selling bath water and stuff. Like, I don't know.
Inflatable pickle Rich.
Yeah, I know her. Yeah, for sure. That was Asian Bunny and Amarath. I know. And they did very well. And so, but now they've been massively nerfed, and you hardly see any of those people doing any well at all. I don't really hardly see them at all. And so Twitch, I think that they kind of got rid of that with a lot of the cases, but you kind of have an ideological problem against Twitch, basically, right?
Absolutely. Like, again, why are there streamers on Twitch that say and do things that that's cancelable, that's actually really bad what they're saying, they're calling action against a group of people or whatever, and then someone else says something way tamer, suspension. How is that fair? I just don't understand.
I've been wondering that for a long time.
Yeah, they have a select group of people that they like, and they have a select group of people they don't like.
I'm aware of that.
It's that simple.
Yes. I mean, I think it's pretty bad. I mean, do you see a world where you would ever go back to Twitch? Like, would they have to apologize to you? Like, what do you think it would take?
There is a way that I would go back to Twitch. If Dan Clancy stepped down and there was new management, then I would go back to Twitch.
Wow.
That's about it.
So you want that guy gone?
I have no confidence in the people who are running that business that they're doing the right things or will ever change for the better. Like, take a look at the reaction to what happened to TwitchCon, right? They essentially have someone there who really doesn't want to be there, but they say, well, you got to kind of be there for the contract. Where's the security? Where is the attention to care for these people who you're making be there because they're your talent?
Yeah.
And then what actually have they done in response to what happened to TwitchCon?
Well, they lied about it.
Apology.
Yeah.
Exactly. First they lied. You're right. They lied and said it didn't happen like that or whatever. Then they doubled down. Oh, no. Then there's an apology. Now, didn't this just happen a day or two ago? We did a $100,000 donation. Yes. Okay, great. But what did you do to solve the problem? Who cares what money you gave? Did you actually change your culture, change the security? I don't care what money you threw because you have big dollars. Fix the fucking problems. Then maybe people will be happy. Why do you avoid the problem? People call them out for this shit all the time, and they don't actually address the problems. So I'm not going to go back. Twitch, here's really what irks me, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
On Twitch, I'm a gamer. I want to stream at good quality. Twitch kept coming to my streams telling me my bitrate's too high. I said, I'm streaming 720p, and it's choppy. Your bitrate's too high. What the fuck?
Oh, because you got taken out of the partner program, so you had the shitty bitrate.
Well, this was actually before then. This was before there was a bitrate based on that. It was just, in general, everyone had the same criteria. So then you would go over to a bigger streamer, they're streaming 1080p, high-ass bitrate. No one complains about them, but they come and they yell at me.
Yeah.
Now, recently, I believe, you can probably confirm this, is it true that Twitch finally started increasing their bitrate criteria so you could stream at better quality?
I think that they have it to be like they guarantee an 8K bitrate, but beyond that, it's like you can stream at a higher quality, but they don't guarantee that it will actually like kind of go through. I mean, you know, probably better than I do. Like YouTube bitrate is way better, right? I mean, you can stream at like 15K bitrate, 12K bitrate, and at that point you're hitting diminishing returns anyway. So like that's more than enough.
So the reason I bring this up,
yeah,
Twitch is supposed to be a site that was around gaming community.
Sure.
They were the worst fucking bitrate for the longest time. So if you streamed games on there, they looked like ads. So it was contradictory to what their whole philosophy supposedly was. If I go to YouTube, I can do twice the quality for my audience.
Yep.
Why am I staying on Twitch? It's ass backwards the way they think, and they dodge every issue. They push the issue to the side. We're so sorry that happened. Here's a donation. Did you fix the issue?
Yeah.
Here's a donation. Fuck you, man. I'm not going back there.
So you're just not going to put up with that bullshit. You don't want to deal with that anymore. You're beyond that. That's another point in your life.
I don't need to be walking on eggshells every moment I'm streaming that some idiot mass reported me for something I didn't do, and now they're going to suspend me or kick me out.
Computer components emit heat due to resistance as the electrical current
Final
passes
Fantasy
through.
16, and my
Without
bitrate
cooling,
was so bad
this
you
heat
could barely
raises the
even see what was
temperature of
happening.
each component and the
Yeah,
overall
it was
case,
insane.
potentially
it
causing
was like you were
malfunctions or
playing it on
damage.
like a Nokia phone or
This is
something like
especially
that.
critical for
So yeah, it was just
CPUs.
dog shit. I mean, I
Despite
get it. I
efforts by
totally
Intel
understand
and
it.
AMD
Do you
to
mind if I
improve
take a second?
thermal
I gotta use the
efficiency,
bathroom.
all CPUs
Okay,
need cooling
right.
to maintain safe operating temperatures. Note, other components,
Is it
like
on?
memory modules
All
and
right, so
graphics
now,
adapters,
I'm going to tell
also
you what
require
I really
cooling
think about
solutions.
Asheville behind his back. He is. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to get. But for real, I just want everyone watching. Thank you for watching. I mean, apparently there's great viewership. I don't know. My stream has great viewership. I'm sure Asmon's has pretty good viewership. And the fact that you guys were actually talking to him about getting me on in the last week was really nice of everyone to actually try to give me a chance to talk. I hope you guys are enjoying the conversation. Again, whether you like me or hate me, it's all good. Really it is. It's all good. Just, I just want to do my own thing. I just want to be left alone. I don't want to be in this lolcow circle bullshit that they pull me into every day. And I hope that you'll check out my channel if you're interested. If you're not, it's all good. Hope you guys are liking it. My stream, of course, says that it's going good. But I don't know in general what everyone actually thinks. I can only see what my stream chat says. They're having a good time, it seems. So, there's 41,000 people watching on Asmongold's stream right now. Just slightly
Is that
more
it?
viewership than I used
Yeah, is that it? Only
That's it.
41,000. Wow,
Dude,
bro, like you're
only
falling off.
Slightly bigger than me. Just
Yeah,
a little,
yeah.
Okay?
I mean, the thing is, Twitch has been dying too. Like the viewership and popularity of the platform has gone down massively. So I'm not sure. Maybe you're right. Maybe you are right to jump ship, and you're on another platform now, and you're doing relatively well. So you're financially stable. Everything's. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
You were talking about Twitch earlier, that you think
Yes.
that it's very profitable to be on Twitch.
Of
correct?
course.
But why do you say that? Because when I was on Twitch, I'm not exaggerating now, I made less per each sub I got. The bits, I guess you get 100% of the bits that they throw you, right? That's true. You do get all the bits.
Technically.
But the membership, or the subs, definitely you made half, right? You get half of a sub. On YouTube you make more. On Kick you make way more. I don't know why you're saying that it's so much more lucrative to stream on Twitch, because I never experienced that. From my experience, maybe it's changed, but I didn't experience that. That's another reason why I don't see why I would go back. I don't see the big financial boon that I would get.
Well, I mean, for me, back in the day, like with the amount of money, like on my main channel, like we were. I mean, I can just say it, right? I was making on Twitch like a couple few $100,000 a month, right? And
Wow.
so yeah, it was a lot of money. And so that was like really not even running ads or anything like that. But and like that's if you do run ads and you have people watching, etc. But like it has gone down massively. Like they basically just took a zero off of my earnings, and I changed my channel,
Wow.
etc. Right? But like you're right that Kick pays a lot better. So yeah, you've got the Kick partner program as well, which does extremely well. So
I got a question for you
go
about
ahead.
that too.
Yes.
Do you think Kick is sustainable and they can keep doing what they're doing? Because, man, they are paying well, and I don't know how they're doing it.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious how they're doing it. They're using Kick as a loss leader for stake, and then they're paying for it by the losses that people lose in gambling. That's how they're doing it. We're getting paid from people that are too stupid to figure out math and play slots. That's how it happens. That's what's happening. Yeah. I mean, that's the way it goes, right? I mean, it's a redistribution of wealth. You don't know how to do math? That's too bad.
I'm just curious how long it's going to keep up. If it is a loss leader, what's the benefit there for them to keep it going? Do they think it's going to blow up eventually and be the place that will be profitable? Or
I think that there's probably my
types of
expectation, and this is what they've said publicly, is that there are some people
memory
that
modules
maliciously
use
use the
passive
Kick
heat
incentive
sinks,
program,
which are also called
and
heat
in
spreaders.
doing so, they will
They do not
probably
have a
kind of
fan
remove
because
some
they
people
rely
out
on
of it
increased
that are,
surface
like
area
taking
and
advantage
passive
of it
air
or
movement to
body
cool
in order
them.
to get a higher ratio
Active
of
heat
payment.
sinks are used by
And you saw
components
recently
that
people
generate
complaining
more
about
heat,
that.
such as
Is it
CPUs,
sustainable? Well,
high-end
here's the
video
thing,
cards,
right? Is that in
and
the
some
Bible
motherboard
we're talking
chipsets
about
with
gambling,
integrated graphics,
and we still have
and
gambling.
typically use a
It's
fan.
not going well.
An active heat sink can be made
No,
of
not
a copper
going
or
well.
aluminum block
Yeah,
with
I mean,
fins that
like,
increase
'cause
surface
for a
area
long
for better
time, I
cooling
was
of the
very,
component
very
by
against
using a
gambling.
fan to create
And
forced air convection.
now I don't give a shit.
It is
I mean,
attached to the
I've
CPU
lost the
chip
battle.
using
I've
thermal
lost the
paste
war.
slash pad
Like,
to
I don't
eliminate
gamble.
air
I'm not
gaps
really a
and
big
ensure
gambling
efficient
guy.
heat
But a
transfer.
lot of other people love
Thermal
to do
pads,
it. And if they
which
want to do
soften
it,
when
and
heated,
then I get
are
paid
easier
for
to
it,
apply but
that
may be
sounds
less
pretty good to
reliable
me.
than thermal paste.
And you're getting
CPU
paid for
heat
it
sink
too.
and fan assembly image copyright 123rf.com. CPU heat sinks can be clamped to the motherboard using various mechanisms, such as retaining clips or push pins.
Yeah, I'm making bank on it
Push
too.
pins
To
can
be
be
honest,
released
if
and
people say to
reset
me,
with a
why am
half
I
turn
on
of a
Kick? I
screwdriver.
only get like 1/3 of the amount of viewership on Kick that I do on YouTube. I'm like,
You probably still make a lot of money on there, right?
yeah, it's paying decent. It's less of a hassle. Even though there's a lot of trolls and stuff that I get on there, it doesn't bother me. Let them talk over there, and hey, I'm making the money. Who cares, right?
Yeah. No, that's my opinion on Kick. I mean, like I've thought about streaming on YouTube as well. Like I might talk to them about like trying to like kind of make it better, especially with like the DMCA things that happen and the auto takedowns. And if they were able to do that and lock that down, I'd probably stream on YouTube also. So it just really kind of depends. But yeah, I mean, do you have any other questions for me? Because I've asked you a lot.
Yeah, honestly,
Go ahead.
I don't have much like targeted to you. Like,
Yeah.
I know you're a gamer. You're a gamer
Right.
like me, dude.
I am.
And so we have a lot. I think we do have a lot in common, just probably not specific to certain genres of game. But like, to pick your brain, like this year with gaming, how do you think gaming was this year in general? Do you think it was a great year for games? Like I know, I guess you had reacted to the Game
A
Awards.
heat sink is a
nominees.
passive cooling
In
device that
general,
doesn't
what did you
require
think? Do you think these are good
electricity.
games this year that got
For
in there,
optimal
or
performance,
do you think that we're on a
it needs
downward
good
trend? What do you think
airflow,
there?
so
I
minimize
think that
cable
gaming
clutter
right
and
now
cover
is
spare
better than it
adapter
ever has
slots with
been because
blanking
there are
plates.
less barriers to entry
Many
for people to
PCs
publish
generate
and
more
release
heat than
video
passive
games
cooling can
without
handle.
having to go through a publisher,
improve
a
airflow and
console,
help
or
dissipate
any
heat.
sort of a
They are used in power
like
supplies
gatekeeping
and chassis
system.
exhaust
So
points,
all you really need to
drawing
do
cool air
is
from
just
front
be
vents
able
and
to make a
expelling
video
warm air
game
from the
and
back.
release it on Steam.
Most heat
so you
sinks
had
have
games
fans
like
to enhance
Megabomb, for
cooling,
example. Did you
which
play
must be
Megabomb?
connected to a
I
motherboard
did not
fan
play
power
Megabomb,
port.
someone asked me to
Yeah.
do it.
Thermometer sensors
Yeah,
at
it's a
each
good
fan
game, right?
location
And
set
so like there's a
appropriate
lot of games
speeds
like
and
that.
detect
There's
fan
games like
failures.
Ball Pit, which I mean wasn't
Some
really an
chassis
indie game.
designs
It
use
was
plastic
published,
shrouds for
it was
baffles
made by
to
an
channel
individual
airflow
guy.
over the CPU,
And there are a
attached
lot of
with plastic
instances where
clips.
I actually think that like did
Both
you
fans and
play
heat sinks
Expedition
become less
33?
effective if dust
Oh, yes, I
accumulates.
did.
Did you
Clean these
what do you
components and
think
air
is Game
vents
of the Year?
periodically with a soft brush, compressed air,
Okay,
or a
I don't want to
PC-approved
spoil
vacuum
because I
cleaner.
do have my own Game of the Year awards at the end of the year, so I'm not going to spoil my audience. But everyone knows that probably top 3 games for me this year were, either Expedition 33, Hollow Knight Silksong, or this is a big one that no one knows, Blueprint.
Oh yeah, that was the puzzle game. That was an indie game.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, you all right? So you've played a lot of those games. I think gaming now is amazing, and I never run out of video games to play. Like anybody who's unhappy with video games nowadays, I think is a retard. Phil, are you retarded? Are you happy with games?
A year ago, I
Yeah.
became a PC gamer, so now I have a gaming PC, and I can play anything I want, and I'm loving gaming right now.
Yes.
This is the best, like I said, best year I've had, bar none, in over a decade. I used to be stuck on console, because I couldn't afford a good gaming PC.
Oh, wow.
Now I have one, and it's like the whole new world, the doors have
So
opened.
you've come out of the cave of being like a console caveman. Yeah, no, it makes it. There's a lot of people that are like that. Honestly, it's very common.
It's awesome, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
I had more fun this year playing every game that was not from a AAA studio than anything I played from a AAA studio. Every game I played that was AAA was like disappointment, mid, boring, samey shit, not putting effort in. And then the other thing that gets me too is I mean, maybe you don't agree, I think they lie about it. Like Ubisoft just came out there like, oh yeah, Assassin's Creed Shadows did really well for us. In what fucking universe?
Well,
it's talking about that game.
It's manipulative language. So, like, whenever they said Assassin's Creed Shadows did very well, they were including Assassin's Creed Shadows in the blanket statement that Assassin's Creed was doing well categorically as a franchise. And the frame of reference that they were using, like the analytical point they were using, were the amount of people that were logged in and playing the game based off of the amount of hours that they were playing. So it wasn't actually anything about the sales of the game. It wasn't anything about the amount of actual players of the game necessarily. It was like a third level, second order fucking, metric that they were using. And in my opinion, I think it's very obvious, right? If Assassin's Creed was actually doing very well, and Ubisoft was doing very well, their stock wouldn't have gone down 90% in 5 years, right? It would have gone back up. Yeah, and it hasn't been going back up because it's a shitty company. I mean, did you play Assassin's Creed Shadows?
For about 10 hours, I could not stomach it any further, and I deleted it. I had enough. I was so bored.
I mean, I kind of agree with you, if you want me to be honest. Like, I did the same thing. Like, I did a few of them, and then I realized, like, the entire world scaled with you, and there was, like, no real sense of progression. And, like, after you play the game for an hour, you've pretty much played the entire game. And then I just stopped. Yeah, I just lost interest, and I didn't really care.
I also like games that you're supposed to be an assassin, and what you do is you go inside the enemy base and kill like 72 people.
Yeah.
Because that's what assassins do, right? They just wipe out entire armies in one swoop. Very realistic to feudal Japan and how we were doing it back then.
Yeah, right, of course, yeah.
Because with this game.
High-end gaming PCs,
what do you think about
high-performance workstations, and those used in high ambient temperatures may require advanced cooling solutions.
Like we're in a
liquid-cooled PC image copyright 123rf.com. A liquid cooling system pumps water around the chassis, offering more effective cooling than air convection and often operating more quietly than multiple
look at
fans.
all the Xbox franchises, like Doom: The Dark Ages didn't really do extremely well.
Water-loop/tubing and
I don't think it got nominated for anything in the
via
Game
the
Awards
reservoir
even. Like,
around
it
the
was just
system.
pretty much released and forgotten
Water blocks
instantly
and brackets
because it was bad.
attached to each
You also
device
have
to remove
Halo,
heat by
which, like, I
convection,
don't know how they still
similar
have
to heatsink
343,
slash
like
fan
they
assemblies,
rebranded to
and
Halo
connected to the
Studios,
water
but I think a
loop.
lot of the same people are there.
Radiators and fans,
Like, basically,
positioned at air
Xbox
vents to
is, like, in
dispel
my
excess
opinion, I
heat.
think Xbox has the
Note,
most consumer-friendly
simpler
business
closed-loop
model.
systems,
Like, I mean,
all-in-one
this is
coolers,
prior to,
are
like, them
available for
increasing the
single
Game Pass price
components,
by a lot.
CPU
But
or
besides
GPU
that,
only.
I actually think they have a very
Maintenance
consumer-friendly
for an
business
open
model.
loop system
But the
includes
problem is that
periodic
they are
draining,
also one of these
cleaning, and
publishers
refilling.
that release these really
Fans and
complex
radiators
games
must
and
be
these
kept
really
dust-free,
over-designed games,
and the
like these,
system should
quote
be drained
AAA
before
games,
moving the
and they're
PC
just
to a
dog
different
shit.
location.
And so I think Xbox having a problem with that is really, I mean, Phil Spencer is right if you're talking about AAA video games. Like, I think he is right, but the problem is, like, a lot of the AAA games they're so involved and they're so over-designed, and I think that they're really designed by committee, and so they're set up basically to fail because you don't have any sort of cohesive vision for them. That's really the reason why I think that it fell apart, and I think that's why Xbox, like, Game Pass, that's why he's saying that about it.
I completely agree with you. It seems like we're in like mind on a lot of this stuff because I hear him say shit like that and I'm like, dude, you're in charge of a major part of gaming. If gaming's in a slump, who's responsible?
Yeah, Xbox is one of the biggest ones.
Like, how on earth can he just be like, oh no, it's gaming is the slump, that's what's going on. Dude, just passing the buck. I mean, in truth, if that was the case, we wouldn't have had Expedition 33 selling the ridiculous amount of copies and Silk Song doing well, even though it's a relatively smaller scale game. We have games that are doing well, it's just not the big AAA games anymore. And that's
it's not your games, yeah, exactly.
Competition, right, spurns creativity and spurns improvement. So now the big guys who used to always have the money print for them every year are like, oh shit, it's not printing anymore, now we have to try again.
Well, they're not able to. It's because the people that work at these studios are fucking incompetent. Like, the executives don't know anything. I think that a lot of the developers and the writers are morons. Like, it's just people that are totally fucking, like, just completely out of it all the way down. Like, I think it's like a structural problem. And that's why you see new studios, like what you were saying, like Standfall Entertainment or any of these other ones, that are doing very well. And I think that really you have, like, it's the same studio like Warhorse Studios that made Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Also a very successful studio. Many of these studios do great, and that's fine, but I think that a lot of them kind of, there's like I think it's like a corporate entropy where you just keep adding more and more people to the project, and it ends up, like, basically turning it into, like, this immovable mass. And I think that's what happened with, like, Assassin's Creed Shadows, and it's what's happened with, like, a number of other games, like Star Wars Outlaws or Dragon Age Veilguard or something like that.
Starfield has an infamous story where a game dev who no longer works there said they needed a chair designed for a cutscene, and literally had to submit the request for the chair to a department to design the chair, but then had to get 2 department sign-offs to get the chair design, and then they had to wait like 2 months, so literally their work was held up for 2 months to get a fucking chair made for a scene. How is that game development? Like,
well, it's not. I mean, did you play Starfield?
It's awful.
It's a piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit game. Yeah, I played it a lot and I hated it. I hated, like, I'd say like 95% of playing the game. And I played it for like 70 hours.
It's like someone, what I say now about these modern companies, what they're doing is, they got a good original game. They got a Fallout, or they got an old Assassin's Creed, right? But the people who made it aren't there anymore. So what happens is the new team, they put that game down on a photocopier, and they photocopy it. Then they gotta make another one. So they take the photocopy of the photocopy, and they photocopy that. So what happens is the quality of each copy goes down, 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 and now, oh, let's play Starfield. It's the hot new Bethesda game. What the fuck is this? It plays nothing like anything that I liked from Fallout or Elder Scrolls. How did they fuck this up so bad? Because these aren't the same people. Their talent's gone. They're just copying what their predecessors did.
Are you familiar with the metaphor of, like, the ship of Theseus? Have you ever heard of that?
I have, but it's not coming to mind.
Okay, so basically it's the question of if you replace every single board, except for one board on a ship, of the original ship, is it still the ship that it originally was? Is it still the ship of Theseus? And I think that's what's happened with a lot of these studios, is that the only person that's still working there, that was working there whenever they made good games, is the janitor. And everybody else, everybody else is gone. So, no, I think you're totally right about that. And I think it's probably going to keep getting worse, too, if you want me to be honest. Like, a lot of these studios, I think that the way they hire people is embarrassing. I think that just in general, like, the kind of people that they bring on the teams, like, you're a bit older than I am, but, like, I hate the people that are around my age, like, I'm 35, like, that make video games, like, that quirky millennial dog shit. Oh my god, I hate it so much. And it's just so fucking cringe. And now they're writing video games. Makes me crazy.
Do you honestly think that Bethesda will ever put out another good game again?
No. Of course not. Like, no, I mean, like, the thing is that they already fucked up. I think they fucked up with Fallout, the recent Fallout. They fucked up with Starfield. Like, I mean, they're going to make Elder Scrolls 6 good. I don't really see, like, why would anybody think that? I mean, again, now I'm looking forward and I'm hoping to be wrong. But the fact is that their formula for doing things it's dated. It's a dated formula. And I don't really see them being able to innovate. I think that the best thing that they've done in the last 10 years is re-release something that they did 20 years ago. That's not very good.
Right. And their revenue stream, sadly, when something like Starfield fails, is, let's just do some more expansions for Fallout 76 or Elder Scrolls Online. It's like, this whole formula of now every game that's going to be profitable has to be this
like a live service,
DLC, live service. It's nuts. It's killing gaming. And somehow we're not realizing this. Like, the best games of the year aren't live service games ever. So why are we, like, rewarding these games? Why are we sinking billions of dollars into GTA Online when it took so long for GTA 6 to come out? That's why it took so long to come out. And it's still not out.
It's one of the reasons, I mean, I think for sure, like, I don't hate live service games categorically, but I think that you're right that a lot of companies do kind of fall victim to falling for the idea of, oh, we'll just make the game live service. And I think what happens really is that these video games, it costs like $300 million to make the game. So you're just realistically not going to make that money back through just like box sales. So like they have to like kind of like basically, reinforce the sales with battle passes or with pre-order bonuses or with expansions or DLC or like free bundles, or not free, but like, paid bundles and like gacha characters and stuff like this. So I think that's what happens, right? Is they run out of money that they can make, just like from like, basically, it's like, you're going to at most sell like maybe 3 million copies of this game. Well, 3 million times like 60 even, right? That's 180 million. So like if you're and that's assuming that you make 100% of the profit, which you're obviously not going to. But like even if you do, and your game's $300 million, okay, well you're still like over $100 million down. So yeah, I think that's what happens. Is that these companies they're too big to succeed.
Exactly. They've grown too big for their own britches. They spend too much, and then I wonder why it took so long for that game to come out, and then it's inferior. Oh, now we didn't make the money. Well, you should have just made a good game that didn't take $300 million, and then made, what really I love about this year, Clair Obscur being so good.
Yeah.
And it's former game devs from Ubisoft who said, "Fuck Ubisoft, this company sucks," and they left and made a better game than Ubisoft could ever put out. It blows my mind, and I'm happy for that. I want more of that, for sure.
I think more of them should leave. You're absolutely right. I totally agree with you. I hope that it continues. I really do. And I think that it will also. I think that people are just tired of playing the same old, like boring, like, played out slop. And I felt this way. I don't even know about some of these other games that recently have come out. Like, I enjoyed, like, maybe, like, one or, like, two, like, really, like, decent games. Like, I like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, even though it was hard for me to get into it. But, like, other than that, a lot of these other games, I just really couldn't get into them because I thought they were garbage. Like, even, and, like, honestly, I would even say Monster Hunter Wilds, I think, had development problems. And it's like, I hope Capcom doesn't have that happen. But, like, now, I mean, did you play Dragon's Dogma 2?
I played Dragon's Dogma 2, but that was before I was on PC. It didn't run too well on console, and I had a lot of problems with it because
it didn't run well on PC. Yeah, it didn't really run on PC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not really. I mean, like, unless you had, like, a super, like, I mean, I have a really expensive computer, so, like, obviously I was able to run it, but, like, people had tons of performance issues. And so, like, now Capcom's, like, they've had, like, Dragon's Dogma 2 not do well, and also Monster Hunter Wilds not doing well. That doesn't look very good, right? Doesn't look very good at all. So, yeah, I think that even big studios like that are having it happen, which is, like, Capcom, I would say, is, like, one of those gold standard companies, right? And I think that, like, what really happened is that, like, I always go back to this one point where Elon Musk fired 80% of people on Twitter, and the website didn't change. And I think that really goes to show, and, like, what your story was with Starfield, that really goes to show where their priorities are. And I think that it's just, like, a corporate entropy, where they just hire more middle management. Middle management hires more people to manage the middle managers. And then there's just so many of them that before you know it, that's the end.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I completely agree. Wow. We are like minds on gaming, man. I'm serious.
Cool.
Like everything you're saying, I've said in my speeches too.
Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty cool.
If you
it's
play
cool to have
games,
this conversation.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
You want to know the truth, man?
Yeah.
Can I drop a little bomb here?
Sure.
I don't get...
Okay, I want to see this. I haven't seen this in a long time. I want to watch this.
It's almost like I'm the blue-collar YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the guy who puts in the work, and the only reason that I'm able to succeed is because I put in the work, as opposed to the person who uses every little gimmick, every tactic, the sponsorship, the exclusive getting the game early, kissing butt, making money on exclusive partnerships and shit, using the clickbait title, using the thumbnail, collaboration with everyone, signing with promotional companies. You know what I'm saying? In terms of content creation.
Like, I'm the guy who puts in the work, and the only reason that I'm able to succeed is because I put in the work, as opposed to the person who uses every little gimmick, every tactic, the sponsorship, the exclusive getting the game early.
I used to love Fantastic Mr. Sam. I haven't watched him in so long.
But making money on exclusive partnerships and shit, using the clickbait title, using the thumbnail, collaboration with everyone, signing with promotional companies. You know what I'm saying? In terms of content creation. Someone who busts their ass every day, putting out tons of content and doing the hard work, doing their kind of work.
shit. Ex Mortis, yeah, I remember him. Oh, man. What just happened? Weird. Oh no, not this shit again.
Like, I'm the guy who puts in the work, and the only reason that I'm able to succeed is because I put in the work, as opposed to the person who uses every little gimmick, every tactic. Oh, the sponsorship, the exclusive, getting the game early, kissing butt, making money on exclusive partnerships and shit, using the clickbait title, using the thumbnail, collaboration with everyone, signing with promotional companies. You know what I'm saying? In terms of content creation, someone who busts their ass every day, putting out tons of content and doing the hard work, doing their kind of work, as opposed to doing the things that make you popular and rich and happy and celebrity, which I don't do, right? Which would be the white collar work for a content creator.
No, Phil, you're not a blue collar worker. A better analogy would be this. You're that guy that works with the blue collar workers. Maybe your parents are the directors of the company and they just got you a job to get you out of the house. I don't know, you work at the company and nobody knows why anymore. You coast by doing the bare minimum and you clock out dead on 5:30 every day. You're not innovating, you're not bringing anything new to the table, and left to your own devices, you're a liability. And when that day finally comes and you're inevitably left in charge and your business starts to fail, you'll say you have no idea why and blame everyone but this guy. I've only been regularly keeping up with Phil since just before he got kicked out of Twitch's partnership program.
Hateful slurs.
Previous to that, all I knew of Darkside Phil was Evil AJ's MGS3, This Is How You Don't Play, some Tevin stuff, and that Frederick Knudsen video. However, in that relatively short space of time, it's clear to me at least that he's experienced a regression, the complete opposite of what he would want to be happening, and you would think worrying for his business. So what's going on? Well, without the full history lesson, DSP has gone from being YouTube royalty to finding out what it's like to be a small streamer just making their way in the world of Twitch or YouTube. When you're just starting out, you might have got yourself a small, dedicated following that turns up to every stream. You may even curate your content for them. This is all very similar to what DSP says he does these days, and I know he'll never change, and all this is pointless to say, but if I was him, I'd be asking myself, do you want to stay at that level? If you're not looking to make a career from streaming, then great. If, however, you are looking to take things to the next level, then maybe you should start thinking about how you can improve your situation.
Oh my god, what is this? Where am I? Oh, come on. There was nothing I could do about that.
At the moment, DSP has roughly 200 to 300 people watching on an average stream. It's not unusual to see around 500 to 600 in on his morning stream. That then dips down pretty sharply as soon as he's finished his pre-stream. Then on the night stream, it'll normally be around 250-ish. This can obviously fluctuate depending on factors like whether or not it's a new game or, you know, drama. But the few people you do see chatting are generally the same core fan base that have somehow stuck around long enough to know what not to say or don't mind being yelled at when they step out of line. What irks me about this is the relationship is completely one way. Never have I heard of Darkside Phil's name popping up in another streamer's chat or a comment on a YouTube video. And never have I heard of Phil paying back any of his loyal fans for any of their fan art or branding. It's always about what you can do for him and not the other way around.
Whatever you're getting out of my content, I'm getting out of you guys being supportive and being chill and being an awesome audience, you know, with my stuff too. Please understand that. It definitely is, it goes back and forth. It's not just a one-way deal. It's definitely both ways.
Oh, and don't get me started on networking. Even the big-name streamers will occasionally stream with other people.
Do you think that it's people being lazy or is streaming starting to change for the worse? See, I don't know because I don't watch other streamers, so I don't know what you're saying. Honestly, like I don't know if you had an example of a streamer who's doing that and what they're doing, and you would like me to comment on a specific situation. In general, I don't know what to tell you. No, I don't know who XQC is. Who's XQC? I never heard of him. I never heard of him. If this guy XQC took a big diarrhea stinky dump in his toilet and made loud noises through his house and live streamed it, it would probably be the top rated thing he ever did. But the name sounds a little familiar, but I don't know who that is. I tell you that I don't watch other people's content. I don't know who the hell that is. I just did what I did. I'm seriously, I didn't watch other content creators. I had no, awareness. Well, maybe they're different from me. I don't know. I don't watch other content creators, but I appreciate your kind words and your support. Thank you. Captain Molarkey did another super chat basically saying, Dr. Disrespect sent another streamer named Scrump a signed vest because he did some challenge or something. How is that hard to understand? Well, I don't know who Scrump is, so I didn't know that's what you meant. I also don't understand why another streamer would want a piece of merch from a different streamer. You're like saying, well, do I want a signed headband from Ninja? No. I don't want anything from fucking Ninja. What the fuck do I care about him for? Why the fuck would I want anything from him? Fucking shove it up your ass. I don't want that. I don't care. A fan of them might want that. But I'm a content creator myself. Why do I want merch of another content creator? Salad you all day. This super chat said maybe other streamers aren't toxic like you. No, I think other streamers just like to suck each other's dicks or something. Like, why the hell would I want merch from another streamer? Like, it literally makes no sense at all. You are a streamer. You make content. You want people to tune into your content. Why would you want someone to send you a piece of their merch signed? Right? Like, what? You realize that's your competition, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, and by the way, no disrespect to Dr. Disrespect. He's a guy who has a huge fan base. People like what he does. They like his character or whatever. So good, more power to him. I actually have no problem with him. But if he was like, oh, I heard that DSP guy is a cool content creator, I'm going to send him a signed vest, I'd be like, no, please don't. In fact, why don't you take that thing and do the floss with it on your naked body? Because I don't care about fucking your vests. Like, I don't want a vest from you. What are you talking about? Hated one, no, I couldn't tell you names of other streamers that are entertaining and care about interaction with your audience because I'm a content creator myself and that's what I focus on. I don't watch other streamers. So I couldn't answer your question. That would be up to you to find. I'm not the watcher, I'm the creator, and this takes up all of my time.
Anyway, when you've become so comfortable that you're doing the same thing every time you're live, you can lose sight of what you're there for. And like I said before, you're there to put on what is essentially a TV show. So this is where being able to keep yourself talking comes into play. You need to have topics prepared, and importantly, as and when new viewers appear, you need to be talking to them and taking an interest in them. Viewing your stream chat as this faceless wall of text that are expected to turn up every day and talk about you without thinking about the human beings behind that text is not the way to go. This is why I find that clip of Phil berating one of his viewers just for suggesting that he should ask them questions particularly concerning.
The whole point of a live stream that you're attending is that you're supposed to find the streamer entertaining and want to interact with them, not the other way around.
When you're operating at this level, you absolutely should be asking them questions. When you're continually reminding your chatters that you're hoping to make your channel a place to be sociable, but laying into them every time they try to, something's seriously wrong. And that something is you.
You! Who, me? Yes, you!
You're telling them one thing, but showing another.
I want this channel to get popular again and be a place where people can feel like they can have social interaction and have a good time with games. It has to come back. I like doing what we're doing right now. Talking, having social interaction while we share our love for video games. That's what I really enjoy the most. That we have this conversation, right? If I lost the ability to have this conversation with you guys, I would actually probably start to hate my job again. It's not a toxic cesspool where idiots come to shit and unload their butts on it on the channel, but instead, it's a place where you can come and hang out with a group of people that you like. You hang out with me, we have a good time, right? We're enjoying all the latest games and the like. And feel safe, and feel like you're at home, and feel like it's a community again.
Further to this, I feel what Phil's streams lack is a reason to be there in the first place, and a reason to keep viewers tuning in other than watch me play more of this game. If his so-called pre-stream podcast could be useful for anything, it'd be that. I know. It's called the Level 1 podcast now. Whoopie fucking do. A short Just Chatting segment where he informally talks to his audience about the topics of the day while they're filing in. Yes, talk about gaming news, but not just rabbiting opinions you've quickly found on Twitter 5 minutes before you started streaming. The human element's missing. His tweets referring to his gameplay describe it as coverage, as though his channel's some sort of serious gaming news outlet and not just a fun place to hang out. And during his pre-streams, it's very apparent that you're being informed about gaming news instead of just having a quick chat about it. Okay, so during his pre-streams we get
Phil's Day Off.
which is the closest thing we get to IRL content these days, but it never feels like he's letting you in. There's always this feeling of disconnect between the streamer and the audience, and what he does on his day off is always the same mundane
It's
things
still funny
anyway.
even to this day.
And isn't it weird that we get the two together? Serious gaming news juxtaposed with I went to try and buy fishing lures.
This week, when I have my day off, I will head out and I will get some fishing lures. And every week when we hit the $100 tips goal on this stream, I will add a new fishing lure to the hat. I think it'll be really neat, and it's a way to have something cool and different for the streams. And I was totally down for that. Sounds like a great idea. Yesterday was my day off. I said, I'll go look for fishing lures. Well, we have a sporting goods shop in our area. It's called Dick's Sporting Goods. I walk in. Stretchy bands, yoga mats, things like that. Back corner is canoeing, and outdoorsman-like stuff. So like, we're getting there. We're almost there. Kat and I have been watching Shark Tank recently. But it's supposed to be like a portable volleyball.
You need to build a server to store student assessments and coursework for a
I'm
school.
in the front of the store again.
The
I'm in
server must
baseball
ensure
section
that
again.
student
Wait, what?
work is always available and safe from damage or loss. For administrators,
What gives?
reliable
So,
storage means
I
the
grab up
computer
store
always
associate,
starts up correctly.
And I say, hey,
I would like to
Choose,
procure 3 of your
install,
finest
and maintain
fishing
the
lures.
storage
Please
devices
no
to meet
options.
these needs.
we haven't had that in years.
Learning outcomes. As you
You are
study this
Dick's
lesson,
Sporting
answer the
Goods,
following
right?
questions.
Like sporting. And here's the
What are
thing,
the
these
advantages of
companies are
using
getting
solid-state
confused.
drives
You know the
over
difference
hard
between
disk
sports?
drives? And how does wear leveling help extend the lifespan of a solid-state drive? What is
It's
redundant
normal
array
to
of
get
independent
frustrated
disks?
when your new ideas
RAID?
don't work out.
And how does RAID
Especially when
5
it
differ
feels
from
like
RAID
everyone
1 in
else
terms
around
of
you is
fault
succeeding.
tolerance and
Guess
performance?
what? We
What
didn't
are
get
the
to have
benefits
those.
and drawbacks of
The
using
trick
RAID
is to
0 and RAID
realise that
1?
the problem will
And in what
undoubtedly
scenarios
stem
would
from
each be
something you're
appropriate?
doing, and it's certainly no
How
one
does
else's
RAID
fault.
10 combine the
So make
features of
changes,
RAID
do
0
some
and RAID
research,
1?
get inspired,
And why is
and
it suitable
come back
for
next time with a
high-performance
fresh mindset.
applications?
But there
What
lies
are the
one of the
different
many
types of
problems
secure
with
digital,
Darkside Phil.
SD,
He's completely
cards,
incapable of
and how do their
self-reflection and
capacity
will
and speed
always bang
ratings
his head
differ?
against the same wall, never realising that things don't just get better by themselves. This has caused his career in content creation, if that's what we have to call it, to happen in reverse. He got comfortable with the notoriety he received early on, spamming multiple videos a day and getting paid handsomely for it. So when all that went away, he felt and still feels that the success he was used to is still owed to him. But it's that mentality that it's YouTube's fault for fucking up their website that's got him into the predicament he's in.
Non-volatile
Treading
storage
water and
devices,
making excuses.
also known as
Sorry,
mass
Phil, but
storage,
not having a plan
retain
B,
data
failing
even
to
when the
adapt to
system is
times,
powered
and
off.
just generally being lazy.
These
in your
devices
approach to
use
your business
magnetic,
is all on
optical,
you.
or
I know you can't
solid-state
stand those that
technology.
put in the work with their
Internal
clickbait
mass storage
titles and
devices
custom
are called
thumbnails
fixed
and
disks
belittle
and
them
come
for
in
doing
standard
so to
widths
make you
of
feel better about your
5.25
laziness.
inches,
But at the end of the day,
3.5
this is
inches,
your
and
business,
2.5
and generally
inches.
businesses tend to
Computer
move with the
chassis
times
have
and
drive
seek to
bays
do
to fit
better.
these form factors, with 5.25-inch bays often featuring removable panels for devices like DVD drives and smart card readers. Fixed disks are typically installed in drive bays using caddies, which allow for secure mounting and can
DSP has
adapt
a
different
history in the
drive
fighting
sizes
game
to fit
community.
various
Now,
bays.
I've never really been
For
into
example,
fighting games.
a
I used to play
2.5-inch
Street
drive
Fighter 2 on
can
the
be
Amiga
installed
when I
in a
was about
3.5-inch
that
bay
big,
using an
and I
adapter
remember
caddy.
really enjoying being able to do
Some
this.
caddies use rails for easy removal
But
without
apart from
opening the
that,
case.
the idea of repeatedly battering
Motherboard
the shit
storage
out of
drive
someone
base
in the
image
same set of
copyright
environments just doesn't
123rf.com
appeal to me.
description
You know
removable
what
mass storage
really
devices
doesn't
and
interest
media
me?
enabled data
Watching
archiving
other
and transfer
people trying to
between
beat the
PCs.
shit out of each
External
other in the
storage
same set of
devices,
environments.
such as
I gather
external
there's a bunch
hard
of people that
drives,
do,
are used for
like a
backup,
lot.
data
I mean, take a look
transfer,
at
or providing additional drive types and typically connect via
Born in the early
USB or
80s,
Thunderbolt
brought up on
ports.
video games, entered
Several
fighting game
factors
tournaments throughout
impact
the
the choice
90s and
of mass storage
2000s,
devices.
started uploading to YouTube for
Reliability.
fun in the late
This includes the risk
2000s,
of
lost their
total
job in the early
device failures and
2010s,
partial data
and shortly
corruption,
thereafter began
rated by
YouTubing as
various
their full-time
statistics for
job.
each technology
I'm of
type.
course talking about
Performance.
Maximilian
Evaluate
Doom.
based on the type of data transfer, considering read/write
Yes,
performance,
kind of weird, isn't it?
sequential versus random access.
I won't go into a full
data
history
throughput,
lesson here because honestly it doesn't really matter. You've more than likely heard of him
and
anyway.
input/output
Suffice to say that
operations per
Maximilian Doom
second.
has built a hugely
IOPS.
successful career online,
Use.
born out of his love of
Consider
fighting
reliability
games. So
and
he found a
performance in the
niche, built a
context of
channel around
specific
it,
use cases,
and went from there.
such
My
as
point
running
with this
an
is that
OS,
it's just a
hosting a
fascinating look at
database,
how two similar
streaming
lives can
audio/video,
splinter off in such a
removable
dramatic
media,
way. This is
or
the
data
difference that a
backup and
professional
archiving.
attitude, pleasant
Major
personality,
mass
and an
storage
actual
drive
work
vendors
ethic can make.
include Seagate,
Phil has
Western
vaguely
Digital,
commented on Max
Hitachi,
multiple times
Fujitsu,
over the years.
Toshiba,
People
and
have spotted
Samsung.
the similarities and brought them up with him. You'll more than likely just get the same bitter answer about how these bigger content creators have tons of money to throw around and probably have a team of people doing all of their editing and production for them.
Oh, Phil, well, why you don't do this thing that Dr. Disrespect does, or man, why don't you do this cool thing that Maximilian Dude does? Why don't you have the production quality of this other content creator? Well, here, I'll tell you why. You ready? Want to know why? Because they make 50 times more fucking money than I do. They're literally making millions and millions of dollars a year. They're bringing in tens of thousands of dollars a month. They can afford it. They don't even do their own shit. Do you think they set up their own stuff? Really? They have teams of people fucking doing this for them. They have professional studio quality shit because they can afford it. Well, maybe if I made 100 times as much money as I was making right now, I could actually do something on the quality level of Maximilian Dude. Because I could probably hire people that do work for me and shit. But I don't. Because I'm one dude making, you know, a limited amount. You know what I mean? But there's people unfairly compare me to these people who are like light years ahead of me when it comes to the attention they get, the money they make. I would love right now to say, oh, let's drop the streams and go do random shit. And then I make no money and I go out of business. Maximilian Dude could literally take a shit live on stream and bring in 35,000 viewers if he so wanted to. Like, it doesn't mean anything about the fucking game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the worst argument I've ever heard about the quality of a game because a popular guy is making content of it and it's getting views. Who cares? Right? Doesn't mean the game is good.
Incidentally, from what I gather, Max tends to do most of his own editing. I've obviously never bought Phil's claims that he's too busy to do things like editing, and Max just goes to show that it's all bollocks. It's so obvious that it's almost not worth talking about. It's not that he's too busy, he just doesn't manage his time well or he's too lazy.
Offering
Both.
significantly better read performance than
one of these
mechanical
people has a
components in
child
hard
and it
disk
sure as hell
drives,
isn't DSP.
HDDs,
Well, I mean,
especially in read operations.
Oh, and let's get this
SSDs
straight.
are
On
less
a
prone
purely
to failure from
presentation
mechanical
style
shock
level,
and
there's
wear,
absolutely
and their
no
cost
reason
per
why Phil's
gigabyte has
stream couldn't
decreased
be at
rapidly
least
in recent
comparable to
years.
Max's. You could
However,
spend one afternoon in that
SSDs can
so-called
sometimes
office and make
underperform
things
compared to
considerably more
HDDs when
professional without
handling
spending
constant
a dollar.
file transfers
It's an ample
involving
opportunity to get it
multi-gigabyte
sorted.
files.
But this is a
A
man who's happy to
2.5-inch
stream looking like
form-factor
this
solid-state
and sitting
drive
in
with
front
SATA
of whatever
interface
this
image
is supposed to
copyright
be.
123rf.com flash memory in
Max has
SSDs
also
can degrade
successfully
over many
diversified
write
his content over
operations.
the years. In fact, the
To
first
mitigate
video I
this,
ever stumbled across of
drive
his had
firmware
absolutely
and
nothing to
operating
do with
systems
fighting
use
games.
where
It was
leveling
the beautifully
routines to
put together
evenly
journey to the
distribute writing
remake where
across
he
all
details his
blocks,
history with his favourite
optimizing
game,
the
Final
device's
Fantasy VII,
lifespan.
and shows the long
Note,
lead up to the
the NAND
release of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Flash memory used in SSDs
I'm sure
comes
you know
in
where
different
this is
types.
going.
Single-level cell
DSP's idea of
SLC
diversification?
is more reliable and expensive than multi-level cell types. In modern desktop PCs, an
This
SSD
really
might
goes
serve
hand in
as the
hand
sole
with the first
internal
idea
drive
of
or as
giving
a boot
people a
drive
reason to
alongside
keep
a
tuning
hard
in.
drive.
Draw the viewers
The
in with your
SSD
niche
hosting the
and
OS
keep
and
them around with your
applications and the
story. Speaking
HDD
of
storing
viewers,
user data. SSDs can be connected via different interfaces. SATA SSDs may be packaged in a 2.5-inch caddy and connected using standard SATA data and power connectors. Alternatively,
you should never ever
MSATA form
expect
factor
anything from your
SSDs
chat.
plug into a
They're not
combined data and
obligated to
power
do
port on
anything
the
for you,
motherboard.
or even speak to you,
However,
let alone
the
give you
600
money. If your
MPG
chat wants to
SATA
talk
interface
about
can bottleneck
sports, the
high-performing
weather,
SSDs,
Drake, or
which can
Kanye
achieve
West,
transfer rates up
let
to
them do it.
6.7
I don't know what's going on.
GB/s.
Overscrolled online or something. I don't
PCI
know.
Express.
I don't know what's going on with the chat right
PCIe
now.
modern SSDs often use the PCIe bus directly, utilizing the non-volatile memory
Guys,
host
you know, I'm
controller
still here.
interface
We're doing Skyrim
specification,
today, just so you know.
and MindSight for non-volatile memory express, and
And if they're
VMe
quiet,
interface for better
give them something
performance.
to talk about. You're the
NVMe
entertainer
SSDs
here.
can be
Take these
installed
people
in a
talking in the chat
PCIe
before you
slot
turn
as
the
an
webcam
expansion
on.
card
They're the
or in
people
an
that can't wait
M.2
to see
slot.
how you're doing, and if you
M.2
were any kind of
SSDs are
decent
smaller
person,
and
you could
oriented
use it to know the
horizontally,
same about
making
them.
them
More than ever,
suitable for
DSP is
laptops
promoting
and
the
PC
stream's social
motherboards.
experience, but
M.2
following
slots
clips don't
provide
really
power
verify
over
it.
the
The Triple
bus,
Slice Juice, what's your opinion
eliminating
on
the
Kim
need for a
Kardashian, West
separate
Palm
power
versus
cable.
Kanye West? Who cares?
M.2
Who cares?
adapters come
And it
in
was pretty
various
inevitable with
sizes,
some of the zany shit he was
indicated by
doing.
labels
Whatever
such
that
as
crap.
M.2
I mean, feedback, stop talking about stupid fucking
2280,
Kanye West
22 millimeters
let's talk
wide
about
and 80
games.
millimeters
Let's
long.
start derailing the stupid bullshit.
PCIe
No one cares about
4.0
Kanye West.
offers transfer rates up to
Oh,
16
we weren't talking about Kanye
GT/S
West,
per
we were talking
lane,
about Drake.
while
Oh, okay,
PCIe
you can
5.0 doubles this to 32 GT/S per lane,
Java basically is
significantly
a whole
enhancing
bunch
SSD
of
performance.
super chat about pronouns.
Serial
No one
attached
cares.
SCSI small
We can stop
computer
talking
system
about that now.
interface.
And,
SAS is
If I was
another
running a
interface
stream and
used
my
for
chat were having a
high-performance storage
conversation about
devices,
something I'm not
often in
particularly knowledgeable
enterprise
about, you can be
environments.
sure that before the next
SAS
stream,
drives
I
offer
read up
faster
on that
data
topic so that I
transfer
can
rates
join
and
in
better
the discussion.
reliability
DSP
compared to
doesn't have
solid
a
drives.
public or even members only
SAS
Discord
connects
server,
multiple
and he
devices
only
to a
allows
single
comments on his
controller
Twitter
using a
from people
point-to-point
that
serial
follows.
protocol,
So basically, the
enabling
central
high-speed
hub of
data
his
access and
community
robust
is his
performance.
stream chat, which is what
They
he
are
wants.
commonly
But if
used
you're
in
not allowing
servers and
innocent
workstations.
conversations to play out here, then
SSDs are
where can they
vulnerable
go
to
to do it? As
electrostatic
others have
discharge,
pointed out, he's
ESD,
shutting down what
so
essentially
always take
means beginning within his
anti-ESD
community.
precautions when handling
Take
and
this
storing these
snowplow
devices.
situation, for example.
In the last couple of weeks, people think it's a running joke now.
Copyright
We have a
123rf.com note.
and do some kind of a running
M.2
joke
is a
bit.
physical
What
form
you're
factor.
essentially doing,
M.2
you're creating a
SSDs can
club-like
use either the
mentality
SATA
where people who are coming into the
/AHCI
streams and
bus
just
or
want
the
to chill
NVMe
feel like, oh
interface.
man, this is all Carl's
And
talking
based
constantly. He's talking
M.2
about
SSDs typically outperform their
Carl.
SATA
All right,
counterparts.
that's done as of right
Check
now.
your
and I
motherboard
mean it.
documentation
All of you
to
have a
ensure
fucking Carl
compatibility
name.
with both
I want you to
types.
change them immediately. I'm
SATA
done with it. I'm not gonna have you come in here
SSDs
and
are
derail my
usually
streams
B-keyed.
because I've had now
2-lane
3 major
PCIe
complaints
SSDs are
from regular
B/M keyed.
in the
And
last
4-lane
week saying
SSDs
this
are
is
M
stupid. I
keyed.
come to your stream and everyone in the stream chat's ignoring your game and talking about Carl bullshit, and they're doing it to derail your stream just like used to happen on Twitch. I'm here doing a gameplay stream, trying to have a chill time with my viewers who are here to enjoy gaming with me. I look at the stream chat, Snow Carl for mod, Snow Carl, I wonder who we mod. Will he be a Viceroy? Snow Carl, Snow Carl, Snow Carl. So here, fuck you. Get the fuck off my stream so I can enjoy games again. I'm tired of this now. All week it's been like this. I'm not going to allow my stream to be derailed by these people anymore. I'm done with it. I've already laid down the law. Your fucking stupid ass leniency is now done as of today. Alright? I'm done with this. I want to have fun with a game and have an interactive stream with my audience, and now have my audience telling me we can't talk because everyone in the fucking chat is talking about Snow Carl.
A hard disk drive,
It's over.
HDD,
Okay?
stores
Snow
data on metal
Serta.
or glass
We
platters
upload
coated
their
with a
members for 3
magnetic
months. The
substance.
chat is dead without Snow
Each
Carl.
platter
No,
has a
it's
red
not.
/right head
I
on
would
both
argue the
sides,
chat's much better
moved
without
by
Snow
an
Carl.
actuator mechanism.
Oh well.
Something
The platters are
emerged from
mounted on a
DSP's
spindle
chat
and
that he
spin
could
at
have
high
jumped on.
speeds.
Something
Each
that could
side
have
of a
become a
platter
funny
is
thing for
divided
him and
into
his
circular
viewers.
tracks,
His chat
which are
gave
further
itself an
divided into
identity
sectors,
that could have been called
each
the
holding
Carls or something,
512
in the
bytes.
same slightly cringy way
This
that some
low-level
streamers will
formatting is
say,
known as drive
welcome to
geometry.
the whatever squad.
HDD
You know, this reminds me of
drive
how the Vest
circuitry
Street
and casing
began. It
removed, showing
evoked
1,
nostalgia
platters,
and gave
2,
DSP's viewers
spindle,
something fun
3,
to associate
read
with. The
/right
difference with the
heads,
Vest Street
4,
is that the focus
actuator
was all
image
on
by
Phil,
Photos who
and it was
copyright
instantly monetizable
123rf.com.
and became a huge
HDD
money
performance
spinner.
is
Instead
determined
of
by the
just being the
disk spindle
fun for
speed,
5 minutes,
measured in
mildly
revolutions
amusing
per
thing that
minute,
happened that day.
RPM.
Little things like this are how a community
High-performance
grows, and
drives
if
spin
you're
at
cutting them off before they
15,000
even
or
have a chance,
10,000
then
RPM,
the community's only ever
while
going to stay
average
at this
drives
level.
spin at 7,200 or 5,400 RPM.
I'm loving this game.
RPM affects access time, measured in milliseconds, which includes both access and seed time.
That was bullshit.
Access time is the
Take a
delay
look
as the
at
read
DSP's
/right
recent
head
playthrough of
locates the track,
Skyrim.
while
Now,
seed time is
Phil's
the
been
time
playing a
it
lot
takes
of
to move to the
remasters over
dance
the last
position.
year, and that's fine. There's been a
High-performance
fair few of
drives
them.
have
This
access
was
times
true at the
below
time of
3
recording.
milliseconds,
I think, to be fair,
while
he
typical
has used
drives
the
have
policy
around
recently.
6 milliseconds.
This is certainly one where I
The
know I'd be
internal
asking
transfer
myself,
rate, or
Why am I
data
doing
transfer
this?
rate.
The thing about
Measures how
Skyrim
fast
is
read/write
it's
operations are
Skyrim,
performed on
it's
the
one of the
platter.
most popular games
A
of all time,
15,000
and it's
RPM drive
completely
supports up to
ingrained in our pop
180
culture. That's not to
MBPs,
say that those
while a
others weren't, of
7,200
course. Far
RPM
from
drive
it. It's
supports
just,
around
this is
110
Skyrim. It's a game
MBPs.
that has been and
Most
continues to
HDDs use
be
a SATA
mined for the
interface.
abundance of content that its
HDDs
gameplay
come
and
in two
story
main
can
form
provide.
factors,
People have speedrun it,
3.5
memed
inch
it,
units
modded
for
it, beating
desktop
it without
PCs and
walking, beating it without
2.5 inch
taking any
units for
damage, made
laptops and
10,000
portable
gold without
external
leaving
drives.
Whiterun, beating it as a
The
pacifist,
2.5
beating it
inch
while
form
remaining at
factor
level
can
1,
vary in
played it
height,
small,
with
beating it
options
big,
including
remade
15
it, boundary
mm,
broke it, added
9.5
Daggerfall to it,
mm,
added
7
multiplayer,
mm,
added
and
guns,
5
made
mm.
Oblivion in the same engine, ran across it on a treadmill, loved it, hated it, written papers on it, and reenacted it. But in the 10 plus years since this game's release, has there ever been a playthrough more entertaining and meaningful as... There's no questions being asked, no interesting viewpoints and nothing new to see. It's just, watch me play Skyrim. Vanilla Skyrim. Unmodded console Skyrim. You know Skyrim, that game you've played before, that game you've seen me play before.
Skyrim, a Spike Lee joint.
And of course the only real justification you get for all of this is the same tired one he rolls out for all of these. You've seen me play this before, way back when I hadn't adopted direct capture, but you haven't seen me play it on the Xbox Series X at 1080p 60... Oh, go on then.
Full 1080p. Wow, 60 frames. I didn't know it was going to be a full 60 frames. 60 frames per second. 60 frames. 60 frames. Yo, GTA in 60 frames. 60 frame Mass Effect 1. 60 frames. 60 frames. Full 1080p. Whoa, 60 frames. Oh shit. Silky smooth 60 frames. 60 frames is crazy. I want 60 frames. Sounds good. I want 60 frames. 60 frames. Mass Effect in 60 frames. It's full 60 frames? Dude, I love this at 60 frames. 60 frames per second biking. Fly by at 60 frames per second. That's smooth 60.
Compare Phil's stuff to someone like Doug. He often streams Skyrim and sets himself interesting challenges, but not only that, he'll mod the game to allow his chat to participate in the gameplay, or sets up the voice recognition program Voice Attack so that when his chat get him to say certain things, then something happens in the game. It's entertaining, hilarious, and completely
Both
unique.
HDDs and
as opposed
SSDs
to,
store critical data,
you know.
including system
died.
files for the OS
Seriously,
and
killed.
user-generated data
Even though I had
files.
almost full health.
If a boot drive fails, the system crashes. If a data drive fails, users lose access to files, potentially resulting in permanent data loss if not backed up. To mitigate these risks, disks can be configured
wow,
as
that
a
was
redundant
fun,
array
wasn't
of
it? No, it
independent
wasn't.
/ inexpensive
Voice
disks.
Attack's great, by the
RAID.
way. Hello,
RAID
computer.
works by distributing
How you doing?
data across multiple disks to
bad.
provide fault tolerance and
I'm
improve
11.
performance.
You're 11.
It sacrifices some disk
Yeah,
capacity
I'm
to achieve
Your
redundancy.
parents bought you a gaming
To the
PC.
OS,
What's wrong with this
a RAID
picture?
array appears as a single storage volume, which can
As
be
far as I
partitioned
know, as
and
of right
formatted
now,
like any other
DSP's only
drive.
real goal,
Note, RAID
apart
can
from
also
the
be
usual
said to stand
membership
for
goals
redundant
and just
array of
generally
independent
requiring as much
devices.
money from each stream as
RAID
possible.
levels
It's been
represent
to reach
different drive
200,000
configurations
subscribers
with
on his
specific
YouTube
types
channel,
of fault
something
tolerance,
that he'd hoped would
numbered
happen
from
by his
0 to
40th
6,
birthday, which
with
was
nested
2 days
solutions
ago,
like
by the
RAID
way.
10,
And just
RAID 1
incidentally,
plus RAID
7 or 8
0.
months later, this is now
RAID
only
can be
just
implemented by a
happened.
software,
Presumably you know my
software
position
RAID,
on some of the things
using
he should
OS
be
features
doing.
or via hardware,
And if not,
hardware RAID, using a
play
dedicated
some
controller
multiplayer,
installed
edit some
as an adapter
videos, open a
card.
members Discord,
RAID disks
whatever it
connect to
is, just
SATA ports on the RAID
change
controller
something.
adapter card
Okay, yes,
rather
he's
than
doing
the
the
motherboard.
DSP Reacts thing now,
Note,
which I guess you could
as
say is
another
something
option,
new, but
some
again,
motherboards
still have to have
implement
the hour-long
integrated RAID
pre-stream,
functionality
well,
as part of the
look at it.
chipset.
It's just Phil watching
Hardware
something
RAID
and making it all
solutions
about
vary
himself
by the
every
RAID
time he
levels
pauses
they
the video.
support.
So after all this time
Entry-level
and considering
controllers might
everything
support only
DSP
RAID
has
0 or
persevered
RAID
through,
1,
I think
while
I'd be
mid-level
mature enough to
controllers might
realise
add
that
RAID 5 and
streaming
RAID
and
10.
content creation wasn't
Hardware
for
RAID
me,
often
and
allows for
move
hot
on to
swapping,
something else.
meaning a
And it was
damaged
only
disk
my
can be
initial
replaced
YouTube
without shutting down
popularity
the OS.
and unwavering
Configuring the
curiosity
volume
to
using
see
RAID
what crazy
controller
thing I'm going
firmware.
to say next that keeps me afloat. Maybe it's get my Twitch partnership back, or hopefully one day I'll get a sponsor. Maybe it's nothing at all. Let's just say if your entire business plan consists of nothing but keep doing the same thing and hope things get better, then you'll remain on mission 1 until the game finally reaches its only logical conclusion. I just wanted to say a quick thank you to everyone that never let me forget that this video existed. I know it's long overdue, but it's had a long story, and to be honest, the making of would probably make a decent video in itself. As for when the next one will be, I'm honestly not sure. We'll have to see. I want to make more. I love doing this, but time and family stuff are a thing. You know how it is. However, if you are interested in learning what I have to say about DSP's latest shenanigans on a more regular basis, you can find me over on That Being Said. We do a couple of DSP related shows a week, and it's always a chill, fun time. Thanks, guys. Previous to that, all I knew of know what not to say, or, you know, fuck me. Shortly thereafter began YouTubing as a full-time builder. Suffice to say that Maximilian Dude has built a hugely successful career online by doing things.
What's up, everyone? It's DSP. If you're seeing this video, more than likely you know what's going on. I used to have a channel on YouTube called Darkside Phil. Extremely popular, had over 76 million views, had this just about to hit 60,000 subscribers, and then YouTube shut me down.
You might have heard about multiple lolcows like Nikocado Avocado, Chris Chan, and Boogie2988 for their ridiculous clout farming takes. But if you don't know about DSP, aka Darkside Phil, you're seriously missing out on a lot.
Fucking enough. My life has been systematically fucked up year after year by people fucking with me. I can't get sponsorship. I can't get all the same opportunities every other full-time streamer gets because of you pieces of fucking shit trying to ruin my life.
DSP isn't your regular YouTube streamer. He's the ultimate mix of unbeatable delusion. Self-worship syndrome.
Shut the up.
When implementing RAID, selecting the appropriate RAID level is crucial. Factors to consider include the required fault tolerance, read/write performance, capacity, and cost. Note, when building a RAID array, it's crucial to use disks that are identical in capacity, type, and performance to avoid issues with underutilization or potential performance bottlenecks. If disks differ in size, the smallest disk will indeed determine the maximum usable space across the array. RAID 0, striping without parity. Disk striping divides data into blocks and distributes them across all disks in the array, improving performance by allowing multiple disks to service requests in parallel. RAID 0, which requires at least 2 disks, uses this method. The logical volume size is the sum of the capacities of all drives, limited by the smallest disk in the array. However, RAID 0 provides no redundancy. If any disk fails, the entire logical volume fails, causing a system crash and necessitating data recovery from backups. Therefore, RAID 0 is typically used only for non-critical cache storage. RAID 0, striping, data is spread across the array image. Copyright 123rf.com. RAID 1, mirroring. RAID 1 is a mirrored drive configuration using 2 disks. Each write operation is duplicated on the second disk, introducing a small performance overhead. Read operations can use either disk, slightly boosting performance. This setup is the simplest way to protect against single disk failure. If one disk fails, the other takes over with minimal performance impact, maintaining good availability. However, the failed disk should be replaced quickly to restore redundancy. When replaced, the new disk is populated with data from the remaining disk. Performance during rebuilding is temporarily reduced, though RAID 1 rebuilds faster than parity-based RAID levels. RAID 1, mirroring. Data is written to both disks simultaneously. Image copyright 123rf.com. Disk mirroring is more expensive per gigabyte than other forms of fault tolerance because it utilizes only 50% of the total disk space.
At one point, YouTuber Ardenus made a meme out of Phil. It came from one of his infamous rage fits. In that clip, Phil went off about why he'd do bad things to his own audience.
A lot of idiots, of course. Oh my god! Phil should disable all ads on all videos where he ever mentions his friend. You know what? Shut the fuck up. Seriously. Like, that's what this is about, right? Because that's why I'm doing it.
But honestly, this wasn't some rare meltdown. It was just Phil being Phil. His aggressive rants and humiliating behavior are nothing new. They have been with him for quite a while, especially ever since he began his career on YouTube.
Guess what? Now there's no more arguments. No more.
RAID 5 and RAID 10 offer better performance, disk utilization, and fault tolerance compared to basic mirroring, making them more suitable choices in many scenarios. RAID 5, striping with distributed parity. RAID 5 combines striping, like RAID 0, with distributed parity. Distributed parity means that error correction information is spread across all the disks in the array. Data and parity information are always on different disks. If a single disk fails, the data can be reconstructed using the information on the remaining disks. RAID 5 offers excellent read performance, but if a disk fails, read performance slows down because the system needs to use the parity information to recover data. Write operations are also slower due to the need to calculate parity. RAID 5, striping with parity. Image copyright 123rf.com description. RAID 5 requires at least 3 drives but can use more. This provides more flexibility in determining the array's overall capacity compared to RAID 1. The maximum number of drives is set by the controller or OS, but practical considerations like cost and risk usually determine the number of drives used. Adding more disks increases the chance of failure. If more than one disk fails, the entire logical storage unit, volume, becomes unavailable. The level of fault tolerance and available disk space are inversely related. As you add more disks, fault tolerance decreases but usable disk space increases. For example, in a RAID 5 array with 3 disks, 1/3 of each disk is used for parity. With 4 disks, 1/4 of each disk is reserved for parity. In a 3-disk configuration with 80 GB each, you would have 160 GB of usable space. RAID 10, stripe of mirrors. RAID 10 combines features of RAID 0 and RAID 1. It is a striped volume, RAID 0, made up of mirrored arrays, RAID 1. This setup offers excellent fault tolerance, as one disk in each mirror can fail without losing data. RAID 10 either disk in each of the sub-volumes can fail without bringing down the main volume. Image copyright 123rf.com description. RAID 10 requires at least 4 disks and must have an even number of disks. It has a 50% disk.
None of them were the people who were really playing. It was other people who were playing and trying to basically learn the differences between PS1 Super Turbo and Arcade Super Turbo. So when we actually played in the tournament, we know what we were doing.
And when Phillips tried to soak up the glory from his 4th place finish, the critics weren't buying it. Instead of taking the feedback, Phil did what Phil does best. He snapped. He lashed out at anyone questioning him, bragging about his talent long after the event was over.
I mean, the whole internet beats the whole ST stuff. I mean, we've already talked about it. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, how about you let these people know the real Phil, the real reason for the hate. The real reason for the hate is because people just have massive disrespect. I mean, for years these same guys are on top, and yes, I'm talking about John Choi, I'm talking about Alex Valle, playing ST, saying, okay, they're good, but to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
Philip continued to participate in other tournaments for the next 2 years. However, he never managed to win any of the tournaments, which ultimately put him in his place. Philip's true skill level in gaming was starting to show. Skilled players began openly mocking his performance.
You got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube. But this guy thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like a Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap.
And this way, Philip officially backed off from participating in any other gaming tournaments. Instead, his focus shifted to something else. It was around the same time that he had turned towards YouTube as a way to display his gameplay to others. In 2007,
RAID 6 uses striping with dual distributed parity, spreading 2 sets of parity information across all disks.
Let's play.
This allows RAID 6 to tolerate the simultaneous failure of 2 disks, providing greater fault tolerance than RAID 5. It's ideal for environments with higher disk failure risks, such as large arrays or critical systems.
But not everyone was impressed.
In the event of a disk failure, the array continues to operate with slightly reduced performance.
Blunt attitude.
Rebuilding a failed disk uses parity data from the remaining disks, a process that can be time-consuming based on disk size and system load. RAID 6 offers good read performance similar to RAID 5, but slower write performance due to the need to calculate and write two sets of parity data. The array remains operational even if one or two disks fail, though performance will degrade. A minimum of 4 disks is required, with 2 used for data storage and 2 for parity. RAID 6 is more suitable for larger arrays than RAID 5 due to its ability to tolerate 2 disk failures. The usable capacity of a RAID 6 array is the total capacity minus the capacity of 2 disks for parity. For example, a 4-disk array with 1 TV disk has 2 TV of usable capacity. RAID 6 is more expensive than RAID 5 due to the need for additional disks and more powerful RAID controllers. Longer rebuild times and the write penalty are potential risks, so monitoring the array's health and planning for prompt disk replacements are essential. RAID 6.
That's hardly the worst part. Philip actually believed he deserved the same level of fame as PewDiePie, but the man flat out refused to improve his content. No editing, no effort, no creativity, just the same old raw clips. It's like he thought success was owed to him just for showing up. The level of delusion here is unreal, like he had zero self-awareness about why people weren't sticking around.
I understand that this is going to be some of my fans, okay? I fully understand that. You need to understand if you did that, you are an idiot, okay? You are actually dumb. And I don't know how else to plainly say it. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm trying to actually explain to you how stupid you are so that you'll realize it. Right up front, when I started with Assassin's Creed 3 in the first video, the first thing I said was, we didn't plan on this.
At the time, Philip worked at a helicopter support company, but he lost that job, which he blames on downsizing or restructuring. After that, he turned to YouTube full-time. He began uploading all kinds of game videos every single day. His channel pulled in tens of thousands of views, which was a big deal back then. But instead of improving his content, Philip chose to spam his channel. He wouldn't post one polished 30-minute video. Instead, he would chop it into a dozen 10-minute clips. This would flood people's feeds. For him, it was always about quantity over quality. And if it were a fighting game playthrough, the clips would be even shorter, just 3 to 5 minutes long. That only depended on whether Philip managed to make it to the 3rd round. Instead of editing the matches together into one proper video, he would upload every single match separately. The goal was clear: make money, not good content. Viewers had to sit through every pointless moment, like when Philip died in the game or had to backtrack. He didn't care that his audience was suffering through all of it.
God damn it.
But the real kicker is still to come. Most of Philip's playthroughs were blind runs. This meant that he had absolutely no clue what he was doing in the game. Yet he kept recording anyway. He didn't bother to learn the mechanics, the story, or at the very least the basics. He just jumped in, pressed buttons, and posted it all online, all for the sake of becoming the first YouTuber to upload a playthrough of a newly released game. Philip had a very unusual approach to YouTube. He would upload dozens of videos every single day. Because of this, his videos started getting hundreds of thousands of views. The reason was simple. Whenever someone searched for a game on YouTube, multiple videos from Philip's channel would pop up. This pushed people directly onto his channel. That strategy became the main reason he quickly gained 6-digit subscribers. On the side, Philip also made extra money from his Teespring shop and Patreon account. Philip's earliest career moments weren't easy to say the least. Apart from detractors, Philip had one dreadful enemy: copyright. At the time, it was fairly easy for anyone to flag your content for copyright issues, even if there was no such thing. If your channel gets 3 different copyright strikes, your channel will be shut down immediately with no explanation, particularly the case with some newly released games. They would be followed closely, so the copyright holder could easily flag them. The same kind of deal happened with Philip in 2010, and his gaming channel nearly came crashing down. Ubisoft saw that Philip had uploaded footage from their game Splinter Cell Conviction. They filed a complaint with YouTube, saying it violated copyright. YouTube didn't waste any time. They shut down his channel completely, afraid that Ubisoft might take serious action against them. Philip and his fans complained about it to Ubisoft, and that was when the truth came out. Ubisoft shared their statement on their forums, confirming that they never sent any complaint against Darksiderphil. When YouTube did the verification process on the complainant, they discovered that the person behind it wasn't connected with Ubisoft in any way. Instead, it was a troll who created a fake account pretending to be Ubisoft management, hoping to get his channel down. As a result, Philip's channel was reinstated. But from that moment on, Philip became highly cautious. He didn't want to lose his only source of income and popularity, though it was mostly his detractors. He came up with 2 different options to avoid this issue altogether. First, he started giving his gaming videos the most random and irrelevant titles. For example, he once titled a LA Noire video with guns for LA. Obviously, no one searching the game would ever find that. Other times, he would just make a whole new YouTube channel for every new game he played.
Yeah, it's already installed, too. Wow, that's sweet. It actually installed the pack for me. That's pretty cool.
During the same era, he created a YouTube channel named Red Dead DSP for Red Dead Redemption. At the time, Rockstar Games was infamous for issuing aggressive copyright claims over channels for using its games in walkthroughs and Let's Plays. As if that wasn't enough bad luck, Philip's Red Dead DSP channel eventually got hacked by random soccer live streamers. Result, YouTube shut it down entirely, but that didn't stop Philip. He even launched another side channel, DSP Street Fighter, dedicated to fighting games.
What's up? It's DSP. Welcome to my new Street Fighter related channel. This channel is going to be for all things Street Fighter, whether it's game footage, whether it's instructional videos, whether it's tutorials on how to do things, whether it's, footage of a tournament that I'm at, tournament gameplay, something like that.
Since his channel was getting a lot of traction, he requested an AdSense account for his channel's monetization. Once he got approved, instead of playing by the rules, he went straight into breaking them. AdSense's biggest rule was simple: don't beg people to click ads. But Philip ignored that completely and constantly told his viewers to check out the ads in his videos so he could make money off them.
I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, fingers crossed, that actually starts giving me some money back for what I'm doing. I mean, it's not cheap to do what I'm doing. I bought a lot of games, a lot of equipment, and now I have my own condo, which is basically my studio, to do whatever the hell I want. So, anything that you can give back is much appreciated.
And it didn't take long for YouTube to notice this thing in his videos. His account was soon suspended from AdSense, which means he could never monetize his videos or earn from them. His only source of income had been snatched. With no job in hand and financial assets, Philip faced a serious financial crisis at the time.
Everyone's saying, well, Phil, and we all know that this past weekend, your Google AdSense account got shut down. And therefore,
removable storage refers to devices that can be moved between computers without opening the case, or to media that can be removed from its drive. Drive enclosures, HDDs, and SSDs can be used as removable storage by placing them in an enclosure. The enclosure provides a data interface, such as USB, Thunderbolt, or eSATA, a power connector, if needed, and physical protection for the disk. External storage device image copyright 123rf.com. Some enclosures, known as network attached storage, NAS, can be connected directly to a network. Advanced enclosures can host multiple disks configured as a RAID array. Flash drives and memory cards, SSDs, solid-state drives, use flash memory, which can also be found in other forms like flash drives and memory cards. Also known as a USB drive, thumb drive, or pen drive, a flash drive consists of a flash memory board with a USB connector and a protective cover. You can plug it into any available USB port on your computer. USB thumb drive, left, and SD memory card, right. Image copyright 123rf.com. Commonly used in digital cameras, smartphones, and tablets to store photos, videos, and other data. A memory card requires a card reader to be used with a PC. These readers often fit into a front-facing drive bay of a PC and connect to the motherboard via a USB controller. Most motherboards have spare USB headers for these internal connections, or the reader might come with an expansion card. Multi-card reader image copyright 123rf.com. There are several proprietary types of memory cards, each with different sizes and performance levels.
Unfortunately,
most memory card readers can read multiple types of cards.
He has been openly bragging
For
about
example,
since the beginning
Secure
of his
Digital, SD, cards come in 3 capacity types, SD, up to 2 GB, SDHC, Secure Digital High Capacity up to 32 GB, SDXC, Secure Digital Extended Capacity up to 2 TB. SD cards also have different speed ratings, original SD, up to 25 Mbps UHS, Ultra high speed up to 108 Mbps UHS2, up to 156 Mbps full duplex or 312 Mbps half duplex. UHS3, up to 312 Mbps, FD312, or 624 Mbps, FD624, full duplex. SD Express, the latest variant, which combines the SD card form factor with PCIe and NVMe interfaces, offers speeds up to 985 Mbps. Note, the smaller form factors can be used with regular size readers using an adapter, caddy, to hold the card.
Fanboys on the planet Earth, they will defend Nintendo no matter what wrongs they do, right? They will defend Nintendo.
Philip's general target of racism is Asian, and most commonly people from China. But he also doesn't spare African American people from his deranged mentality.
I still can't steal from this vending machine.
And the viewers under his videos lashed out at Philip for his hateful and insane attitude. But Philip doesn't really care what others think. This is disgusting. The fact that you find this even the slightest bit funny is not only detestable, but it's also a show of your immaturity, due to the fact that to you, if you don't find this funny, you're racially sensitive and don't have a sense of humor. That's simply bull. I've never been subscribed to you, and because of this I will never subscribe to you. Thanks for sharing your humor with everyone. Now grow some respect. DSP sounds like high school all over again. Racist, idiotic, loud, annoying, as a Chinese man. I've never wanted to kick someone in the balls so hard before this video. And then he had the audacity to claim that he had never been a racist in his whole life.
Particularly hate about me, whether I said that I hated Minecraft years ago or I made a supposedly racist comment even though I've never done anything racist in my entire life.
But instead of owning up to it, he pulled one of the most ridiculous moves ever. He made a video explaining why he's allowed to make racist jokes. But if people mock him for his gout, suddenly that's crossing the line. The hypocrisy is so loud, it's almost funny. Almost. And it wasn't just Blip.tv that had enough with Philip, Twitch did too. He didn't just get banned once or twice. It happened over and over again. Clearly, platforms are catching on to the kind of person he really is.
So I guess they didn't ban me from Twitch, but apparently I'm being kicked out of the partnership program with no explanation. That's what it looks like.
By now, throwing hate at Philip doesn't even feel wrong. It feels completely justified. He goes out of his way to say and do things that piss people off, and instead of being embarrassed, he seems to love it. Every time people stack up reasons for why DSP is so hateful, Philip doesn't take it as criticism. He takes it as free publicity on because it gives him more clout and exposure. After getting banned from Blip.tv, Philip was once again stuck in the loop of financial strain. But this time he had no other way to cope with the strain, so he had no option other than to wait. In early 2011, Philip received an offer from Machinima, a video entertainment network, to partner with them and to earn money from his gameplay videos. With Machinima placing ads under their brand, just like AdSense, Philip's income started to rise quickly.
I was partnered with a company, an MCN, one of these big partnership networks on YouTube called Machinima. And I partnered with Machinima way back when, in early 2011. This was at a time when very few YouTubers were monetizing gameplay videos. In fact, at that time, it was a very tumultuous time where the gaming videos on YouTube were very popular.
His income had begun flourishing to the point that he decided to extend his presence further on YouTube. In 2010, he launched a new channel named DSP Gaming. There, he would upload his game playthroughs and post livestream archives.
6 years, and it's funny because when I partnered with Machinima back in 2011, they were actually known as one of the major heavy-hitting partnership companies on YouTube. They were one of those pioneering companies that allowed gamers for the first time to put advertisements on their video gameplay and make money doing it. So they were huge.
His rising fame boosted his visibility and confidence on YouTube. Naturally, this also brought out his hostile side in gameplay. During online competitions, Philip would often lash at his opponents in the game, adding another item to the list of why a DSP is so hateful.
He's a button pusher. He only knows how to do lag patterns.
Is he still located in Sita?
Otherwise, once I neutralize that and let that in, you can do anything.
Whenever he played a game against someone online, his behavior followed the same pattern. Win or lose, he couldn't resist berating his opponents. If he won, he would flaunt what many called his empty talent. But if he lost, the rage would take over. He'd lash out and accuse his opponent of using some secret trick that supposedly explained their victory.
you kidding me? Can't block level 3 super because of the lag.
Yet despite claiming to be a professional player, his behavior tells a different story. Philip developed an insane habit of constantly rage quitting, not only when he loses, but even when things aren't going his way, or when his viewer count doesn't rise like he wants. Philip has rage quitted over 100 games for different reasons, but mostly because of his failures at winning, blaming the poor, design, control, and enemy tactics. There is, however, one more reason. In one instance, he didn't want to give his detractors another set of videos to make their This Is How You Don't Play series.
The last year, how many games did I rage quit? I literally did second win and the game said, oh, you.
This intense online persona didn't stop at gaming. In 2011, Philip expanded his presence by creating a separate YouTube channel named The King of Hate HD, which he used for content other than game playthroughs. On the channel, he would post a number of things, including series like DSP Tries It, Ask the King, Project 7, Personal Rants, and Poorly Cooking with the King.
What's up, everyone? It's DSP, and today I'm trying something totally different. It's called food reviews.
DSP Tries It was one of the most notable series on his vlog channel. In this series, he posted reviews on junk food and other unhealthy items like different flavors of Mountain Dew. His food reviews were so annoying that viewers had to listen to his loud chewing. On top of that, they had to put up with his unnecessary comments about the food. The very first episode of DSP Tries, it came in October 2010, when Philip reviewed Burger King's ciabatta sandwich. Since this was during the period he still had his AdSense account, he was making decent money just by sitting in front of a camera and eating fast food.
The hash browns have an odd kind of a seasoning to them. They actually taste different than other hash browns that I've had. I have one more.
Another one of his side projects was Poorly Cooking with the King. While this series did gain attention, it wasn't always for the right reasons. Viewers often criticized Philip for his careless handling of food, questionable hygiene, and his off-putting tone. Unlike his other projects, this one didn't last long. It ran for only 9 episodes. The first episode showed him attempting to make a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich.
I'm going to whip up a couple of express mode bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of white bread, bacon, obviously. This is hardwood smoked bacon. Eggs, these are jumbo-sized white eggs.
And in the same first episode, Philip messed up big time. After cooking bacon in the fry pan, he discarded the leftover burning hot oil in his toilet.
The most common thing that people do, I'm going to be honest with you, they either pour it down their kitchen sink, which is a bad move because the kitchen sink clogs all the time, or the other thing that I see people do, which I'm going to do because unfortunately there's nothing else I could do with this, this is going to go down the pooper.
Compact disc, read-only memory, digital versatile discs, DVDs, and Blu-ray discs, VDS, are used for music and video retail. These optical media types use a laser to read data encoded on the disc surface. While marketed as durable, scratches can make them unreadable. These discs can also store PC data and come in recordable and rewritable formats. Basic recordable media can be written to once in a single session. Multi-session recordable media can be written to in multiple sessions, but data cannot be erased. Rewritable media can be written and erased multiple times, up to a certain number of write cycles. Capacity and transfer rates. Each optical disc type has different capacities and transfer rates. CD capacity up to 700 megabytes. Formats: recordable, CDR, and rewritable, CDRW. Base transfer rate: 150 kbps DVD. Capacity: 4.7 GB. Single layer, single-sided, to about 17 GB. Dual layer, double-sided. Formats: DVD plus R/RW and DVD R/RW. Most drives support both, indicated by the plus or minus symbol. Base transfer rate: 1.32 Mbps, equivalent to 9x CD speed. Blu-ray capacity: 25 GB per layer.
Didn't come to light
Formats,
until 2015.
read-only,
It was when Philip's
BD-ROM,
friends
and
John,
rewritable,
Rambo, and Howard
BD-RE.
released a 1.5
Base
hour
transfer
exposé
rate,
about how the series
4.5
really been made.
MBPs,
The video was so
with a
critical
maximum
that it turned
theoretical
Philip
rate of
into a laughing
16x,
stock. It quickly
72
became a pure nightmare for him,
MBPs.
and he had to get it
Installation
removed.
and connectivity internal optical drive, installed in a 5.25-inch drive bay and connected to the motherboard via SATA data and power connectors.
When I was so upset,
External optical drive, connected via USB, eSATA, or Thunderbolt.
and down top of that, I
These
had a
drives
source
usually
on it.
require an external power supply via an AC adapter.
Here's the irony.
They may
The
use
exposé
either a
never would have
tray-based or
existed
slot
if
loading
Philip hadn't poked
mechanism.
at his former friends in the
Optical
first place.
drive
When
unit
fans
image
began
copyright
asking if he cut ties with John Howard,
123rf.com
Philip
note.
responded
Drives
with
also
more
feature a
confidence,
small hole that
claiming
accesses
real
a disk
men don't
eject
hesitate carving
mechanism.
out their issues.
Insert a
He
paper
framed the
clip
bomb
to
as
activate the
jealousy,
mechanism.
painting himself as the victim.
This is useful if the standard eject button does not work or if the drive does not have power.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on
Drives
that.
are rated by their data transfer speeds, expressed as record/rewrite/read speeds. Example 24x/16x/52x. New drives are generally multi-format, but older drives may lack Blu-ray support.
And it was never
Consumer
actually brought to
DVDs
my
and Blu-rays
attention.
often include digital rights management, DRM, and region coding.
And I did try
Region coding
actively
restricts disk
contacting
usage
and
to
talking
players
to
from the same
there,
region.
And basically,
On
I heard
PCs,
nothing
the
whatsoever
region
from
can be
John
set
Randall
via
at all.
device properties but is
He would often
usually
make
limited
several
to a few
passive-aggressive
changes by the
comments about his
firmware.
vlogs. He would also imply that both John and Howard were ungrateful and unreliable, something that his fans saw as manipulative and deflective.
Some idiot in stream chat says, you know, you can't just say something's not true. You have to present evidence when everyone's been right about everything in the past. When everyone's been right about everything in the past, really, let's just go through all the list of the insane, stupid that they say about me on a daily basis that's completely wrong. You're an idiot. Just because you believe it doesn't make it true.
But what John and Howard told the viewers completely blew off Philip's cover, reducing him to a sore spot. Project 7's backbone, editing, and storyboarding were managed by Philip's childhood friends, Andre and Paul, who also had a YouTube channel, Respect the Pact of their own. The most interesting part is that Andre and Paul came up with this Project 7 idea. They only shortlisted Philip to be part of it. This was because he wanted to try new content, and maybe because he was a face many people wanted to see on screen.
Started to fall apart, and what was basically happening was these guys were working 50, 60 hours a week on getting it edited to try to pump it out with these unrealistic timelines. So naturally what's going to happen is people are just going to get burnt out, which ended up happening. Couple that with the fact, and again, we don't want to talk too much about it, but couple that with the fact with money. You know, these guys are putting all this time and effort into it, and what do they get? Gugats. That's what they got.
At first, it seemed to them that Philip was coming from a genuine place, but it was never like that. Philip had always lied to everyone on the set of Project 7, disregarding everyone's personal struggles. The editing work was, of course, quite time-consuming and demanded effort, especially given that Andre was about to become a dad at the time. John suggested that Philip should compensate Andre and Paul for their hard work. Philip, in response, said he had already offered them money, but both of them rejected his offer. This was the worst lie that he told
Let's see how this
and it
is.
caught up with them soon enough. John asked Paul and Andre if Philip had offered them compensation. It turned out he hadn't. Philip only wanted to keep the earnings from Project 7 to himself, exploiting his friends.
I feel like they're not getting anything back. And they're not getting credit, they're not getting, monetized things, nothing, okay? Something happened. Andre had basically a big life-changing thing. He's having a kid, okay? Andre's gonna have a kid. So they basically say, look, we can't do this anymore. We can't do the Project 7 anymore. It's not worth our time. We have other stuff we gotta do. So I had a conversation with Phil. I said, listen, you have to make it worth their while, man. Throw them money. I'm not saying throw them like thousands of dollars.
And that money didn't really go to any better cause either. Philip freely drank tons on nonsense. He spent thousands of dollars on expensive gamer collectibles, man-baby toys, Panasonic Gear HDTV, and even a BMW, all while his friends paid for everyone during the production from their pockets. Philip never compensated any of them for their efforts or any money that they had invested in the series. But things get crazier. When the fans complimented someone other than Philip, he would make a comeback. For example, when the viewers praised John's performance in Project 7,
okay, so you
called
got
it better than Philip's, he immediately took all the credit. The script and direction were from his side.
I'm Rambo, because I have no clue.
So you got the dude from Scotland Yard.
Over it. He doesn't talk to me anymore. He won't even respond. Or if I text him or call him, I don't
got
get anything
Chinese.
back. So from my situation,
okay, so you have Time Splitters and Time Splitters too. So I guess you got to complete the full story of the first one. Easy, hard, normal.
Unfortunately, that wasn't true. When John confronted Philip about his lies, he apologized to him. However,
challenge mode, destruction.
Philip never meant it.
He had the undead,
heist, had this recurring behavior.
Banana chop, blast smash, monkey mayhem,
only apologized once he was
cutout shootout, infiltration,
eventually, John
miscellaneous challenges.
After years of putting up with Philip's poor attitude and
arcade, custom arcade league,
they realized he would never change or treat them with the same
online,
respect.
join online.
That was when we finally cut ties with him for good.
Why he's even texting?
Deathmatch.
And it's not even coherent. So you start wondering if
different
the guy
maps.
Like if he's been drinking and texting.
Hospital, Castle Docks, Subway,
it's really weird. So basically, I called John up, and
all
John,
the modes.
You know, John
Team
goes,
Deathmatch, capture the bag, thief, virus, elimination,
it's really weird,
bag tag, knockout, flame tag,
back and, you know,
shrink zones, assault, gladiator, leech,
like,
regeneration, vampire, escort, monkey, assistant, class stand, team elimination.
On one end, but then he said something like later.
We start with gun, friendly fire, radar, one-shot kill,
finally made a comeback video
score
addressing
limit,
questions
game
about
time.
Project 7's Fallout. He claimed that he couldn't pay any of his friends because the revenue from Project 7 was already dropping.
Available weapons. Okay, so you can't change the weapons yet.
Even if it were true, he could have
You're not done with that.
Back then. Instead, he kept them in the dark for nearly a decade. By now, you probably
sci-fi pistol, ray gun, carbine, gun ray launcher, minigun, rocket launcher.
The pattern remains the same. And true to
handgun, Jaguar revolver, Mauser pistol.
During 2011 and 2012,
pistol, sci-fi handgun, ray
what he
gun,
called a giveaway
rockets,
session for his viewers.
explosives,
in the videos, he advertised and showed game-related items
proximity
like collector's
mines,
editions,
time
autograph
mines,
boxes, and rare merchandise.
bricks,
Welcome to the
plasma
Hardcore
auto
Gaming
rifle,
Season
tactical
giveaway
12 gauge, flamethrower, chain gun,
very first
homing
item I'm
launcher.
giving away.
Okay, so yeah, you can select the different weapons. Okay, so yeah, pistol times 2, M16, M16 times 2, Soviet
But in
747,
reality, it was an illusion created by
Soviet
DSP
747 times
as a
2,
fan
shotgun
felt
times
for.
2,
In one of the many
tactical 12
giveaways,
gauge,
Philip sent out empty game boxes to fans with no
silence,
game-related
sniper
items.
rifle,
When confronted
plasma
about
auto
this,
rifle,
Philip shamelessly doubled down. He argued
flamethrower,
that
fire
since the boxes were
extinguisher,
autographed
rocket launcher, homing
they already
launcher,
held
and
them
time
value.
time mines,
Because the giveaways were completely free.
proximity mines, remote mines, grenades, plasma grenades, brick,
I answered a question at
Uzi,
length about
Uzi
whether or not
times
back
2,
in the day, I actually
blunderbuss,
give out empty boxes as rewards for content.
Mauser
I'm
pistol,
just
Mauser
learning
pistol
from
2,
documentaries
assault
so many
shotgun,
questions,
Tommy
people
gun,
putting empty game boxes as prizes.
Tommy gun times 2,
Around the
ray
same time,
gun,
another major chapter in DSP's
ray gun,
life
carbine,
began.
baseball
Philip began
bat,
taking an interest in one of
Pitches
the
rifle,
female
sci-fi
gamers,
auto
Diane
rifle,
Penny, aka
Garrett revolver,
Lee,
Garrett
in
revolver
the
times
YouTube gaming
2,
space.
grenade launcher,
She was
assault
introduced to him through
rifle,
an online gaming session.
electro
And it didn't
tool,
take long for them to start dating.
sci-fi pistol,
The week 3 drawing and the week 2 announcement of the
sci-fi
winner
handgun.
of the Hardcore Gaming
So you
Season
can use
giveaway.
some of the, you can use the weapons from Time Splitters Future Perfect, but
2014, and just like that, Leanna
that
became
game's
his
not
full-time
available yet.
girlfriend. At first, the
With
relationship
this-
blossomed and everything looked good,
with this
but it was soon
fan-made
revealed to Philip's
project.
audience that
Sci-fi
Leanna was no better
handgun,
than a
sci-fi
rocket
sniper
scientist.
rifle.
Leanna was a die-hard fan of The Sims.
They did a-
The game
they did a
she
good
played
job
all
with the
day
design of the
long, getting
weapons.
bothered.
What's going on?
They look so much better.
Sunday, unfortunately,
Pump rocket launcher, Soviet rifle,
unfortunately, all the furniture is
TNT,
being delivered, so a big chunk of
minigun,
Sunday, I'm
sniper
gonna be busy.
rifle,
So
SPP,
really, full-time
90
streaming
minute
and
machine
all
gun,
according to
machine
plan.
gun times
We'll
2,
begin on Monday,
and chain
however,
gun.
On Monday, our car is being delivered. So it's
But the worst thing about their relationship altogether was baffling. It was their age gap. Leanna was
see what
18 at the
see
time,
what the
while
characters
Philip
she got
29,
are.
which is a staggering 11 years difference. This made his audience question the
Deacon
intentions of
Swan,
Philip and if he was a
Harry Tipper
Philip
from
and
Future
Leanna had a
Perfect,
father-daughter-like relationship on screen, perhaps due to their
Captain
ridiculous
Ash.
age gap.
Okay, so
Cortez.
hard work today downstairs. So we went from a
Seth
huge
Graven.
mass of bins to this, ladies and gentlemen.
Louise
It's
McKenzie.
our entire Blu-ray collection.
Kaboo Jones.
Alphabetized from start to
Jackie
finish.
Smith already.
The viewers had noticed that there was barely any affection between
R108.
the couple in the videos, especially in the family vlogs.
Joe Beth
The ironic
Casey.
twist was that the
She's
couple
from
would be
that-
spending their
she's
time
from
in
the
places
zombie
where their parents
Mission
would take
from
their child, such as the zoo. Philip's
Future
viewers also
Perfect.
noticed that Leanna was way more obnoxious than Philip.
The Mummy Eyes.
His playthroughs were already annoying
They
enough
still
for
had-
viewers,
they still have some
but
of the
with
old
his girlfriend
sounds from the
inside them, They
games.
became way worse. During the playthroughs, Leanna would constantly yap, whine, and at times get
They haven't
into
added those in
arguments with
yet.
Philip, all during the game. If that wasn't enough, Philip also let Leanna moderate his Twitch chat.
I can't afford anything.
Mommy.
It says everything's locked for me.
The character models look really good. I will
See,
give them
you can
that.
watch even a few seconds of this shit without cringing at that noise. They don't have
Captain
any
Ash and
chemistry
Harry
together
Tipper
whatsoever. It was
look
the
really
same
good.
time when his videos stopped attracting views and began experiencing a downward spiral. Many of his most loyal fans pointed out what they
It's a little
believed to be
loud.
the
Let me
root
turn this
cause.
down.
His girlfriend's constant presence in the background. They felt her interruptions would ruin the flow of his playthroughs, and some even urged Philip to keep her out of his content altogether.
Yeah, they don't have Cortez's line, famous line. There's a lot of stuff here that needs to be worked on. Chinese chef, soldier, Valid SWAT, mutant, police zombie, green alien, Reaper splitter.
Personnel are to evacuate immediately. That's what she said.
And that's when Philip's temper got the best of him.
Mr. Giggles.
To him, it was unthinkable that anyone
Ibrahim
would dare
from the other
question his
games.
skills or point out flaws. in his
RoboFish.
videos. Although the feedback was fair, he refused to listen.
Okay, so that's
Instead, he laughed
only a
out
small
calls him
selection of
fan idiots
characters.
for daring to say such things.
People were saying, we don't like Candelini or her commentary. Don't do these games. So let me get this straight. In a choice between having an Assassin's Creed 3 playthrough, having WWE 13 Attitude Era playthrough, with Candelini commentary and mine,
How do you get out of this?
not ever doing the games ever, you would choose not ever doing the games ever. Well, guess what? You're an idiot. If that's what you said. You said in the comments like that.
One moment that primarily stood out was when Philip
I'm
blocked
stuck.
one of his earliest fans,
Can't get out of it.
Evalage of 2010, after he criticized Leanna's involvement and labeled her as part of DSP's downfall. At first, Evalage didn't retaliate. He simply moved on, but the situation escalated when DSP later boasted about his Metal Gear Solid 2 playthrough, claiming it had received overwhelming praise from his audience. Evalage 2010, in response, made a video named This Is How You
I'm
Don't
kinda
Play
stuck in
MSG2.
this.
His
Can't
video
leave.
was all about the comments posted by Philip's own fans, pointing out his mistakes and suggesting how he could do it better.
I'll close this out and come back. This game still has some work in progress and bugs. But so far they're doing a really good job with it. It looks really good.
What started as a single video soon grew into something much larger. He went above and beyond, turning Metal Gear Solid 2 into a full series of This Is How You Don't Play. The format quickly spread to Philip's other playthroughs as well. Thousands of viewers watched many of them, likely detractors who enjoyed seeing his mistakes highlighted in such a brutal fashion. Soon enough, other creators began making similar How You Don't Play series on different games. They attracted the same amount of views, sometimes even more. The videos of How You Don't Play series would show
Alright, so I'm gonna try the story first, and then we'll do multiplayer after that.
Coupled with the
See how it is.
game, Philip wouldn't dare spare the game itself and the developers from his rage, all because of his failure and poor style.
I'll just do normal.
What? I was blocking. Didn't you see I was blocking?
Nice gun sounds.
Another thing people noticed about Philip's relationship with Leanna was how submissive he acted.
I got sleep at ship from the enemy down here. My stream is completely.
Where am I getting shot from? Oh, that way, okay.
Viewers often pointed this out because it was
Yeah,
the
man, these
opposite of how
graphics and
Reed
visuals, they're impressive.
It showed more
These look
clearly
really
during his
good.
playthroughs of young women on screen. Philip would act awkward.
did a good job.
Almost like he was drooling over them.
so far with this level
He
design.
didn't hold back from lashing out at his fans for berating Leanna. Instead of removing her from his playthroughs, he turned his chat to subs only. He shamefully claimed that the viewers were in the wrong, and not him or his girlfriend.
I guess people stalk my girlfriend's Twitter and get an inside joke about the
Grenades.
There's no sense. I'm super confused, and I tell you why. That's hilarious because that just shows how mindless and stupid the people are.
DSP also reportedly sold to a wax hard Etsy shop in 2015, which is now deleted. But that business never made
Another
any profit,
blunderbuss.
and Leanne continued to live with him without doing anything to support him. But in November 2015, Leanna finally found a job at a local bank. This is likely after DSP quit for his work due to a declining financial situation. His relationship took a turn in May 2017. During one of his live streams, Philip suddenly got a call from Leanna's workplace. She had suffered a panic attack and was taken to the hospital with parents. Philip quickly left and told his viewers that he had to attend a family emergency. Later, he uploaded a video explaining what happened. But instead of focusing on Leanna's problem, the video was mostly about him. How the situation affected him. The YouTube creator L. Criminal King made a mocking video about the whole
Also,
thing.
being able to switch between weapons is actually pretty good too. I'm about to die. I gotta find help.
Gonna be admitted to the hospital. I don't know what to do. I have no idea.
And just after a month, Philip announced that Leanna had broken up even before he visited the ER after her panic attack. He also claimed that she had moved out of his place. After the breakup, Leanna began to completely away from public eyes. Her Twitter and Instagram pages were deleted. Her YouTube channel was also deleted in 2019.
Bitch, I'm about to die.
According to this account, Leanna was the kind of girlfriend who mostly thought about herself and how to improve her own life. She didn't really help Philip with
That
power
was
goals or support him in any meaningful way.
I love how they kept the old school style
Some people on forums
of it.
call her a gold digger.
It's just
One could
updated in
forget that she was the
HD
original
resolution
person who
quality.
built a game popularity for her own gaming channel.
Yeah, this is impressive. I really like this.
However, it was clear that she was just your standard gold digger who would leave no longer.
Oh yeah, and the
support her.
gun sounds. They sound really
She
good.
remains filled.
They're so much better than the original.
And you know, we're probably not going to do any kind of home improvements until I'd probably say until
Shit, I gotta find help.
Even Philip himself admitted that Leanna was only after his wealth. And once he experienced downfall, she left him.
why? Because I'm with someone who has
Oh crap, he just spawned right in front of my ass. Let me make sure I have this up. Yeah, okay, just making sure I had it up.
I've been there. Personally, I lived through it. All right.
Wait.
And I'm here
Now I
to
got a
tell you,
revolver.
The woman who lives with me, the woman I want to be with for the rest of my life, she actually loves me.
Philip's blunt attitude had served him right, yet it did little to humble him. In the same era, Philip started...
Definitely gives you that old school arcade vibe of one of those old school shooters. Definitely kept the old school shooting style. It kind of gives you a mix between like GoldenEye 007 and older titles. But it's one of those old school shooters like Doom or something like that. James Bond, Doom, games like that. This is definitely a game from the PS2 era. But so far what they're doing with this is impressive. I really like the graphics.
Original creators on my website. You know, from time to time there's a PC release that I might like to play, like last year for StarCraft 2.
The funny thing is, Philip had already approved the parts list before the PC was even built, so he knew exactly what was going into it. When the fans offered to help fix his PC, he straight up denied, and instead chose to whine and rant.
Also, I'm not having many problems with the gameplay. The game's running very smooth. Wish I could access the. I wish I could get a analysis on what the game's running at. Like I could see the frame rate and shit. Like an option, but I don't think I have that. Let me see.
And if it wasn't already controversial enough for him, Philip managed to land himself in one of his most infamous scandals. In 2016, he became the star of what's now remembered as his most humiliating moment.
The FOVs are 90, that's pretty good.
Before playing Uncharted,
Anti-aliasing.
Philip forgot to turn off his webcam and ended up embarrassing himself. This incident further tarnished his name and channel, but this was only the beginning
Put that
of
on
his
full
downfall.
screen.
During the same year, Philip faced another setback. The contract on which his whole income was dependent had been terminated by Machinima.
2012 was around, I believe, mid-November, late 2012. I got a call, not an email, not
Yeah, there's not an option to look at what this is running at, but so far it's running pretty smooth.
Sorry, Phil, I know we already canceled that bonus initiative from earlier this year that we mentioned.
I don't seem to be having a lot of hiccups with this build.
Philip or Machinima never explained why the contract ended, but anyone could tell that his channels were nosediving, views were shrinking, and the viral "This is how you don't play" series from X-Fan, Evil. AJ 2010 was shredding what little credibility he had left. On top of that, his constant racist outbursts and edgy rants probably made his content impossible for advertisers, and Machinima likely didn't want YouTube breathing down their necks.
Now, the reason I'm making this video
I guess I'm going backwards.
is because after a 6-year partnership with Machinima, it was just about 1 month ago.
The only thing I don't know how to do is throw grenades.
Yeah, there was some
I've not really played Time Splitters on PC. Now this is making me want to emulate this. It's making me want to go back and emulate the old versions and play it on PC. Now that I played this.
He also accused him of not
I might.
promoting it, basically ignoring the fact that his downfall was entirely his own doing. Philip shared other issues as well, like when he wanted perks and free games and travel expenses. He was left unheard. Machinima never bothered to respond to his requests clearly.
Trying to
in this video, I know it's going to probably go long.
figure out where I'm going.
I want to tell you about my
A little lost.
I can't disclose any specific contractual facts or figures.
I'm getting lost in the pyramids down here in Egypt.
But I can speak in general terms. Alright? I can't give you numbers, but I can tell you about certain things they did.
Here's another blunderbuss.
With them, weird things that happened behind the scenes and staffing.
However, the real collapse started when Philip's money problems kicked in. Since Machinima had been his only paycheck,
I wish I had a map.
This subtly began his begging sessions, mentioning to his fans that he was in serious trouble and wanted their help in paying his bills.
Because people like DSP Gaming, if you've never seen a DSP Gaming before,
there we go. Alright.
Begging for me. This guy's like, hey man, I gotta pay my bills, I got all these bills, and I got some debt, and it's like, he makes it his fans' responsibility to pay his bills.
And of course, the fans eagerly threw their hard-earned cash at this clueless man-child. But did he use it wisely? Absolutely not. From 2017 to 2020, he blew cash left and right on pointless luxuries, making his fans furious.
How people have actually been giving him money, which I can't believe I can't believe that conversation.
The pistol could use some work. The pistol sounds could use some work, but I like, the revolver sounds could use some work, but I like the Mauser, I like the blunderbuss shotgun, and I really like the Thompson.
Game called WWE Champion. Fans who thought their donations were helping them survive quickly realized their money was just being thrown into a bottomless pit of a virtual trading card. The information was leaked in 2021 when a detractor shared Philip's bank statement mentioning the amount of dollars he had spent on a petty mobile gaming app. He was in the game under the name, they called him DSP. Philip's addiction to WWE Champions wasn't just a rumor. He even showed up on the list of players actively competing in contests and pouring money into the game.
I currently jump between 4 mobile games when I play mobile games, okay? I play Multi Dokkan Battle.
Let's try that again.
Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. I play a Marvel video game called Marvel Fight, and I play a game called WWE Champions, which of all things you can believe it, is a WWE game that plays like Indie Pro.
His spending habits caught up with him big time. In January of 2020, Philip revealed to his audience that he was filing for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. He claimed he was drowning in thousands of dollars in debt and couldn't actually afford his bills anymore.
This city, over $5,000. I owe my tax attorney over $5,000. All of that money, completely and utterly maxed out.
Couldn't aim very well from it there.
These factors dug into his bankruptcy filings and found that Philip
Oh crap, I ran out of ammo.
especially the part where he claimed to have pet personal electronics or collectibles. The most shocking move was Philip's audacity to cover up his large spending on WWE champions by labeling it as business. The floor was wide open, exposing how ridiculous it really was. His expenses showed he had blown a massive $8,325 in WWE champions. His single biggest bill, even beating out his mortgage, according to the Union and low for it. Philip's bankruptcy wasn't just about money. It was also about the way he handled his properties. At the time, Philip owned 2 different condos, one in Washington and even though he only lived in the Washington condo, he kept the Connecticut
the enemy spawning on you like out of the blue, that could be fixed.
Mortgage and HOA fees on both
I don't like that.
So
I'm not sure where they're coming from. They come out of the blue and I can't find them very easily. They're hard to find. That could be worked on.
Because they destroyed his YouTube channel. Aunt was living at the CT condo for 2 years after the move and she died. Phil was charging her to live there.
I gotta find Hill.
2 major factors that caused him death. Screw you. The bank was clear on the bill. The bank stopped paying.
Shoot, I'm about to die.
Still charged overdraft fees. But this isn't everything that had pushed him into the darkness of bankruptcy. The same user had exposed him and his situation to further on this thread. Stopped paying. CT Mortgage, when he got back from local, called bank and said he wouldn't pay anymore because he couldn't. Had to pay $400 per month in housing association fees for CT condo. Bank wanted financial documents for 4 months and told Phil he didn't qualify for any assistance because it wasn't his primary residence. They told him to short sell the property. He tried to short sell the CT condo in 2017. He got a special government mortgage so he couldn't short sell. Phil called him stupid for telling him to short sell because he didn't qualify. The bank said they would take that into consideration.
If I jump down there, though, I could die.
Stopped talking to him.
Maybe not.
September, the mortgage company sold the mortgage. And the mortgage company specialized in bad mortgages, foreclosing, suing for the rest. Phil confirms $100,000 lawsuit value of CT condo. The mortgage holder wanted his financial.
I don't know if I know much about the original Time Splitters. I don't think I've ever played the first one.
All his other debt he's just making minimum.
I don't know if I've ever played the original Time Splitters. I played 2 and I played Future Perfect. But I don't think I've ever played the first one. That's the only one I've ever played. I don't know much about the original.
Literally never said foreclosure was.
So I don't know much about Egypt.
It wasn't happening. I guess there's no mom here today to ban everyone themselves. What a bunch of idiots. Vague references to looking at the lawyer. The lawyer said no way out but bankruptcy. He can't pay down his debts. Saw a bankruptcy lawyer. Told bankruptcy lawyer the trolls ruined my income and that's why his income is inconsistent. Bankruptcy lawyer said trolls are crazy and obsessed. We'll find public bankruptcy filings because they
oh shit!
In August 2020.
I hate that they just spawn behind my back like that. That really throws off my timing.
And no source of income, Philip made a U-turn towards another option. Twitch. While he had been on Twitch off and off, after severe financial struggles in late 2016.
Shit. Kill me again.
So there's the audience code for those who want to join in the audience. Join at the bottom down there, see it?
Through the Twitch partnership, Philip earned.
Alright, let me try this one last time.
It gave him some relief from his money issues.
And then we're going to try out multiplayer, see how it is. Try out the multiplayer version again.
2 weeks later, Philip finally got an email from Twitch saying he had broken the rules by making racist comments and showing no self-awareness.
And I'm looking at it like, this is terms contained within. There's no attachment on the email. Like, there's nothing on the email at all that says, this is this is violated, and you're being kicked out of the partnership program because of this. It's just a generic.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the grenades. I didn't get them on time.
It looks legit. It's from Partnership Removals at Twitch.tv.
In a response video, Philip bluntly expressed feelings about losing his partnership benefits, and as the viewers said, he didn't ask for an apology from Twitch. He demanded it.
We don't all be speculating and we don't all be wondering what the hell is the matter? What happened behind the scenes? I lost my Twitch partnership after being for 8 years and never, ever during that time frame.
Damn it. Ran out of ammo.
Depending only on fans' donations. He supercharged his begging phase by threatening his fans that he would leave the platform altogether. They didn't help him with donations. Philip, without any shame, ranted about his situation and asked his followers if they could use PayPal to support his live stream. He even set a $200 goal for one live stream, and he would do 2 live streams in a day, aiming for 400 a day.
That's a big change. That's, you have to have PayPal. You have to make a verified PayPal, right? And you're going to have to put it there the only way. Unless, again, you become an ongoing release by Patreon, that's not the same as sub. But outside of that, there's no other way that I can quit, shut it off, right? So please understand.
Some of his fans question his preference for getting donations through PayPal.
Oh, shoot.
PayPal had a policy to share the personal information of the donor with the recipient. For this reason, many fans were skeptical of this method. In response, Philip became aggressive and asked them to seek help. One of his fans sent him 25,000 bits, which is $250.
You missed me with those grenades.
But Philip banned that fan because they didn't use PayPal for donations. His attitude toward his own supporters kept getting worse, and he was fed up with his toxic behavior. Yet he still didn't
So about to die.
that they had
I need help.
I really don't know what to tell you through that. Like if you're actually that paranoid and afraid of something, I think that.
Crap. That was close.
I'm just being very honest.
Even now, donations. The channel DSP Gaming has around 200,000 subscribers and more than 67,000 videos. But most of his content isn't considered valuable. Sadly for him, his views keep dropping, and on average, his videos only get about 400 to 500 views each. His estimated monthly earnings range between $300 and $600 on average, which means he isn't making enough from YouTube. And this is why his main income stream still comes from squeezing donations out of his fans, usually pushing for $50 to $150 a day. At this point, it is possible that he would.
I'm gonna try offline first, and then I'm gonna see if I maybe
his YouTube career
can find an online match.
Controversial mud, and there's no way he's ever crawling back out.
Because there's nothing to follow up. He got completely destroyed. And now he does a $5 super chat and he says, heartbreaking. How are we ever going to hit the goal now? I'm sorry all your preparation for this didn't work out. Oh, it's heartbreaking that you sent me $10 to say 2 dumb things. I'm really heartbroken.
Okay, so you can like
that
change
you
your
just sent me all
music.
that money. Thanks a lot.
That being said, let's end the Dark Side of Phil saga right here. Do you think his life is going to get any better? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
Yeah, they don't. The only thing is they don't have. The rest of the music.
I don't like death metal. The death metal sounds like this. It's noise, okay? Really, you're all nobodies. The people who do that shit. You're stuck. You're broken in the head. Everyone jazz content creators out there. All you do
Damn, bro, look at this gun design. This is really good.
100%.
And even the weapon sounds are much more improved. Man,
But tips are really tips are essentially my liquidity. When you tip me on a stream for something I get right away, that's something I can use to pay a bill, go grocery shopping.
It's the bait, yeah.
It definitely is faster, that's
That's how
yeah, the multiplayer still needs some work.
3 kills to go.
existing game is full of shit. I'm not
He still got some issues.
One position. 3 kills to go. 3 kills to
I'm
go.
Outside Phil, or DSP for short, and welcome to DSP.
2 kills to go.
You're actually seeing this video.
3 kills to go. 3 kills to go. 2 kills to go. 3 kills to go. 2 kills to go. 1 kill to go. 2 kills to go. 1 kill to go. 1 kill to go. 1 kill to go.
I'm done. She's gonna heal him. I'm done. I'm done. It's over. It's over. Goodbye. It's over.
He still managed to blame everyone but himself. For years, DSP
So they have Scotland the Yard theme
together
for the
delusion.
I myself
anything
am
for
a former
multiplayer.
pro fighting game player, as well as a machinima partner here on YouTube and a Twitch TV partner over on Hey, shut up. I'm not taking your shit. I'm real. It is. People in the chat right now. Oh, you're doing the meat. Oh, shut up. Wasted. Watch this. Boom, boom. Stop shooting, motherfucker. Jeez, I swear to God. The Jew, the Mexican, the Asian, you're so demanding. You're nuts.
And begging in one endless live stream of disaster.
Number 2. During this time, killing spree.
You can still leave this thing.
Skullbuster.
However, before anything else, DSP has been fumbling his way around the gaming world ever since. This is really very much of what it was called him out for his traffic behavior, and he goes to the next
you know, Phil is either going to do one or two things. The reason we
3 kills to go.
And I don't know twice because the guy likes
3 kills to go. 3 kills to go. 2 kills to go. Ooh. 3 kills to go. So, to his credit, the progress. 1 kill to go. 1 kill to go.
DSP once again picked up his counter and backstabbing his childhood friends, Rambo and Howard.
Yeah, I kind of like this.
And becoming an over-the-top delusion.
There's still some stuff that needs to be worked out with the multiplayer.
Roast DSP. They made fun of him as a playthrough reviews, but instead of learning DSP
graphics, gun sounds.
It was largely because of DSP's awful rage quit in recent Let's get straight to the video and discuss
It's pretty good.
And if you already know deeply about this game, you might already be familiar with it.
And it's like, and it's pretty chaotic and crazy, like in the original.
Overly instructive for the people. At first, he was only about half the time. Then he moved toward other races, specifically the Mexican population. While playing Minecraft, DSP made it racist, presumably a dark joke of Minecraft people wearing sombreros. It was clear that he was talking about workers from Mexico.
Murder Mexico. Murder them all.
Like many times
3 kills to go.
He never said harsh words or just racist.
3 kills to go. 3 kills to go. 2 kills to go. 3 kills to go.
In other words, he had a free pass for the
2 kills to go.
But when he came to himself,
3 kills to 2 kills to go.
especially Scout, it was natural.
1 kill to go.
Stop.
3 kills to go.
Like that? That's ridiculous.
Alright, we do one more here, and then I'm gonna try,
2, 1, go!
Now,
try an online match.
I think that's okay.
However, his own jokes crossed the line more than once. They eventually escalated to the point where he ended up getting he was suspended for good 7 days straight for that before his account was restored.
Ladies and gentlemen, DSP here. For the last
killing spree.
We have all been speculating
The aiming with the gun could work out. Could be a little better. The hit markers don't register that. Don't register that well with this version. They gotta have to work on that.
But this wasn't the only thing he was suspended for. In March 2008, he was banned for 24 hours straight for doing fundraising on his live stream. He asked his viewers for tips, which was against Twitch policy, and resulted in his suspension.
The subs are going away. Permanently. Apparently, they kicked
Three kills to go.
And then the next month in February,
Two kills to go.
during one of his live streams, he had harassed and mocked another person.
2 kills to go.
1
kill to go. 1 kill to go.
However, when he reached out to the management, they claimed he had harassed him.
2,
What in the holy hell?
Go!
Because Dave said I harassed him. On one of my streams, I was like, completely dumbfounded.
So that's good, man.
As far back as 2002, he had already been confronted in person.
We got
first kicked off his career on YouTube.
we got NFL Street being made with modern. We got NFL Street 2 being made with modern visuals and
Super Mario and Mortal Kombat.
Updated rosters. We got this. We got them working on an HD remaster of Gauntlet Legends.
However, it wasn't just his passion.
3 kills to go.
He was also infamous for his aggressive and blunt attitude, especially his constant use of F-bombs.
And we got them remaking the Resident Evil games in 2027 with Code Veronica and stuff in 2027.
DSP would go on the Sure You Can Forum and bash the professional players, claiming that he could easily beat them in any game.
And Resident Evil Requiem. Resident Evil Requiem. I'm gonna do one more.
A player DSP actively resented. For the first time in a while, he had faced him in person, and he ended up being embarrassed.
JDK was one of them. And
doing Resident Evil Requiem and Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster or Dead Rising remake of the original with HD visuals and improved controls and mechanics.
JDK's friends were bodybuilder, decided to confront DSP for his big talks. DSP also insulted and humiliated Mike on the same forum.
Getting up in his face, acting like his problem, get just, just empowering and all scared. Him and his friends trying to leave and we're not letting them.
Both of them asked DSP
Boom shaka. 3 kills to go. 2 kills to go. 3 kills to go. 1 kill to go. 3 kills to go.
It seemed that he was only confident on social media.
Definitely has that old school shooter vibe.
They also asked him to pay a part of whatever he owed them. DSP became more nervous than ever and handed them $10 to $20 before walking.
Old school vibes like Halo and other games like that.
Pay him $10.
They still keep that. They still keep that same classic multiplayer style.
And it, just scared him shitless until he paid in like $10 or whatever.
Soon after this, DSP stopped disrespecting all three competitors, but he didn't seem to have learned anything from that experience. Instead, his hatred and aggressiveness had shifted.
That's
to
the problem. It's hard to get out of these modes.
Choi, Justin Wong.
Okay, there we go. Now we're going.
This camp was just another competitor in the fighting game tournaments, and he had had enough of DSP's shit talk stuff. It was around 2005 or 2006 when Viscant finally called DSP out. He asked him to have some guts and have a money match with him. He already
oh wow, they only have one group.
Right. Instead of doing that match, DSP
I'm surprised.
That they should do a
figured this game would have actually been a lot more.
Sign a paper that said he won't be responsible if he's killed. Seriously, that's messed up. But here's where it all gets next level
crashed my
hilarious.
game, of course.
When DSP found out that Viscant was all serious about this MMA fight, he shook up and backed out. He came up with a new idea instead and offered DSP to only pretend to fight with him by doing DX crotch chops to the crowd. That was the final straw for Viscant. He turned him down, and this messed up scene was wrapped up. What's funny is that Viscant had actually helped DSP before. Back in EVO 2000,
let me try that again one more time.
Almost beat DSP up. Viscant stepped in to stop him. At that time, DSP was even staying at Viscant's place place, and there was no bad blood between them. EVO 2005 was no less embarrassing for DSP. While he had somehow secured 4th place in the entire Street Fighter Turbo 2 tournament, it also became a humbling experience for him. Many top players believed and speculated widely that the game used in the tournament was full of bugs. It made it fairly easy for the players to miss the game, and thus DSP felt proud of himself. After the tournament, DSP gave an interview about how he had played professionally, resulting in his victory. However, in reality, it was all gameplay bugs that helped him out, and DSP wasn't ready to hear it.
These same guys are on top, and yes, I'm talking about John, I'm talking about Alex Diane. Playing SD, plays it, okay, they're good, but to disrespect the people that have top 8 evolutions, it's on console, it's ridiculous, and it's unacceptable. For Valle to say that just because he didn't enter the tournament there's a reason that the top 8 got top 8.
Jeez, I can't shoot where he flipped.
During the 2005 Evo, Mike Watson dragged DSP in the mud because of how he had been continuously bragging about placing 4th in EVO 2005. Mike Watson ended up calling DSP an idiot and a piece of shit for actually being champion.
Idiot and DSP, a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube. But this guy thought he was.
This game has a lot of lag too.
The way in the game that was like the Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter crap.
After that tournament, DSP was over the moon with his delusion.
Yeah, this game has a lot of lag. I can't.
Above everyone else.
I
But
can't
whenever
play.
he lost, he always blamed something else.
It's very
The
laggy.
game, the lag, the bad luck. Years later, DSP's delusion got a reality, but even that could have been better. He got in 2009
Yeah, they hacked this game.
However, things didn't go his way. While he was able to win the first 2 rounds,
Because it doesn't even. It's not even working properly. There's a lot of lag in this game.
His loss was a wake-up call and humbled him a bit. None of his matches were aired or shared anywhere on social media, and that's where he started to earn hate and criticism. He gained a lot of haters or detractors, as he called them. There were a group of people who thought DSP was the worst person to ever exist on YouTube, or might be.
Son of a bitch, man. I can't even get a proper shot.
My ass off for 18 years. Now, the old videos don't really search anymore. And now all my old content is immediately stolen by detractors and uploaded before I can get my shit uploaded. So
Yeah, and then
they steal it immediately.
dudes are using aimbot. I shot him too. How do you know?
I Love You Joe, Sagat versus Tony B, Balrog, East Coast Throwdown Street Fighter 4. In the video, it could be heard that an announcer was asking DSP to stop recording another duo's match and report to his match station to compete. However, DSP brushed it off. The announcer later told him that if he didn't report to his station, he would be disqualified from the tournament. In response, DSP yelled at the announcer, claiming that no one told him where to play or where his station was. This was just another incident that made him infamous for his disrespectful behavior.
But I shot him.
And he was no different online on his own YouTube channels, beginning from his first channel, Dark Side of It, where he would post videos of his playthroughs, vlogs, and commentaries. Even in those videos,
Yeah, this
DSP
game
didn't
definitely
back
has
from his
issues.
behavior.
You see, but 4 years ago, Phil said this about Trump, and Phil said this about this,
this
and
server.
let's see him flip-flop and change his opinion. You are nuts. No, really, you're obsessed, you're nuts, you're in the head, you're fucking no-life losers. You're trying to stalk down words that I said, and trying to take anything out of context, or anything to try to get a gotcha. Oh, because now, things are different. Now, you are
But there was one thing that made him not angry blood. It was a strange pattern of uploading videos. Instead of posting one long video, he split every playthrough into short 10 to 15 minute clips and uploaded them all at once. A single 2-hour playthrough could turn into 8 to 12 videos in a row. He uploaded up to 40 or 50 videos in a single day on his channel.
Fucking aimbot, dude. This game feels so laggy.
Temporarily suspending his channel. It was a reality check. His own upload habits had backfired on him.
And of course, it's following the channel today. Knows exactly what's going on. The Dark Side Build main YouTube channel has been suspended yet again. They informed what their actual wording was, and they said, this is your third copyright infringement strike yet again. Your account is terminated.
What made it worse was his refusal to edit anything. He uploaded his recordings as they were, no cuts of improvements, almost as if he had something against editing. This pattern and the constant use of the same video titles and thumbnails led to a penalty from YouTube, which ultimately reduced his channel's visibility. Due to this, he came up with a different YouTube channel in 2010, which went by the name DSP Gaming. He used this channel for the same purpose, uploading a bunch of top videos a single day.
This is DSP Gaming. This is the channel for game-related footage that's not
He would also loudly insult characters.
Jeez, lag. It's just terrible.
One day, when he was recording a Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions playthrough, he got into an argument with his neighbor. His loud commentary annoyed his neighbor to the point that he yelled at him to be quiet. DSP stayed silent for at least 1 minute and then yelled, "Shut the freak up and loud." But hold on, DSP isn't only about being violent and aggressive. He is equally terrible even with his childhood buddies. We are talking about his friendship with Rambo and Howard and how it collapsed because of DSP's ego. Rambo and Howard had supported the DSP during his earliest years of YouTube. It wouldn't be wrong to say they were the backbone of DSP's multiple YouTube series, including Project 7, co-op commentary, and other gameplay series. They would record, act, and edit out videos for DSP for free, while DSP took all the credit.
What are we doing here, John?
1 minute to go.
This is my next review.
That's gotta hurt.
We're shooting. What? Shooting big episode.
Killing spree.
This wasn't everything that happened between them. In 2015, Rambo and Howard released a 2-hour-long podcast in which they talked about their time during Project 7 in detail. They accused DSP of supporting them financially, meaning DSP never once paid them for their hard work, even for the revenue generated from the videos.
There's no reason to even address anything about money publicly on a YouTube video.
Yeah, this is something before the big time.
Yeah.
Before the major problems, just something to run out like, oh, I'm gonna go down and give you money.
Yeah.
It's not exactly the truth. Okay, so.
On the other hand, DSP also treated them more like employees than he was as close friends. He never checked in on them, even if one of them was going through a family tragedy. His shameless behavior knew no bounds. He quietly moved to Washington without even learning any of it. If his treatment of friends
that dude was definitely cheating.
His next blunder surely
121 kills, my ass.
Wars, he accidentally spilled water on himself after opening a water bottle. Guess who he blamed? Of course, the water manufacturer company. He accused them of overfilling the bottle and soaking his clothes.
I just spilled water all over myself. God damn it. I was thinking a simple bottle of water was overfilled at the factory.
Is that Moon Destruction? I never seen Destruction
all over
before.
my chest and my legs.
Chemical that involves destroying barrels with a shotgun is
a much bigger pattern, something that his fans now know all too well. DSP's ultimate and unstoppable rage quit. Whenever he felt like leaving the game, he would blame the game mechanics or his fans and exit the game. No way.
Jeez, I love the sounds of the shotgun. That's nice.
It's so stupid. It's so.
Definitely sounds more realistic.
That has no direction of what you're supposed to do. This. It's just like sitting there smoking a dope kind of a game. Learn what the structure. So you know what the does. You know what the are you thinking, you idiot?
He once played a game called Kirby, and for more than a few times, he burst out in rage quit it. He then went on to rant constantly about how the game had bad mechanics and control, and since he couldn't win it, he claimed that it was a trash game that didn't deserve the
Dude, it's literally Dark Souls. And now that's it, instant death. I give up. I'm done. That's it for Kirby. I'm not playing Dark Souls when I'm playing Kirby. The fucking game is full of shit.
And then the field wrapped. Super Mario Bros. Wonder. He played it for a while, all between throwing the curse words and restarting the game again and again. When he had enough, DSP switched to the base mode. He did everything to try and win at least a single session, but at last, he quit it with more anger and rage, stopped playing it altogether.
Okay, I like
final stage is bullshit. That final stage, I would have to sit here on a night stream for like 2 hours, grinding for lives in order to even have enough to try to do it. For what? What am I going to get as a reward for doing that stage? Nothing.
However, these were only 2 times with DSP losing it over the game. He often struggled to play even the easiest games, but still believed he was amazing at them. The same thing happened when he played a new game, Silent Hill F, released on September 25th, 2025. At first he was only a little annoyed, but soon he threw a full-on tantrum like a child, and as soon as 2 monsters emerged out of nowhere, DSP lost it and found himself to be the victim of bad game design. Even if it was DSP's own incompetence to play it right, he truly believed that the game was out to get him personally.
That was terrible. I ran into the room, one enemy, I go to fight him, another one spawned next to me, and I was stuck against the wall and can't get out. Terrible game design. It's just terrible.
And that wasn't even the worst part of his playthrough. When it came to solving the puzzle game, his patience evaporated quickly.
6
He
barrels.
yelled at the screen, insulted the developers, and blamed
I like the
everyone
sound
else
of the
but him
shotgun,
because he
that's
was a
kinda cool.
professional game player. He claimed that the puzzle was so poorly designed, and the developers didn't seem to even understand English.
It's outlined in red. I know it doesn't matter though. Look, there's 4 things outlined. There's only 3 medallions, so it doesn't matter what's outlined in red. It doesn't mean that's the solution or anything.
Behold the undead.
The game's designed for it.
3, 2, 1, go!
And even stupid, even worse, it doesn't tell you if you got it right or wrong. It just assumes you're going to know all 3 terms without saying, oh, that was correct. That's not where that was.
Shotgun sounds good too. Devil barrel. And I died.
Survival horror game ever made, and that he was truly done with modern horror. When in reality,
zombies.
This actually might be the worst.
I'm about to die, though.
And they all change.
If you think these are the things that make DSP a monster, think again. DSP is mainly aggressive and loudmouth. He is also a narcissistic fool. He was playing some sort of game that required him to play shenanigans like corresponding toxins. Basically, third-grade geography. Within seconds of going into the game, DSP...
Dang, that's hard, dude.
About Europe, I've been struggling with the game for a few more minutes. DSP ended it by saying, I didn't know about Europe if you're looking at the
All I got is a devil barrel shotgun. That's all I got. Cold taking. Kind of reminds me of Black Ops Zombies. The way they hit you and slap you around.
Every night, I'm not going to sit down on money. That's the problem. Like, I'm making so much money hand over fist.
In the live stream, we also made bold claims against someone named Kutsuzumu.
And see what else we got. We got Heist, Banana Chop, Glass Smash, Monkey Mayhem, Cutout Shootout, Infiltration, and Miscellaneous Challenge.
Which were a must for him to survive. But then he dropped a new bomb on his audience. His unpaid taxes, as if they were his family's responsibility to take care of all his financial needs. Phil claimed that he needed $16,000 US by the end of April next year to pay his 2018 taxes. And as expected, his fans heard his begging cries, and they started throwing his money, or maybe just one of them. It is unclear whether that person...
Okay, so I gotta stop bank robberies.
A mysterious user by the name Emerald7 has really turned DSP's life around. This user gifted DSP 600...
Ooh, I really like the sounds of the Uzi.
600 tier 3 subs that record from high scores. At the time, streamer touched tier 1 was 50%, tier 3 was 70%, which made him around $12,245. And once again, DSP casually took all the funds without questioning who the user was, whether he was in the game or whatever. He just smiled and said thank you. He believed that the divine justice was less than thank you. And quickly told DSP that he had made money that would almost cover his tax emergency. He brushed it off by saying, I don't really know how much I get per sub.
And I ran out of ammo, that's not good.
Man who had explained Twitch payouts in detail. Now, if you think this man used that money
now I'm gonna die.
Emergency, it would be a case of your money. He says Hugo came from hosting the financial downfall last America over his wife Cat. Yes, you heard that right, and it shouldn't come as a surprise to you. Before talking about Cat, we first need to dive deep into his previous letter. originally known as Leanna Campbell. DSP and Leanna, they remained together for 5 years between 2012 and 2017. Leanna also had a YouTube channel called Candlery Games. The thing that stood out most about this relationship was the huge age difference between him and Leanna. She was 18 when she began dating DSP, who was 30 at the time. This also got DSP's detractors talking and criticizing him. During their initial years of the relationship, they seemed to have a bond with she and Pratt, and they broke up. Soon after, another woman entered DSP. Her real name is Constance John, and the side was covered with a lot of speculation. DSP kept his fans and haters in the dark for so long that they eventually started guessing about who his new girlfriend was. People on Kiwi Farms even made a separate thread to discuss the woman in detail, but they never got to know about Kat. DSP finally revealed in June a special live stream titled Phil Special IRL. He said he had kept her identity secret to protect her from online haters who might harass her. After that, Kat appeared in a few of his videos, but not regularly. She was seen occasionally in vlogs, playthroughs, and reviews.
I was going on local everyone from the street, and I have some information to update here as we began. Surprise, surprise, you guys weren't expecting this.
Banana chunk.
The whole time. She was here the whole time. She heard everything you guys said.
Chase them all.
Every little dirty thing you said, she heard. So now you're on the phone.
But there was much more to this relationship than just secrecy and love, something that could make fans question both DSP's and Kat's intentions. During the same year, DSP made a comment in the stream about having a brand new car parked at his house. But the real twist came when it was revealed that the car actually belonged to his boyfriend. The user named Bill Purnell on Twitter dug deeper into it and found that Kat and DSP had a vehicle, a Subaru registered in their names. Things took an unexpected turn when a man claiming to be the ex-boyfriend of Kat came forward. He revealed that the car everyone thought belonged to Kat or even DSP was actually his. These details were revealed when a YouTuber named Kevin got in touch with Kat's ex-boyfriend, who shared some jaw-dropping secrets.
She was indeed committed to a relationship with the guy. Not sure what specific information someone would like to know. He has money because if I remember from him and her talking.
Okay, so I
because financial things on the
Jojo
side, I have no idea what that could mean or what that could be. So he just heard something wrong.
According to him, Kat had been cheating on him with DSP. He said that they had been together for only a month when he came to know that Kat was involved with DSP as well. It all happened in the early 2018, while Kat was already making plans to move in with DSP. Interestingly, DSP started taking random, mysterious vacations around the same time, trips that fans later discovered lined up perfectly with Kat's visits. When DSP started mentioning her in his videos, he told the audience that Kat was in really bad shape. She was going through a tough time, her lease was ending, and she had no place to crash. Kat eventually moved into DSP's house, and when she did, she brought almost nothing with her, not even a change of clothes. DSP claimed he had to buy her everything, and her ex-boyfriend turned out to be right about her, as he called her, an insecure, jealous, and financially dependent woman who would do anything for money. He also revealed more details about the car that both Kat and DSP had claimed ownership of. The YouTuber Kevin shared screenshots of his conversation with the ex-boyfriend, where they discussed Kat and her relationship with DSP. I saw Phil message her on her phone in front of me, and I confronted her. Not a problem. What Phil is doing to the community.
Smash all the glass.
And she didn't want to be involved in something, she would always look for activity. She had the jealous behavior, so rarely did she ever come out shopping or out to do anything knowing her for 4 years. She had a lot of psychological issues. She fed off my income knowing I make a good amount of money. Not sure any woman can beat my immense love for tacos. Even after all that, DSP married Kat secretly in 2019. He told his audience that his parents were elderly, and one of them even had their foot in the grave. Therefore, he and Kat ended visiting. Following this, DSP announced on Instagram that he had a parental gout marriage, and had actually been engaged with Kat since Christmas 2018. But what shocked fans most was that he spent his wedding night ranting about his attractiveness instead of spending time with Kat. Once the word got out about DSP hiding his engagement with Kat and later spending the donated money on his wedding, many of his moderators quit, leaving him isolated. You know? Even if you come out Sunday and lie again and say your parents paid for the wedding and trip, that begs the question as to why they couldn't pay for your taxes. You'll find out on Sunday, but it won't matter, because rest of the brainless, you've already decided to not believe me. Phil had already spent his subscribers' money on his wedding, which meant he still couldn't escape the heavy burden of unpaid taxes. With that on his mind, he had arranged 2 fundraisers to gather more money, and his mother also paid him $4,000 to get started with it. Still, it seemed like DSP could never stop asking for donations. Begging had become his only way to survive.
I have to raise a bunch of money by the end of this month. Why? Because in order to get my taxes done this year, I'm being told I have to pay up front, which I've never had to do before. The entire time I've been a content creator, I've always had my taxes done and then I paid them after. I'm being told because I filed for bankruptcy, I need to pay my taxes up front.
However, there was a lot more going on with DSP's life than just that. Viewers had somehow gotten married to Cat. Fans believed it might not have been his best decision. Cat used to be in DSP's videos and live streams on and off, but all of a sudden she completely stopped appearing in his videos. This sudden absence made people wonder what was going on. Had they broken up? Were they divorced? Only DSP knew the truth. Whenever DSP did live streams, he talked awkwardly about his situation and used phrases like, I am all alone, I am on my own, it's just me, and I am not talking about my personal life anymore. In one of his March 2025 live streams, he even admitted that he didn't know what was for dinner, which sounded odd to many viewers.
What's for dinner? I don't know. I don't know what's for dinner today.
His viewers kept asking about Cat in the chat, but DSP continued to brush off the questions as if he didn't see them there in the first place. But when he couldn't take any longer, he decided to respond to the rumors. In a live stream in September 2025, DSP finally answered the much-awaited questions. He insisted that Cat and he were still together and they had divorced.
Right? These idiots have been saying now for what, weeks, months, that my wife left me or I divorced my wife or something. She's literally downstairs in the room right now. I could go get her and walk her into this room.
He also claimed that she was sitting downstairs at the time, and he could bring her upstairs in front of the audience to prove it, but of course, he never did. Instead, he gave an excuse, saying that viewers often insult her and leave hateful comments, which is why he didn't want to show her on screen.
I could go get her and walk her into this room. And here's what would happen. That narrative would end, and immediately all they would do is look at her and start saying stuff about her looks, start saying stuff about what she said when she walks in here. That's all they want. They're just always looking for more and more and more ammo. So you don't give them.
However, both fans and detractors found his explanation unconvincing, especially since he failed to show the proof that they were still together. Many believed they had parted ways. In fact, the comment sections of detractor channels discussing the stream were filled with people saying the same thing, that their relationship was clearly over. She left, not showing proof is what he does when he can't disprove reality. Another wrote, homie is divorced, we know this. I had similar vibes when I got divorced 12 years ago. All this workout, I'm a manly man now. I wear t-shirts to look younger, high energy, and then angry out of nowhere. Trust me, this guy is divorced, and this is his midlife divorce crisis. He will be depressed in about 2 weeks, and then he will probably start hitting on a new girl. Whatever the truth may be, most of the viewers believe DSP and Cat have likely separated, and while his personal life fell apart, his online reputation wasn't doing any better either. DSP has had awful interactions with other YouTubers and streamers like Slow Beef, Total Biscuit, Retsuture, Northern Lion, Deathbucket, and the most The Secure stream hosted by 2 YouTubers, Andy Worski and PPP. All of this drama didn't just happen out of nowhere. DSP's own behavior had invited it.
I'm not a complete.
No, you actually are. You are a narcissistic. You're gay! He's a narcissistic gay lunatic!
His insulting behavior, demeaning fans and opponents, yelling at others, and begging had everyone dragging him through the mud. Let's first talk about his time with Kino Casino, a saga that truly stands out in the history of Lolcast. The story begins when DSP was at his lowest point in his life. He had become a running joke in the streamer community, mocked by almost everyone. Joined Kino Casino, a comedy stream which openly roasts internet personalities using the term felted, a slang for humiliated. Interestingly, Kino Casino had been mocking Tech Review USA, a YouTube channel that roasted DSP, but they never mentioned or roasted DSP himself.
What you had to do was just not delete the channel.
Yeah.
That's it. Exactly. Just sit there, turtle up in this parent's basement for the winter, ride it out, and then come back and post on his channel. That's all you had to do. Buckle. 2, 1, Pete Buckle.
I don't know how to do this.
There's no way that Smart is moving in silence without having legal agrees.
DSP realized that someone who was really against his enemy wouldn't turn out on him. Without giving a second thought, he quickly reached out to them, and to his surprise, they welcomed him warmly. And then out of nowhere, they began showering him with compliments. DSP, who had been on the receiving end of mockery and humiliation, was introduced to something out of the ordinary. Both of the hosts of Kino Casino laughed at DSP, gave him validation, called him king, and nodded in agreement with whatever he said online.
Promo!
Cortez can't jump.
Tell ya about Rick.
It's a try. So these can still slam dunk race part of the self-official.
Kino Casino also invited DSP to join the stream and mock the new documentary of USA, roast DSP's old videos, and hang out with old friends. This is exactly when the detractors were crazy. They couldn't see DSP getting all the recognition and compliments after what he was doing online.
Oh, I missed again. Ah! about this.
They did everything in their power to threaten Kino Casino, doxing its viewers, and even trying to intimidate the staff. But despite the chaos, Kino Casino didn't back down. They stood by DSP and publicly defended him, calling out the haters for their obsession. Then came the time when
crap,
three of them
I landed it.
mocked Tech Review USA for detail. DSP jumped right in, throwing insults and jokes that had everyone laughing, including the closest viewers. Kino Casino couldn't stop praising him for his amazing sense of humor. But of course, every high has its low, and DSP was yet to realize that. He was so invested in the fame and recognition that he had earned after years of humiliation.
Yeah, no, he definitely doesn't want your money. He's gonna ask for your money. I'm going to put you in a series of Saw-like traps to save your life if you don't take me. Yeah. He sounds like a supervillain or something.
What do I need? I need a camcorder for the show, straight up.
Even the Tech Review USA warned DSP that it was all an illusion, which would break soon enough. But DSP brushed it off, and it happened. Behind the screens, the tension kept building quietly, and the friendship started to wear off. Their bond had broken to the point where Kino Casino started to mock DSP and his wife during their streams.
The problem is, most of the time, 99% of the time, Phil is boring. Sad to say, but Phil, it's not cutting the mustard.
Phil showed his hatred by crossing out P's face in a photo, ending the collaboration then and there. The Kino Casino, in response, called DSP a begging bug, and admitted that they had been hating him behind his back. From that point on, they turned into the worst detractors of DSP, and they showed it by dissecting DSP's personal life online for entertainment.
You know heart. Hey! Oh, no heart. Look at me.
Hey.
Yeah. No, I mean, we were like literally trying to get rid.
That wasn't the end of DSP's downfall. Another YouTuber, Slowbeat, joined in on the mockery. He went a step ahead by mimicking DSP's voice and style to ridicule. He humorously named DSP Dark Side and made multiple videos of it. One of them was on how poorly Phil played the game Demon's Souls. The video began with Slowbeat and Phil pressing the controller buttons as he couldn't differentiate between start and select and ended up pressing the wrong button. At one point, he shut down the game entirely and said he would launch his own game and play it offline because he didn't know how modern games work.
I can't between text and chat. This shit. It's ridiculous. I hate it. Alright. Sony puts the start button like right next to the select button. And then you have to like look down. And then the demo starts and it don't do anything. Ridiculous.
His other video titled Emergency 911, Dark Side Beef Needs Your Bits and Help. This video was all about him posing as Phil begging for donations because he was financially struggling and had some expenses that needed fans' aid.
They let us go into a room and, oh my god, I'm getting off track though. I'm gonna lose all my money. Forget her, I don't give a f about her. So you gotta help me hurry, okay? 2, I'm so poor. Go! I made this cup here. It'll only fill if you give $1 million to me. That's about what I would.
Another one of Slowbeef's videos stood out too. How DSP blamed Slowbeef after ruining his channel himself. In this video, he pushed things to the next level, showing how Phil's downfall was all self-inflicted.
About February of 2013, I made a video called Colonel and the Master Really Drowning with another guy named Chip Cheeson years back. And Phil has contended, falsely, that this has led to people making videos called "This is how you don't play," and these all have sort of led to a decline in his viewership and subscribers and his revenue. It's completely false.
The way he exposed DSP's hypocrisy and failure had the detractor community roaring with laughter. Slowbeef didn't just mock DSP, he completely outdid everyone else inside. But there's another creator who stood a chance and could be named after Slowbeef. It is Retz Pourai, a creator who made DSP seem wickedly funny and had us in stitches with his parody videos about Phil. One of his funniest videos on YouTube, titled A Day in the Life of Dark Side Phil, Radio Edit, is an absolute classic. In the video, he ought to show how Phil is always frustrated at each thing in his life, yet doesn't know anything as basic as opening his car's door using a key fob.
Thanks, Dial. How do I do this? I'm not getting clean.
What does it say? 4 words. I can't read 4 words. No!
He continues to live through his day, all while cursing at everything, dropping F-bombs, and laughing hysterically at nothing.
What? What? How am I supposed to play video games? What am I supposed to do here? This is bullshit. Oh, God. Oh, great. Yeah, I'm just supposed to know to do that. Yeah.
The video blew up, getting over 148,000 views, and thousands of comments from people praising Retsukure's perfect imitation. His voice, timing, and expressions were so close to DSP's that many said it felt like watching the real Phil himself. And then we take a look at another famous streamer and YouTuber, Northern Lion. He once joined a live stream where DSP was playing a game, and that one encounter turned out to be such a disaster that Northern Lion later admitted it was one of his worst streaming experiences ever. He mocked DSP by saying that he thought he was some super smart guy who had been playing a game stuck in an infinite loop. However, it was all his stupidity, ignorance, and inability to understand how a game works.
I watched someone streaming Gods Will Be Watching today.
I've heard of that game.
I'm not going to mention who it was, but many people will probably know. But I got really frustrated because the guy thought he was super smart, and he's like, "Look, I caught this stupid game in an infinite loop."
Northern Lion also admitted that he somehow sat through half an hour of that painful live stream.
He's just like doing the same thing over and over, and it's working a little bit, but then one of the hostages like got up and tried to escape, and he was just like, "Oh, this is bullshit! This game, did I get a bug or something?" And I was like, "Oh, man."
And then how can we forget the main man, Despashit, the streamer who went out of his way to bring something new for detractors. He produced a hilarious animated series featuring Phil and how he navigates his day.
No more like my punishment. You know what would be great right now?
One of his most popular videos was YouTube Avenue, Episode 1, Unboxing. In it, Phil is seen playing games with an oven sitting on top of his computer, heating up a hamburger while he plays. Later in the video, he unboxes what he thinks is an Xbox, only to find fast food inside. Instead of realizing that the package had no Xbox, Phil starts complaining that he didn't know stabbing the box with a knife would ruin it. Classic DSP logic.
Today we're unboxing the Xbox One. Let's get started. Wow.
Another video titled Episode 2 Editing shows exactly what happens when Phil is told to edit his videos. Pure comedy gold. His reaction says it all. He'd rather do anything but put effort into his content. Despashit went on to make several more episodes, each one showing a new side of Phil's laziness and insanity.
Some editing.
Wait, you just said a bag. Why did you just say a bag?
Last but definitely not least, Total Biscuit, aka John Bain, or Cynical Brick. His creator was just another man in the streamers community, but in Phil's eyes, he was a die-hard detractor. In one of his playthroughs, he openly mocked Phil for being loud, aggressive, and extra during his videos. He claimed that he wanted to keep his video calmer and peaceful, avoiding anything that could make him look like Phil.
And that's why I try and make the stream as chill as possible. Because who wants to listen to somebody raging, right? It's like, that's the dark side sort of stuff. Blame everybody that isn't you. People watch you rage. Like, you want to be the support Justin?
Sadly, John Bain was battling bowel cancer, and he eventually lost his life to it. But his work, his humor, and his professional legacy continue to inspire creators. Around the same time, DSP made one of the biggest mistakes in his career. He started doing streams solely to share his political views, a move that cost him some views. For the first time, he wasn't just embarrassed by a few critics. His entire chat turned against him. The stream took place 2 weeks after the US elections. Phil thought it was the perfect moment to share his views. He acted as if he knew everything about politics, but it quickly became clear that he didn't.
So here's the text message that apparently people across this country, the United States of America, have been receiving since the election ended. Okay.
In the stream, he discussed a news report involving a racist text message about the confrontation on the FBI investigation. He claimed that it was offensive and disrespectful, but wasn't illegal, and it didn't show any proof that it was sent to only African-American people.
The other
other thing, all right, is this message itself is admitted in this news story. It's outright admitted. There's nothing illegal about this message. Now, you could say this message is very offensive, it's insincere, or not insincere, it's inconsiderate, it's actually targeted at trying to insult it. Absolutely, all of that stuff that is true, but it's not illegal.
Then he switched the topic to himself. He started ranting about how he had been harassed during his 16 years of making videos.
So I need to find
The
Elf.
FBI never investigated him fully. Viewers began to get annoyed because he refused to call the text message a hate comment. When someone pointed it out, he lost his temper. Another viewer accused him of white-splaining, and that made DSP even angrier. He yelled back, calling him racist instead.
Everything that I just said had to do with my brain. It had nothing to do with common sense or intelligence. Coming from a perspective of someone who's been through insane amounts of harassment, just like that. Or it's about me being white, right? So if I were black, it would have been different, correct? Like what you're saying. So who's the racist? Because if I say it and I'm white, it's one thing, but if I was black and I said it, it would be something else. That means that you're a racist. So congratulations on proving you're racist here. That I did.
The whole situation turned into a mess and added to his long list of controversies. Meanwhile, detectives had long been making fun of his gaming style through the popular This Is How You Don't Play series. This series was produced by a detractor named Evil AJ, solely focused on how poorly DSP played video games, while blaming the game teams. Each video lasted 1 to 2 hours, filled with short clips of DSP's gameplay and funny comments added by viewers. These comments made the videos even funnier and showed how rude, careless, and unaware DSP could be during the streams. However, what most people don't know is that Evil AJ wasn't always against him. He actually used to be one of DSP's fans, until things took a strange turn between them. All of a sudden, he turned into one of DSP's hardcore detractors. But how did that happen? Well, it happened during DSP's relationship with Lena. At the time, she used to sit next to DSP in his playthroughs, constantly to disrupt the DSP's commentary by pointing out certain things and showing her dislike. This drove many fans mad, and they asked DSP to remove her as she was doing no good in his videos. One of them was Evil AJ. Instead of taking it calmly, DSP reacted harshly. He mocked Evil AJ in public and blocked him from his chat. That was great. Not long after that, Evil AJ joined forces with DSP's detractors and officially became one of them.
Idiot, if that's what you said in comments like that, and anyone who ever under my opportunity or negative comments or thumbs down on the videos and the commentary to say, I don't like the commentary, you are an idiot. You actually are. I just want to understand. There's going to be someone like that. I fully understand that. You need to understand if you did that, you are an idiot, okay? You are actually dumb.
But his detractors didn't only make harmless videos about him, but went a step further. During one of his recent live streams, his content was massively flagged for 18+ by a bunch of detractors. No one really knows if the stream had anything inappropriate in it, but YouTube clearly knows the report.
What I gotta do, here's what happened, okay? People have been trying to mass flag my streams for 100 years. They have, right? It's always been going on. And so what happens is, they try a million different methods to get the stream shut down. Today it looks like what they did is they mass flagged the stream, claiming, get this, T.
DSP complained that this had been happening to him for years, and that YouTube kept believing the false reports. However, this time it was more serious. If YouTube kept flagging his content, DSP could lose his super chat and ad revenue. A dream come true for his detractors. And this wasn't the first time DSP had faced something like this. He in fact encountered a much bigger trouble with his channel in 2018. Once again, DSP blamed his detractors for the trouble. He held an emergency live stream and claimed that he had been struggling financially for months, especially mentioning his unpaid taxes, the same taxes he had previously collected donations for.
I will be back up on Sunday. Alright, I'm about to now go into the second part and explain to you my schedule and what you can do to help. This is a terrible time for this to happen. So, I've been talking every single day about my tax situation, all the facts and not. It's a horrendous time for this to happen to me.
Real talk. So, I want to know what's going on. So,
At the time, his income mainly came from Twitch streams and YouTube ad revenue. His main income was generated from Twitch, but he also made money from YouTube.
I mean, like, I brought in 25% more income on Twitch than I did on YouTube. Okay? But I still have a giant chunk of my income was YouTube ad revenue.
His first partnership with any entertainment network was with Machinima. However, after losing the
Turn the
contract with it,
graphics
he
down so I
connected
can
with
get the higher
another
frame
one,
rate.
Curse. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on to that one either. Things once again fell apart, and he lost the partnership. After losing the deal, DSP explained that he planned to run his own ads using his AdSense account connected to the DSP gaming channel. But when he tried to link it to his YouTube, things went downhill fast. YouTube
That
flagged
should
his
help.
channel for invalid activity and declared it not valid for monetization, and he was stuck in a bankrupt loop, not knowing if they'd get out there and financial aid.
Go to the channel, and it says, DSP Gaming has been, is not valid for monetization. Now wait, 5 minutes ago I was in the network and ads were enabled on the channel. So it's obvious that's not the case. There is no invalid click activity whatsoever. What I think happened is that the channel was linked to an invalid AdSense account. I want to explain the situation.
He warned his audience that he could once again beg for donations in the future if he couldn't solve his problem. But this was only one example where he somehow showed a valid reason for eBay, because he already collected thousands of dollars in donations for his unpaid 2018 taxes, including a massive contribution from a fan named Emerald 7, and still had those taxes unsettled. A few years later, in 2021, he was back in trouble again. He was stripped of his source of income on Twitch after losing his partnership, which was through subscriptions and ad revenue. According to him, Twitch never mentioned the reason he lost his partnership. But since he had lost his source of income, he quickly turned to his last resort, begging from his fans.
I got kicked out of the partnership inexplicably. There was no explanation at all. There was an email I received from partnership approval. There was an indefinite suspension and termination of the dark side bill saying that my partnership is indefinitely suspended and terminated. Period. It doesn't say what I did for that to happen. It doesn't explain anything.
There was one catch though. Every fan was obliged to pay through only PayPal, otherwise he wouldn't accept their donation. One viewer was sent 25,000 bits and he dared to ban them right there. And that wasn't everything he did. He also warned his fans that he would leave Twitch entirely if his fans didn't support it financially. For someone already infamous for begging online, this move was on a whole new level of audacity.
I literally just explained to you my financial situation. I don't have any money for anything, so I can't pay for this stuff.
He came to his turn to make donations, straight up honored people who actually donated money. He called out those who did the ALS ice.
See if it makes a difference if you put it on easy.
$100 or get a bucket of ice water.
I tried on normal, now it's not letting it.
He
If you put it on
ridiculed them by
easy.
saying they were views and only wanted attention from the internet. He also claimed that he does take part in donations, but behind the camera. He doesn't do it for views, otherwise it is not genuine.
I'm not going to be addressing these. Oh, the hottest thing on the internet right now is to strip completely before jello on your head and it raises awareness. Yeah, it raises awareness, all right? Awareness that you're a viewer, but you're trying to get popularity instead of just donating. This is what I don't get about these things.
Meanwhile, Phil keeps doing whatever he can to keep his begging campaigns going, because that's now his main goal in life and his only source of income. Recently, he's been seen playing the new game Colony, Silk Song, where he constantly gets frustrated and starts cursing whenever the game challenges him beyond his skill level.
Oh my god. What? A boss fight with no save point? Good it. Helping me? Helping me.
Let's end this DSP saga right here. Really hope you enjoyed watching this detailed documentary on DSP's life. If you did like watching it, show us your support by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. Who should be the next World Cup for our video? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
Game developers use the word playthrough. I was the one who created that term back in the day.
This is Phil Burnell, aka Darkside Phil, or just DSP for short. probably heard of him, or at the very least heard about this incident. Yeah, this is that guy.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
If not, I won't go into too much detail about the ins and outs, but to say he's an interesting character would be a rather large understatement.
I need money.
Oh, you do want some backstory? Well, alright then, I'll do a quick recap of Phil's content creation career. DSP uploaded his first Let's Play videos to YouTube in 2008. Back then, he created them by pointing a video camera at his TV screen, and audio from the game along with his live commentary would all be picked up by the camera's onboard mic.
What we've got here is my setup of how I record. Now, as you can see, not direct capture, very different from what everyone else does, and I actually recorded my gameplay in this style probably way before the majority of people out there who actually do gameplay footage these days, okay?
He stubbornly continued to produce his content in this manner until finally giving into Time Pressure in 2013 and adopting what he continues to refer to as direct capture. He bought capture.
Before I did direct capture, direct capture footage, again, not direct capture. Make it a more modernized playthrough with direct capture. Now, for 4 years, I've been doing direct capture live streaming. I wasn't even doing direct capture yet. This is the first year I was doing direct capture, right? We're so used out to direct capture with the camera, not direct capture. Back then, because I was stubborn about changing the camera to direct capture. A clean playthrough now, I have direct capture. Again, those are things before I did direct capture, indirect capture, or adopted direct capture. This is before I did direct capture. Direct capture. I didn't have direct capture. Direct capture. I wish that I did direct capture back then, but I didn't. So.
Damn, I don't know how to throw grenades. Those will come in handy right now.
You get the picture. Phil streamed on Twitch between 2013 and 2014, and then switched to YouTube in 2014 till November 2016. He moved back to Twitch, stayed there until he lost his Twitch part, and he's been streaming on YouTube ever since. After each stream, he'll quickly upload the gameplay segments to YouTube in 2 or 3 chunks with no editing and then delete
I don't have any grenades.
In the earlier days when directly monetizing gameplay footage on YouTube wasn't really an option, DSP would try his hand at diversifying his content. For instance, he had a short-lived comedic series named Poorly Cooking with the Balls, which he stated, depending on what day it is, was either a deliberate piss take of more serious cooking shows in which he plays an exaggerated caricature of himself, or just Phil being Phil.
Really need help.
This is gonna go right down the shitter. Safest thing to do with bacon grease. Oh yeah!
Here's
hot fucking potatoes.
In any case, over the years, the content like this has dried up, and apart from Patreon pledges, dwindling YouTube ad revenue, and the odd t-shirt sale, Phil is now almost solely reliant on his stream viewers for income. So why are we here today? Well, I was thinking about what I could bring to the table regarding DSP as someone who's done a bit of streaming and content creation, but was almost hesitant to say anything. And then he said this.
It's to be $8. If you ever see yourself having
Damn, I hate that they just spawn out of nowhere. They really gotta fix some spawn.
I've always liked the more laid back setup. Dude, okay, in real life, outside of people who are content creators, who the fuck sits down in front of their computer with dual monitors and a light shining in their face and a bunch of fucking neon lights behind them? This is a normal setup. You sit back, you relax in the chair, you play games.
What is that?
I've always wanted to have that kind of an atmosphere in my content. I want it to be realistic. This is me playing a game, enjoying it, sharing that experience with you.
Oh.
This is not, oh, I'm a professional streamer.
Never mind, that's a show.
I have fucking eye candy shining behind me and the perfect amp of the face that makes me look good. I can take all my fucking face and my chair.
Damn it, I didn't even know where I was getting hit.
Fuck, dude. You're just a gamer. You're just a gamer. You play video games. Just enough with if you're not fucking modeling. You don't need to be like a fucking professional film studio where, you know, it's like, oh, fabulous. Oh, poser. Oh, playing me. You're playing me with your streams. No, you don't need to do that. You fucking play like a normal human. I hate that shit. I really do. I hate people who are fake. And that shit is just so fake. Be legit. Be real. Be like a normal person playing the game.
And I said, you what? So now that Phil's basically called out everyone that I've met online over the last year, I think it's fair game.
Grab the files. There we go.
No, seriously, I'm not going to spend the video bashing Phil. I just wanted to see if I could try and turn his content into something positive and helpful for any new
Alright,
streamers
how
out
do you
there.
switch to two of
Or
these?
just anyone looking to pick up some
How do you
pointers. Oh,
hold
and
them
what Phil was
weapons?
just ranting about is called production value, by the way, and I want you to know that production value is a very good thing and can go a long way to making your stream successful. Yes, okay, without the Phil angle, most of this is fairly obvious new streamer advice, and it's been covered a million times over in much, much more detail from people like Trial Level, Release, Stream Scheme, Alpha
Secondary
Game, Alpha
weapons,
Game, Gaming Career,
spacebar.
Nutty, Work Pixel, the list is endless. But I'm hoping that seeing this stuff through the DSP lens might help to bring these points home, and while I'm sure this will be seen by fans of Phil as detractor content, I'm gonna try my very best to stay away from some of the lower hanging fruit, and I'll leave the detracting to the pros. So anyway, let's get into it. You might have thought this first section would be about what you do before you hit go live, and you'd be forgiven for thinking that. A lot of streamers use a pre-stream checklist to make sure they're ready. However, I'm sorry to say it's not about that at all. Throughout that entire intro, you've been looking at the first hour and a half of a typical DSP stream. This is the part of the stream that he refers to as pre-stream. And every stream it's the same. It'll be a fan art slideshow cycling round and round. No webcam and Phil talking endlessly about gaming news and drama, what he did on his day off, and most of all, his never-ending issues with money.
My free stream is my daily vlog with you guys, you know? And it allows me that once this free stream is over, now I can primarily focus on the game. Even though, yes, there's still tons of interaction, it's more about focused on the game rather than, oh, we all had 30 questions and you didn't answer, then you should jump right into the game. Okay? For me, I get it out of the way at the beginning of the stream so that we can have a fun stream that's not impeded by that stuff. A lot of people are mentioning, oh, well, they don't ever do a free stream. Right, but then when you watch their streams, aren't they mentioning things in between? Oh, go check out my Patreon. You should buy this product. Here, this event's going on later. And it all goes into gameplay. You see? Imagine if this entire first hour of me playing Dark Souls 3, I'm talking about my schedule, I'm plugging things, I'm giving shout outs, and then guess what? I can't get any progress because I'm not concentrating on the fucking game. You know, so I'm dying, standing around, wasting time. That's not quality gameplay. You know what I mean? I want the gameplay to be about the gameplay. And yes, there's interactivity where we hang out and start games, by the way, do cater themselves to an interactive stream. But if I'm playing Dark fucking Souls, you gotta concentrate on what the fuck you're doing, you know? Oh, shout out to Straight Cash Homies. It's high DSP and stream. Straight Cash Homie is now the top cheerer for today. Thank you, because we've had a very slow day today, quite frankly. Thank you, Straight Cash Homie, top tipper or top cheerer for today. We don't even have a single tipper yet today, so anyone who chips, you're gonna get right up there on the leaderboard right away. We really want to help you out today, guys. Tipping is the best way to do it. Tipping is going to help me in the short term. With early September, I'm going to have some issues paying bills because I made no money on YouTube for 3 weeks while they disabled my advertisement revenue for no reason. It was a glitch on their part, some fucking idiots. So if you tip me, those funds will help me out in early September until I get paid from Twitch, which is in mid-September. So that's not quality gameplay. You know what I mean?
After that extended period of self-indulgent waffle, he'll decide to take a break, sometimes for up to half an hour.
Alright, I think it's time for our break, guys. Take this opportunity yourselves, grab a drink, a snack, use the restroom, get ready. When I come back, we're going to jump into Flashback 3. Alright? Thank you for the support so far. I shall be back shortly. Thank you guys. See you in just a minute.
And then, after all of this, he'll finally move on to gameplay.
Okay, everybody, I'm back, and apologies. I kept sneezing during the break, man. Very annoying.
There's no one real tip to point out here. I'd hope that it'd be obvious what's wrong. I just really needed to touch on this section for any newcomers that won't be familiar with how he does things. What I will say is that if you think about it, given that these sections on Twitch were never classed as just chatting, coupled with the fact that they're advertised as gameplay streams, this entire 2-hour segment basically acts as a starting soon screen. And there are plenty of arguments on Twitter and Reddit from people that say you shouldn't be using these at all, even for 5 or 10 minutes. You might notice the disparity in the font between his tip notifications, his leaderboard, and the fan art itself. But we'll come back
to get rid of text. Let me see. Text chat. There we go.
If you consider yourself a variety streamer, as Phil does, you play games from every genre, you're not really a professional gamer, and you're just streaming really to have a good time and hang out, then the main focus of everyone's attention should be you and your personality. You want to keep the conversation going, and regardless of whether it's about the game or whatever else, you should be talking and interacting constantly. Honestly, just having people in your chat talking away, asking you questions, making suggestions about the stream, or yes, even backseating the game is one of the biggest buzzes a streamer can get, and you can't afford to take them for granted. Ignoring people, or God forbid ranting at and insulting them, is not a good look, and it's a great way of turning your viewers off forever.
I literally, today alone, have mentioned it about 10 times on my stream. So what you should do is actually 10 my streams to listen, and not to realize the bullshit.
Since losing his Twitch partnership in April 2021 and moving back to streaming on YouTube, Phil has dealt with the influx of trolls in his chat by turning on a mode which actually disallows anyone that hasn't been subscribed to him for a set period of time from chatting. As I'm sure you can imagine, this is a huge turn-off for anyone visiting your stream for the first time. Because of this, his chat moves as slowly as a relative newcomer, so he has no real excuse to ignore them as much as he does. There is a surefire way of getting a message read out by Phil, but just typing it out in the chat isn't likely to catch his attention, if you know what I mean. I want you to imagine that your stream is a TV show and you're the viewer. You've just switched over to this new show you've never heard of before, and you see your face up there.
I'm not sure how to get rid of that chat box, but I'll figure it out later. Whoa. Okay, my game was off. What the fuck? Now I can't even turn. There we go. Now it's working. Oh, my game crashed. Shit. I didn't even save. Fuck. You kidding me?
Moves as slowly as a relative newcomer, so he has no real excuse to ignore them as much as he does. There is a surefire way of getting a message read out by Phil, but just typing it out in the chat isn't likely to catch his attention, if you know what I mean. I want you to imagine that your stream is a TV show and you're the viewer. You've just switched over to this new show you've never heard of before, and you see your face up there on the TV in front of the game. Are you hooked? Do you keep watching for more than 5 minutes? Does it make you want to know more about the person on screen and maybe look them up on social media? What if we ask these same questions about a DSP stream?
Uh-oh.
Seems to me that an easy fix here would be to not waste an hour and a half to start the stream talking over fan art. So all the points you would have raised then could be spread out while you're actually playing the game. And that's my big tip for any new streamers who might be struggling to keep talking while your chat's quiet.
Have to start over,
have a list of talking points ready before each stream. Whether that be funny things that have happened to you recently, that cool new piece of info that's just been announced about a game that you're looking forward to.
Yeah,
or just something as simple and
my game messed up badly because I couldn't even move, turn around.
Remember what I said about this being a TV show? Well, when was the last time you turned on a TV and saw someone blankly staring off, waiting for their audience to talk to them? Or even worse, this.
적의 마지막은 금지. 심한 교경들을 오랜 분명히
I have all of this story, guys. You guys aren't talking to me, so I'm listening to the story. I'm paying attention. You were like, oh, who's supposed to be not talking to us? Like, no one's talking to me, no one's tagging in the chat. I'm just paying attention to the story of the characters, that's all.
Leading on from this, the other thing I want to say can be pretty brutal to hear. Don't blame your viewers for lack of engagement.
No, you said chat doesn't talk to you. Why don't you try engaging chat? Talk to us That's not how it works. Why would I want to ask you questions? I'm the person who's playing the game. You have questions about the game, you have questions about what things I'm doing. Why would the person ask you questions? That doesn't make any sense. That's like...
Yeah, I'm almost out of
anyone
here
else
there.
who does a live stream, and tons of people have things to ask and talk to them. I have to make up questions to ask my audience. Okay, I'm sure that's how it works.
I'm about to die.
The whole point of a live stream that you're attending is that you're supposed to find the streamer entertaining and you want to interact with them. Not the other way around.
I got that far, man.
My
I
job
died
is
now.
to play the game,
Shit.
enjoy the game, have fun, and share that experience with you, and react to what you talk to me about. Not also while I'm playing the game, now topics of discussion. Why am I playing the game? Then? Might as well turn the game off and over here. We'll close the game and we'll just talk all day. And I'll just think of some topics of discussion. Right? And that's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. But that's what I mean. People want to be critical and they want to say that I'm a bad streamer. Go fuck yourself. Okay. Once again, we have well over 200 people here on the stream. Thank you everyone for joining me. However, if you guys don't want to talk, that's what I'm saying. The chat is slow. There's not a lot of people talking. Come on. I'm not interacting with you. I'm trying to play the game. No one's talking to me. So why would I be interacting with you, Jack? You understand how a stream works? Like, tag stream. Oh, you talking to me? Or else you're reacting to what's going on in the street. That's how it works. So I shoot Jack. Yeah.
If your chat isn't moving or people aren't showing up, then to paraphrase Harry Heller, you need to assume that you're doing something wrong. Is the game you're playing oversaturated? Is it too niche? Are you actually talking and interacting? Is your audio terrible? Or are you constantly raging and generally making the atmosphere uncomfortable?
Alright, fuck this. No, how about this? Banned. Gone. Forever. I don't put up with your fucking bullshit. Your toxic shit is not welcome on my fucking streams ever. So get the fuck out now. It's not a funny fucking joke. It's not. You're out of here. So I'm done with it. If I see it once, you're banned. And you're not coming back. They'll come begging me in emails. Can I be unbanned? I didn't know. Fuck you, you toxic idiot. You gotta bring up fucking Nazis on my stream. Fuck you. You're banned. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck this! No! I'm done! I'm not doing it again. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. That's the worst thing ever. They have no idea how to make a final boss fight. They ruined the whole game.
Oh, and as much as you can, watch your VODs back after every stream. Analyse what you're doing and learn from them. Trust me, you'll learn to stop cringing at the sound of your own voice over time. But really ask yourself, do you find you interesting? If not, then do something different next time. As someone particularly interested in audio, I'd also use this as an opportunity to tweak my sound settings. There'd always be something I'd be doing wrong, whether it was some compression setting that needed to be tweaked, or just forgetting to have background music playing. And if you need any further pointers, I've got a whole other video on the subject. Okay, so branding is pretty subjective, and I'm not going to tell you or Phil how your stream should look, but I'd say at a minimum I'd want my fonts and colour scheme to remain consistent across my overlay. That includes my notifications, my leaderboard as Phil calls it, and then also my starting screens and the art in my Twitch panels or YouTube About Me pages. Also, as a side note, wouldn't you think that someone that had been content creating for 13 years would at least have a single recognisable logo? And if graphic design isn't your thing, then there's people out there whose thing it is and places you can go to contact them. Just go to Fiverr and pay a $5. And having a logo was just an example. If you wanted, you could get in touch with someone and get them to redesign your entire online presence. Just something to add a bit of professionalism. This is my overlay, by the way. It's not brilliant, but it's clean, it's consistent, and I made it all myself from nothing, so yeah, it's a bit outdated, I think, because I'm pretty sure the current trend is to be as minimalist as possible. But that's the thing, it probably would have ended up that way, because it was constantly evolving. Between every stream, I've changed at least one thing about it, whether that was the size or orientation of the cam box, or just some of the bells and whistles, like channel point rewards, that make things pop up on the screen, or change the colour of my lighting. But anyway, here's the kicker. This is also DSP. It's on brand for him that his stream looks this way. Why, you ask? Well, I'm just going to have to say it. He's really, really lazy.
When I started, I was one of the innovators of doing the kind of commentary that I was doing.
No, really lazy.
And there wasn't a ton of it. Over time, when people saw the dollar signs, they said, oh, Darkside Phil and the other 12 people were making a living doing this. They rushed the site, and they rushed it with production value, money backing them, expertise, and these people became these like professionally produced channels.
Alright, what do I do now?
That didn't,
Seize the
you know,
game
I mean,
file
how can I,
as
how can I
evidence and get back to the alley. Okay.
stripping their gameplay, doing all this high level editing shit. I don't have that know-how. I never did. I was just this Joe Schmo nobody making silly videos on the average guy playing games. That's what it was supposed to be. Me being funny, dicking around and attacking the kind of games. Now, oh, every video on YouTube now has the highest value of everything. Like, what's the point of that? Then we'll go watch a fucking professional make TV show, right? So that's what I mean. Like, what happened is, people $100 numbers, they saw people like me and others making money with little to no expertise, little to no production value. And they rushed the site and flooded it with similar content, only it had sky high production value. They had partnerships, they had sponsorships, they jumped in at such a high level that everyone's mentality changed, that all content should now be overly produced, or scripted, over this, over that. That's how it just became over, okay?
What do you do when you want to make a change to a video edit or a tweak to your setup and you're not really sure how to go about it? Well, you do what you might have done to end up watching this video. You look it up, you research things, and you experiment with new ideas. The problem with Phil is that any changes to his content have been suggested to him by his regulars over long periods of time, presumably with a fair amount of arm twisting. As he's so reluctant to lift a finger most of the time, coupled with the fact that he's famous and stubborn, these things will get dragged out over long periods of time and they'll become recurring topics of discussion on his full stream. For instance, he'll speak about implementing channel point rewards or polls as though it's some big thing that has to be signed off by a committee or a team of producers. He didn't just go out and buy a capture card and feel free to join in.
Fuck, I almost got that. Damn it.
Something that he resisted for 5 or 6 years, and it's become such a large part of his history, as you saw earlier, that it gets brought up in some way during most streams. Changes that he finally does make will be passed off as new and exciting ways you can interact with the stream that people have been asking for a long time, as though just that is going to turn new viewers onto him. When for anyone else, these changes and upgrades will be simple tweaks that you'll just stick into your setup and you might never mention them. On the marketing side of things, most content creators I've got to know have realised that if you want to get anywhere with streaming, or you've decided you want to start taking it seriously, and just sitting down in front of a game and hitting go live is only a small part of what you'll be doing. You'll be networking with other streamers and content creators using apps like Twitter and Discord to keep your audience up to date with your endeavours. Learning new skills like video editing for chopping up your footage into smaller bite-sized chunks for consumption on TikTok, Instagram and YouTube Shorts. And learning Photoshop, or at the very least some sort of rudimentary image editing software. Also, you have something to put on your social media to drive people towards your channel. There's a lot to it, and you'll quickly find that any free time is taken up by either the stream itself, something to make the stream better, or ways of driving people to your stream. But really, aside from adding new fan art to his pre-stream and break slideshow and holding the odd fundraiser marathon if things get really desperate, DSP's only marketing tactic is to wait for new game releases and chase day one views, hoping that new people will come by and support what he's doing. Oh, and a plain white schedule that he posts on his Twitter. Just stop for a minute and think about how far you get just posting that thing every week.
It's lazy mode, and
least profitable.
Oh, I haven't
effort
tried arcade.
from
I'm gonna
that
try
point.
arcade.
You said, wait, you said that? I could go on for hours about this, but I'll just say that if you are interested in learning more about voice branding from someone that actually knows what they're talking about, I'll point you in the direction of a YouTuber called Brittany Gates.
If you are a content creator or you are running a business, you have to realize that you sometimes have to step out of your element and give the customers what they want.
She has a few DSP related videos that are well worth a watch, even going so far as to offer to manage Phil's branding for an entire year for free. Now we all know he's never going to take her up on this offer, let alone admit anything's wrong, but doesn't just this alone prove that there's a wealth of information out there and people willing to help you? Streaming's difficult, and focusing your attention and energy on analysing your viewership, and especially instead of just relaxing and trying to put on the best show you can, is going to get you down, make you lose morale, and just distract you from what's important. If you're just starting out, it really should just be about you making the best of yourself and honing your craft. Please support the stream. As a new streamer without a pre-existing viewer base, how much money you make really shouldn't be a consideration, let alone something to stress yourself over. Looking at Phil's streams more closely in preparation for this video has made me realise what a cautionary tale his story really is. This guy had years as one of the most popular video game creators on YouTube with sizable viewing figures that could have easily been carried over into a comfortably lucrative streaming career once the YouTube bubble burst. I mean, yes, he streams for a living and that makes it pay, but my God, does he beg for it.
I am going to send out a tweet to see if I can get anyone here who maybe want to come support the stream because I don't understand why it's going on tonight. Again, guys, if you are liking the content tonight, consider contributing. I mean, it's one of the slowest nights I've had in streaming history this year. Like, really bad. I don't know why. It's actually really liking the stream. Killing free! People supporting, just not going so much. Alright, guys, come on, let's rally. We can hit this tips goal. We get $200 tonight. I know we can do it. Let's rally right now. Please support the stream. If you like it, I need the support. Okay? This is now, what, the third to fourth straight call? It's like, you know, everyone loves it, but Killing free. Well, thank you guys who did support the stream. I appreciate it. But I needed the help. It sucks. We'll do this, right? We still had a good time. Yes, the earlier goal was hitting that little song. I really wanted to hit both. Now I'm short tomorrow. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know. You know, I hope I have enough. But I don't know. This is the last chance. I have to appeal to you. Less than 20 minutes left on the stream. Really free. That's goal. This is not good. Wasted. I'm telling you guys, I'm not joking about it. If I get the goals on the stream, I can. All right. More than enough people cheer and sub when those things are available. I need people to buy in to the game. I don't do that anymore. I'm going to get instead.
Okay, so here's a really quick one just to end the video on. Phil spends the majority of his gameplay staring off to the side, which is absolutely fine. Your gameplay monitor might not be directly under your webcam, except his screen is off to the side where normally he'd be looking outside of the screen and not into the screen. It just looks kind of wrong. There's a couple of things you can do to prevent this. One, you can just skip the camera. Welcome to the day! Or two, you could just stick the camera over the other side of the screen. Admittedly, this is purely for aesthetic reasons, and it may only be a handful of people that notice something like this. But when you do orient yourself to be facing into the game, it just looks like you're watching the game rather than staring off at something outside of the screen. It's not a major thing, but it's just something to be aware of. And with regards to Phil, it's just another line you can add to the bafflingly long list of things you'd think someone would have picked up in the amount of time you've been doing this. I've highlighted next to this little thing I noticed the other day. It clearly doesn't know that you can resize your cam and border at the same time in OBS. Just add them to a group and resize that instead of the individual components. Now, you may have just learned that, and that's actually great. I would be ecstatic if just one person learned something from this video. It's just, this is his job. and it's been his job for 13 years. Any wonder he got left behind? I guess if there needs to be an ultimate point or conclusion to this video, the easiest thing to do would be to flip the title from a statement to a question and say something like, don't you like DSP? To go a bit deeper, I really feel like the reason that watching this Schadenfreude is so addictive is because it's both fascinating and frustrating just how simple it would be to fix what he does. Hence the reason for making this video. Just be a nice person and common sense should pretty much take care of the rest. It's completely futile as far as Phil is concerned, as he considers himself far too busy to spend his time making changes. His short-sightedness dictates that missing streams means missing out on money, regardless of how these changes could positively impact his content. So keep making changes and experiment. Never settle for what's good enough and strive to be a better streamer at every opportunity. But the bottom line should be to have fun. If you're interested in learning more about the DSP rabbit hole, I would highly recommend you start with Frederick Knutson's Down the Rabbit Hole video, and then progress on to Secret Limited's yearly DSP top 10 videos. Then, if you can stand to watch any more, congratulations! I think you probably qualify as a detractor. There's actually been some really fascinating stuff coming out on the subject recently, and I want to give my last shout out to Steve of the Dead, who's been diving into the psychology of DSP, and I'll admit, it's inspired me to get off my arse and make this video.
You would laugh your ass off because I was so bad at what I was doing on purpose. Like people got the joke. People knew it was a joke, Bill. Fucking moron.
3 kills to go.
Knew I wasn't a club, you know. I knew what I was doing.
3 kills to go. 3 kills to go.
I would highly recommend this channel. That's going to be it from me, everyone. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to spare you the normal YouTube bollocks and just say, if you did enjoy the video, you know what to do. See you later. Ways of making the stream better or something to... This is the one now. Something to do and a memenunu. Distract you from what's important. Bollocks.
Hello.
Can you say, adopted direct capture?
Here, we play games and stuff. I don't know if you heard about that. Did you ever hear there's actually content creators on the internet who make a living not being complete jackasses of themselves? You heard about that, right? Like, you don't have to completely embarrass yourself and turn yourself into a laughingstock in order to make a living on the internet. I don't know if you heard about that. You can actually, like, put out quality content. But it's hard. See, that's the problem. Is that it's actually difficult to do that. It's very difficult to entertain an audience in a positive manner every day. You know what I'm saying? I could go for the lowest common denominator, but I'm not. I'm doing the hard thing. I'm doing the tougher thing.
Before we get into this, I just wanted to say a massive thank you to everyone who's watched and liked and commented and subscribed and all the rest of it on the last video. The outpouring of dare I say, positivity has been absolutely mental, and the fact that I've had people commenting saying they've learnt stuff and they're going to take advice into their own streaming careers is just, and yeah,
I know, because I'm looking that way, which is where my notebook is, but the chat's over here. I don't want to block it, so... Oh wait, Bit of Matt has their chat on that side. So yeah, okay, right. I'll use their version. This is much better now. Thanks, Brad.
You might not have even noticed. Fantastic Mr. Sam. He is one of the OG streamers that got me into streaming. He put a video out, and part of the video was him explaining a couple of things, just a few tips. And one of them was that when your camera is facing away from the game that you're playing, it just looks like you're disconnected from the stream. So for my playseat, which is the main one that we use whenever I'm playing a game, if I'm looking straight at my monitor now, it should look ever so slightly like I'm looking in the direction of the game.
That Mr. Sam video is probably one of my favorite pieces of content I've ever seen.
Be overwhelmed by it. Also, thank you everybody that's interacted in some way. You're all brilliant and thank you. And yeah, I'm gonna shut up now. Hopefully I can keep this going and we'll see what you think of this one. Cheers.
Right shot! Challenge 3!
I started writing the script for this episode around 2/3 of the way through my last video on DSP.
I'm going to be honest with you guys here.
I have no idea what that was. Sorry. DSP.
I'm going to be honest with you now.
I realised I kept saying the word content and watching clips of Phil and he'd be saying my content this, my content that, and it got me thinking, is he a content creator? If you're not sure who Phil is or why I'm suddenly talking about him now, I suggest watching my last video, which started life as a short streamer tips video and ended up as a sort of mix of that and a DSP for beginners video essay. And the reason I made it, well, I just wanted something to make. Editing practice, really. Plus, it was a really good way of transitioning from occasional streamer and very occasional YouTuber to something more substantial and planned out. And what it also was content. And as opposed to streaming most of the time, it was content that I was content with. The English language. As an aside, and just to get this out of the way, I've always hated the word content when it's used in this context of making YouTube videos and things like that. Ever since I first heard it, I think uttered by Jack Packard from Red Letter Media, I found it cringy.
Because it's not so bad it's good. It's boring. It's very boring. But as a creator of content, it's fascinating how it all came about. But not fascinating enough where I'd recommend it to anyone else.
I tried giving my thoughts on it in a live stream a couple of months ago, and at the time I just couldn't find the right words to explain why. At least one person in my chat was on my wavelength, and I think the best thing we could come up with was that it sounded douchey. To me it sounds almost cynical. You don't make videos, you create content. Like, the videos themselves aren't what's important. It's just the fact that you've made something for people to click on. Oh, and hopefully you can't tell, but this me is actually a reshoot. I fucked up, or I got something factually incorrect, or I just didn't convey something in the way that I wanted to. But in a way, that's actually not a bad thing. It serves to highlight that making this stuff isn't easy, and it takes time, effort, patience and dedication, which is also good because
this plasma pistol was terrible.
It's process, which I guess
doesn't do much.
Nicely onto DSP.
I don't like that.
Firstly, I do apologise if some of this is repeated from the first video, but we're going to go into a little more detail here. So let's break down a typical DSP stream.
Killing Spree!
The pre-pre stream. Here we'll have the fan art slideshow cycling, but with fan-made remixes playing over the top, which are voice clips over music of varying quality. This is the part where most streamers would have their starting soon screen. During this time, Phil will actually join in with his stream chat, and I checked out a few examples from Raw DSP, and this can actually be anywhere up to about 20 minutes, so good start.
Restream.
Fan art, Phil talking, no background music and no webcam. These days this can last anywhere up to about an hour. Typically there'll be a couple of topics covered and then onto always the same, it might as well be scripted pledge contributions or Begman as it's more commonly known amongst detractor circles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm an independent content creator. I rely on crowdfunding for a living. I don't have any sponsorships, partnerships. Children, super sticker, gunner glasses, ass that Bill Chips.
There may be the odd time where he'll admonish or belittle one of his viewers by switching on his webcam for a patented full screen. No! But other than that, what we've got here is some fan-made pictures and a bloke talking. Oh wait, he's doing full screen webcam free streams now, isn't he?
Fuck you and your mother. Really. Fuck you and your mother.
Well, that's something, I guess.
Gameplay. Number 1.
The leaderboard, the tip and super chat notifications, the webcam, and the little blue or is it red swirly thing that borders his webcam?
Remember that giant error in judgment I made 9 years ago and apologized for multiple times over the years? Let's go. How about fuck you and your mother? Merry Christmas, bitch.
Which doesn't loop properly now that I'm looking at it. Anyways, this is presumably the reason you're here. But wait, what's that? Let's back up a second. This section usually starts with Phil starting up his game because, as any streamer will tell you, you can't start your game until you're live and you've got an audience watching. What even is preparedness? So while he's waiting for his game to boot up, he'll maybe talk to his chat and read out any leftover contribution messages. And then this happens. He looks over at his computer screen, clicks on something, and turns the camera.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My place is
We didn't go into this last time, but DSP's gameplay, and for the most part his pre-streams, will be recorded, presumably by OBS, and consciously cut into segments on the fly while he's streaming. As in, he'll start the recording, introduce himself in the game as though it's a YouTube video, play the game for an hour or so. Then he'll stop the recording until he's ready to start into the next one. Is it just me, or is this not fucking weird? Now, recording your stream is pretty common practice for those with the hard drive space and a view to creating content out of their streams after the stream is over. However, to my mind, the standard thing to do for most streamers is to firstly stream and record the whole thing, then take your recording and edit it down for your YouTube or social media platforms later on. Now there will be a few sections of a DSP stream that you won't see included on most of his uploads, and I bet you can't guess what sections they are.
I don't know what is going on today with support. But before I went on my break, on Monday things were great. Today I come back, we didn't even get close to
It's a pretty cool game, man. I like it. They need a lot to. They have to do a lot to improve it, but
I say most because there will be the odd occasion.
it's getting there and it's getting pretty good. I hope that they can continue to carry on with the other games in the future.
Or he considers himself to be in a bad enough
like
financial situation to warrant leaving it in. I don't know, does nobody else
probably
find this
play
to be a
more of
bit disingenuous towards his live viewing audience? I know there's people out there that do it. I mean, for instance, an ASMR streamer might say, I'm going to do a recording for a video tonight, and then do an hour or so of a certain trigger and put that out as a YouTube video. But Phil does this every stream. This is just part of his twice daily routine, and it's also the core of his so-called content. Live streamed gaming videos that are manually edited on the fly that are masquerading as YouTube playthroughs. It's unique, it's raw, and it's completely fucking baffling.
Break time.
Then we're treated to our old friends, the fan art and the remixes. For anywhere in the region of 20 to 30 minutes, not a be right back or a break screen in sight. Well, actually, I tell a lie. There is an on-break piece of fan video that plays regardless of whether we're on the pre-stream or on a break. It's just thrown in there with his regular rotation of fan art. This is the care and attention level we're dealing with here, the I really don't give a fuck about anything care and attention level. And I'm not saying you shouldn't take breaks, but 20 to 30 minutes, that's kind of bordering on stream ending and restarting territory, is it not?
Gameplay. Number 2.
Now we're on to the home stretch, another couple of hours of fun and games with Phil.
No, fuck you and your mother. I'm just gonna fucking beat this shit quick now. Now I'm pissed. Fucking stupid game.
Yeah.
This is the end.
Then we end strongly with a quick sign off to his YouTube audience.
Thanks. Peace out. Alright, guys.
Then, depending on whether or not the contributions were deemed adequate, we'll either give a quick thumbs up and hurriedly leave, or some more.
Again, thanks to those who trolled with me. No exaggeration, this is the absolute worst support stream I've probably had in a year, if not more. I can't remember a stream where I made like $7 in tips and $16 super chats or cheers. But what can I do? I can't change it. There's nothing I can do about it. I wasn't going to stop and tweet. I already done that during Mass Effect streams. It had no effect. So, it is what it is. It's literally the worst stream I've had in a long time. Kimbo Slice, you came on here about a half an hour ago. You said you couldn't tip. Immediately when you did that, I did a big elaborate explanation on this very stream explaining what was going on and why you couldn't tip. And then you never tipped.
What's going on?
So I said, gee, I guess Kimbo Slice was kind of messing with me because he didn't tip even though I explained in detail how to do it. Alright? So, what are you talking about? Did you tip? No. So, I have a right to say facts on my stream. Just so you know.
Finally, the stream ending screen will pop up with some nice music and a list of all of his social... Oh, wait, no. Sorry. No music though, so... Every cloud. I guess the point that I'm trying to get across here is that a DSP stream is exactly the same every time you watch one. Same sections, same webcam, same music and same fan art. You know how some streamers will have a really epic moment or something funny and unpredictable happens and everyone clamours to be the first one that says clipped it. And then the streamer grabs the clip and posts it on their social media for fun.
The interior chambers of a bullworm are highly sensitive and easily upset by parasites and spicy food.
Or how long
They quite like toast,
controller down rant will be. You know, the stuff that detractors will use in their latest lame brain conspiracy theory videos. So, substance, value and a thought process. It goes without saying that I really don't see that from someone just uploading all of their stream footage almost entirely, regardless of how many parts it's uploaded in. If we were asking if DSP was a content creator back in the early 2010s, I'd say the answer would be much more clear. Yes, he was a little more crass and a little less of the mature adult that he is now, but while his mentality towards gameplay content was generally the same, there were bigger aspirations involved. There were vacation and house moving vlogs, or what Meerkat Inc. likes to refer to as his Born Identity shaky cam period. There were compilations and reviews and whatever this is.
When you are 45 years old, you'll still live with your mom, Mr. Troll. Speaking of your mom, tell her I'll be unavailable next week as I'm taking time off. Oh yeah, she still owes me for last night. Oh yeah!
Edited videos with clear thought put into them, but editing is pretty famously something that Phil struggles with. Need I remind you of his high-level editing rant from the last video?
I don't have that know-how. I never did. I was just this Joe Schmo nobody making silly videos. I'm the average guy playing games. That's what it was supposed to be.
From what I can gather, around mid-2017 to early 2018 seems to be the point where he finally stopped even attempting it. It's certainly the period where he lost his motivation for it. The point where YouTuber Phil ended and professional full-time streamer Phil began. And we know this because, unsurprisingly, Phil talks about it a lot. Did you know that Phil likes to talk about himself? I'd liken it to hearing Paul McCartney telling the same story for 50 years about how he wrote Hey Jude or how John wrote Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. You already know the story. You know exactly how he's going to tell it, but he's going to tell it anyway.
I said, the movement you need is on your shoulder. And I was playing the song to John.
The movement you need is on your shoulder. The movement you need is on your shoulder.
I said, I'll be taking that out.
I said, I'll be changing that.
I just put it, it's just words. It doesn't mean anything. The movement you need is on your shoulder. Sound like a parrot.
Sound like a parrot. Sound like a parrot.
But John said, no, you won't be taking that out.
You won't, you know. You said you won't.
He said, I know what it means.
He said, I know what it means.
He said, I know what it means. That's incredible, man. It's the best line in it, man.
He said, that's probably the best line in it, man. That's the best line in the song.
Twitch earlier this year kicked me out of the partner program with no justification for it.
The difference is, one of them's a Beatle and the other one is a bloke in his pyjamas playing computer games. Anyway, he'd had some success with a couple of game reviews that did exceptionally well for him. Notably, an edited review on his KO Gaming channel entitled The Worst Game I've Ever Played, Homefront The Revolution is easily one of the most viewed things he's ever put out.
This is the worst game I've ever played. Stay the fuck away from me.
But I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that YouTube apocalypse aside, the reason he's not doing this stuff anymore probably has something to do with the effort to profit ratio. I mean, why spend hours editing a single game review that may or may not be a hit with the YouTube algorithm lottery, when you can sit on a stream twice a day, make money while you stream, and upload each stream into 2 or 3 separate videos?
Even if I worked my ass off, I still wouldn't make money. The proof of the pudding here is 2016, I worked my ass off to make a new channel called KO Gaming Takeoff on YouTube. It did. I had a video with over 1 million views. I had videos with tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of views on the channel. Alright? And it was doing good. And then in early 2017, YouTube apocalypse hit. Okay? Boom. Everyone stopped making a lot of money on YouTube all at once. And when that happened, I really had to refocus my efforts to be more of a streamer than anything else. And I will never put effort into YouTube ever again. Why bother? No, I can't keep doing DSP tries it when the money that the video makes doesn't even cover the item I'm reviewing. It's that simple. You know? I do plenty of things for fun. So what I need to do is I need to choose the things that I can do for fun that will also be profitable so I can keep doing things and having fun. Or else this whole thing ends. If I just do whatever I want willy-nilly and I don't care about money, guess what? This all goes away. No more streams, no more YouTube, it all just dies out because that's reality. There is a certain amount of pride you have when you release a highly edited game review, right? And then you get a ton of people watching it, people leaving positive comments saying, wow, this is a well done video, and people who either agree or disagree in the comments and start an intelligent discussion. That's really awesome. The problem is the era of that on YouTube and being profitable is pretty much dead. Unless you're already an established person who does it for a living. You know, I'm talking about like the Angry Joes. Angry Joe. The Angry Joe scenario. I think it was Angry Joe. Everyone else is fucked. You can't do it. It's just not, you know, there's too much time and effort for nothing. So I'd rather be a streamer and have fun with you guys enjoying games on a daily basis than put time and effort into something that isn't going to be profitable because YouTube fucked up their website, you know?
Yeah. It's not like artistic integrity, forward thinking, or, you know, trying to win over new viewers and things. The most startling thing I notice whenever you see something new from this guy is that every single piece of Phil Burnell content that you click on will be filmed through this webcam, in this room, against this wall, unless he's doing some kind of unboxing where he'll go to the effort of turning the camera to show his dusty entertainment set. And it'll have originated from the live stream. From what I can determine, the last time we saw any deviation to this formula was actually almost exactly 3 years to the day as of the recording of this video.
That's all it takes is salt.
Nothing he now uploads to YouTube hasn't already been seen by his live audience. Annoyingly, this has been true up until very, very recently, as he's been releasing short, emergency, support my content like this.
Okay, what's up everyone? Phil here with an impromptu and very quick video to kind of clarify a situation that has happened today here on my YouTube channel, DSP Gaming. What I need from you is buy-in that you will support that playthrough. So, please like the videos, comment on the videos, and please support the playthrough via other means. Do whatever you can. If you can support, please support it. If you can, tip, Patreon money, whatever it may be. All that stuff helps me tremendously. Please consider it. Okay, guys?
Which brings me on to my next point. Darkside Phil is caught between two lives. The life of a streamer that just streams and focuses on that solely as the primary source of income. This is what he now defines himself as, and I mean, he will go out of his way to make sure that you know that. Then we have his other life as a YouTuber, which he always seems keen to distance himself from these days, but it's just something that he's never been able to fully let go. Even without the ad revenue he used to receive, his obsessive with uploading and numbering of each playthrough segment continues to this day, except now they originate from streams instead of being produced in a more traditional offline Let's Play style. And I say he's been keen to distance himself from this way, however he's now streaming there again, and all of his content is now contained within a single service. So unsurprisingly, he's flip-flopped back to doing everything he can to convince people that the videos he puts out are meaningful content that thousands of on-demand viewers appreciate because he's this honest, transparent guy, which I'm sure is probably true for a handful of people, but if his stuff was truly worth watching, then surely there'd be more people watching it.
There's content that I feel good about. I feel like what I put out on the internet on a daily basis was genuine 13 years ago. Of an avenue to share my love for and passion for video games with the world. It's meaningful and entertaining. As long as I hit those three, I feel like I'm doing my job, right? And that's my job. It's literally my job to put that content out for free. And how amazing and how thankful I am that I'm able to make a living doing that.
However, this really depends on what day you ask him and what narrative he's currently spinning. Sometimes his videos are described in the way I just mentioned, and other times his entire YouTube channel is just an archive of raw, unedited playthroughs.
I just stopped caring, and now you can do literally just a cut-paste archive of my shit here. Quick. And it's not worth it to put every YouTube video.
But if the latter was true, then why segment it? And why censor the short sections you don't want people to see? Why are the segments that you don't want your YouTube audience to see okay for your live audience to see? I cheekily asked the question in a piece of Beast live stream recently. The chat had some interestingly different
red, platinum, denim, and gold.
And the answer that Piece of Beast gives here pretty much sums up my thoughts.
As for your question, I mean, I would encounter the content I make is basically they have something to say, I guess. There's a video so it's ultimately a question of still have things to say. Okay, so we're at $26 in tips. It's been 3 hours. It's not there. I guess he has to say this is tags.
More enemies coming.
The simple answer is, he puts stuff out on the internet. He's a content creator. So is that all it takes? Does that also mean that your old work colleague that only posts cat videos on Facebook is also a content creator? Or is the key in the repetition? As I said earlier, Phil likes to legitimize what he does by referring to his real daily uploads as content. But can content be considered content if it's just the same thing every time? You could argue, I would argue, that at the point a DSP live stream becomes segmented sections of a game playthrough and archived on YouTube, it becomes content. And it seems pretty clear that Phil is conscious of, and at least somewhat considerate of this to some degree, but for the most part he's not bothered about the quality of the product that he puts out for his YouTube videos, and almost never has been. And I don't know, if I was Phil, I'd be pretty discontented about referring to the stuff that I put out as content. So, is Darkside Phil a content creator?
Fuck you and your mother, man!
Thanks guys. I just wanted to say I've got a couple of ideas for new videos which are basically just titles at this point. One of which involves me just fixing an entire DSP stream. Would that even be possible? Would it be something you would watch? Let me know. Cheers. You know exactly how he's going to tell it? Oh fuck. Might have spent hours editing a single game, blah, blah, up until very, very recently. Can you say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm an independent content creator?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm an independent content creator.
Interesting.
With all these DMs, when the dust is settled, I think I'll be vindicated as having been one of the top level trolls or detractors of Phil ever. Maybe that's a bit premature, maybe I'm sucking my own with that, but I really think once the dust settles and you're actually able to see beginning to end, just how milked and felted Phil got during this whole arc, and how much embarrassing dirt there is against Phil. I think even the most hardened detractors are gonna have to give me props for this one.
The king is back, baby. He's here to stay.
Darkside Phil! Darkside Phil! I'm not freaking lying! I did tip freaking Phil!
I care more about Phil's life than he freaking does!
Go f yourselves. You disingenuous pieces of human fucking shit.
A 400-pound lesbian looking bum walked all over internet legend Darkside Phil.
But guys, this is it. Last chance. Unless you contribute in the next 5 minutes, the streak is legit dead.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? You alright? Today we'll be peeking into the shadowy corners of the internet and doing a deep dive into a niche saga that...
I have money to do it. I don't 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 have money to do it.
Say hello to the king of hate in the internet's most favorite lolcow, Darkside Phil, or DSP. He is an infamous content creator and streamer, not known for his exceptional talent, but for his lack of common sense, poor hygiene habits, narcissistic tendencies, and crass humor. In this video, we'll go down the rabbit hole and discuss the ultimate downfall of DSP. Darkside Phil is a twisted and one of the most hated internet personalities, who's been called out numerous times for his anti-Semitic jokes, trash gameplay, and intolerance to handle criticism. In the past, he had lashed out at his audience many times, banning them from his channel, and outright insulting them for leaving negative comments on his streams. But despite all this, he doesn't hesitate to ask his same audience to pay his taxes and donate money for his living expenses.
Ah, they're idiots. I'm smart. I'm a hipster. And we have playtime. We do, Pilates, and we push invisible objects, and we meditate, because we're Google, we're smart. And we're gonna have all this cool thing on YouTube, like 50 scriptures to get rid of ads.
I
I'm finally getting like a breath of relief today. And I'm like, yes, finally I can just move on positively, and that's where I am. I don't care what any of the rest of these idiots say. They're wrong.
His erratic actions have made him notorious in the eyes of the gaming community, while giving trolls a treat of their lifetime. So what is the story of this 2-decade-old self-proclaimed streamer who is constantly on the radar of trolls and haters? Let's find out. Who is Darkside Phil? Darkside Phil, or Philip Brunel, was born on April 6, 1982 in Connecticut. He started his YouTube channel somewhere around 2008 and has uploaded almost 70,000 videos since then. He has another vlogging channel named The King of Hate Vlogs, where he regularly uploads daily vlogs.
Alright, hello everybody. Phil and Kat here, and welcome to a special video that we've been planning on working on for a while.
He is one of the most talked about, notorious, and cringe-worthy streamers out there, who owes most of his fame to his bad behavior, bouts of rage during his streams, and victim play. If you search his name on YouTube, you will find hours and hours of video compilations mocking his strange behavior and fumbles. This guy is nothing but a laughingstock for the entire gaming community.
Your $5 is mine forever. Is that in order to make the payment that I owe, or the payments that I'm basically in a situation where everything I've worked for this year is probably not going to be able to happen, in which case, that's it. Like, there's nothing else to fall back on, and more than likely, the next step would be people will try to start suing me for money, and I will more than likely do that.
They're idiots. I'm smart. I'm a hipster. We have playtime. We do, Pilates, and we push invisible objects, and we meditate. Because we're Google, we're smart. We're gonna watch cool thing on YouTube, like
Good for you. Miss out on the world playthrough. That's your loss, not mine. Sucker!
So before he kickstarted his YouTube career, he used to go to gaming tournaments and competitions where he would mostly lose. Honestly, he has spent hours and hours playing games, but he is terrible at them. He doesn't know how to follow basic gaming instructions and resorts to blaming anything he can find for his inability to win, including his controllers, hackers, and even cheaters.
This stuff is too chaotic. It's not even fun. Alright, I'm done. That's it. This game's terrible. Act 4 is garbage. It's great until Act 3. And Act 3 is the technical end of the game when the game is supposed to end. And Act 4 was added just to make money. It's garbage.
Nope. The thing is, there's no checkpoint. I'm gonna make a suspend point. Because there's no checkpoint here. It seems like you're in the next part of the game, but there's checkpoints.
Obviously, I don't want to waste my time doing it a million times, so... Oh god, now we're into the forest.
He was never good at taking criticism or accepting his defeat during his tournament days. There were numerous incidents during the local tournaments where he lost his cool with players and abused them. This unacceptable and immature behavior earned him the title of the King of Hate. Phil says he received this title because people disagreed with him, but the reality is very different. He himself admitted that he would threaten the players to leave the station and abuse them. While all of this sounds very disturbing, this is not the peak of his extremely problematic behavior. He faced his first ever controversy in 2005 when he participated in EVO, the biggest ever esports championship that focuses mainly on fighting games. There are tournaments for various fighting games in EVO, and Philip entered for a game called Super Street Fighter II Turbo. So, a little bit about this game. The version of this game used in the tournament was said to be ported from the arcades and contained numerous issues. Players considered this version to be very inferior and unbalanced, and therefore many high-level players boycotted the tournament. But Philip did not only enter this tournament, but won 4th place. But at what cost? According to him, he took a huge credit card loan to attend EVO. Not only that, he said he spent thousands of dollars in training to prepare himself for the tournament. This 4th position was so costly for Darkside Phil that he spent the next 5 years just paying off the interest on that loan. While this should have been a facepalm moment for Philip, he acted very proudly. almost as if he had won the tournament against big players. He took the 4th position beneath 3 Japanese players in this tournament. So according to him, he was the only American player to win the game. The guy acted as if he was representing the entire country, which is silly and immature to another level. While this fiasco may not seem like a big deal, Philip's demeanor and outlandish claims did not sit well with the gaming community. In his later videos, he also said that the players who boycotted the game due to issues with the port were unreasonable, and the players who participated should just have practiced more.
But this guy thought he was hot because he beat me and Troy in a game that was like, it's like Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap shit. And he was so proud that he put under his signature, he's the #1 US ranked Super Turbo player that year.
Many people agree that he is a very sour loser, but winning also did not suit him well. Even after this tournament, when he continued to win a few matches, his angry outbursts, fights, and demeaning attitude towards other members of the gaming community did not stop. Aside from the title the King of Hate, he also earned himself a few enemies. We talked about his anger issues and his self-important behavior, but he also has a very poking nature. Sometime after the 2005 EVO event, Philip started a very nasty feud with Viscant, a legendary Street Fighter who is also an EVO champion. So the feud started when Phil continuously talked trash about Viscant on the internet. He kept doing it for months before Viscant decided that he had had enough, and now it was time to answer back. Viscant himself recalls that he challenged Phil for a money match in EVO, thinking that he would refuse and back out, because honestly Viscant is a legendary player and is far more talented than Phil. And he was right in his thinking, because Phil fidgeted after the challenge and made a very strange offer. It's like that Phil challenged Viscant in an actual fistfight, and he accepted. While all of this sounds very unbelievable, it happened. Here you can read the whole account in Viscant's own words. Phil definitely would not have expected Viscant to agree to such an insane offer. But he was unaware that Viscant had a little bit of experience in engine fights. So a fist fight with a locale wasn't a big deal for him. Documents were drawn, signatures were taken, and there was also a discussion on who was going to referee the match. But Phil suddenly backed out. He actually learned from some East Coast players that Viscant was dead serious about fighting him. And he also knows combat, which made Phil a little shaky. In fact, he called Viscant sometime later and asked him to drop the idea. He even went on to suggest they should pretend they're going to fight and make a game from the crowd, which, of course, Viscant refused. However, the fight never took place. But this and more such events made Darkside Phil the center of hate and dislike for the entire fighting game community. One problematic aspect of Phil's personality is that he tends to say a lot of trash about fellow players. But when he's face to face with any of them, just check this out. During the 2002 EVO event, he also came face to face with Jahan, who's also a West Coast Street Fighter player. He recalls that Phil was playing a money match with some of his friends. He lost the match, but did not pay the money to the team. At the time of this event, Phil was constantly saying a lot of rude stuff about many players from the gaming community online. Jaha was clearly not pleased with his attitude. So when he left the arcade with his boys, Jaha met him outside, and the fight broke out.
This happened twice, because the guy likes to talk a lot on the internet. And the beauty of the fighting game community is that, you can hide behind a screen and talk just like how we have these internet tools. But with Street Fighter, you have to show up physically to the tournament.
Exactly.
If you lost one match, you're going to pay him $10. $20, that's the percentage of the matches that he would have lost with. And, just scared until he paid the, like, $10 or whatever. White, and it's funny because he just talks so much on the internet, but when you run into him in person, he's just turns white as a ghost.
Right. At this point, it was clear that Phil was never liked in the gaming community due to his egoistic, self-important, provoking, and somewhat annoying attitude. He was never good at Street Fighter games, so he did not achieve anything worth noting in his community. However, the landscape was left changed with the launch of YouTube in 2005. In 2007, content creators who used the phrase started uploading This format was borrowed from the internet forums, where the players would record themselves playing games and top it up with some commentary. To give you a little insight, people at that time would either use inbuilt cards to record gameplay and commentary directly on the computer, or use separate cameras or microphones. Phil started his YouTube channel in 2007, where he would mostly upload unedited, raw, and completely unfiltered gameplay videos. He used to record his gameplay using a simple camera pointing towards the TV and uploading several hours of clips to his channel. And when he says several hours, he actually means it. His YouTube channel, Darkside Phil, contained over 70,000 videos comprised of short 10-minute clips of his gameplay. Although he did not instantly famous, he gained a lot of traction for some time. It is hard to understand why people resonate with him, but his videos used to get thousands of views on YouTube showing his latest uploads on the first page. His popularity had little to do with his game, because he was terrible at it, more to do with his cringe commentary. He would constantly laugh oddly, make funny noises, and appear very loud and loud. In fact, he does a goat-like laugh that he does for his plays on command. There's also video of him saying that his laugh does not at all sound annoying and is perfectly normal.
Being that my laugh sounds like Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I laugh, do I say No, I don't. I sound
From 2007 to 2010, Phil continued to upload his gaming videos to YouTube. However, the quality and nature of his uploads did not improve even in the slightest. It's also worth mentioning here that Phil was living with his parents during this time and was practically unemployed. His YouTube channel was also not monetized, and he proudly gloated many times that he put so much effort into it for literally no money. Speaking of his unemployment, he has also repeatedly shown his dislike for the corporate sector and said that he's often underpaid. He was also sacked from Best Buy for apparently violating their discount policy. In 2010, he was probably working for a helicopter support company as a customer sales representative, but was laid off due to unknown reasons.
Continuous improvement work at the helicopter company that I actually started to enjoy some of the work I was doing. And then within a year of doing that work,
interestingly, his father also worked in a managerial position at the same company, but that also couldn't stop him from doing the same. Phil even said in one of his videos that the company he left was struggling because he wasn't going to help them. Well, okay, Phil, you think so.
Why instead of just being a yes man and then everything falls apart? And that's actually exactly what happened at that helicopter company I worked for. Within a few years of me getting laid off, they went out of business. They split their workforce apart and sent people other places, and some people let's destroy more
During that YouTube journey, he experienced his first ever roadblock after he established a Google AdSense account to monetize his videos. Since Phil was unemployed, he decided to turn his hobby into an earning opportunity and set up an AdSense account. He also started a food review series on his other channel, Reviewing Hate HD, where he would just upload videos of himself eating food, making funny and extremely creepy noises. His channel was also monetized under AdSense.
Another door, huh? Look at that.
He must have been generating a good revenue stream considering the amount of views that he's getting at that time. Some of his videos were receiving tens of thousands of views. So what went wrong? Well, AdSense pays you money based on your viewership, as if you put ads between videos. If viewers click on some ads through your videos, you get paid for that as well. But the thing is, you cannot ask your viewers to click on those ads. To increase his revenue, Phil specifically asked his audience to click on those ads between his videos and help him get paid. This, of course, did not go well with AdSense, and his account got suspended. And since you can't make multiple access accounts, Phil was once again unemployed. The best part about this whole fiasco is he later justified his actions, saying that YouTube canceled his account because he was getting tremendous views. He said that his channel and other user reviews and so had so many views that YouTube feared that they would have to pay him a huge amount. This is classic Phil. This guy blamed his misery on literally anything.
To think that I was cheating with the AdSense program, and they tried to pull you out of the AdSense program on your channel. I mean, that you're sitting there clicking on video to get AdSense.
Yeah,
I was like, I didn't piss off the viewers. What's this crazy video?
I don't even know why we got that in the first place. You know how it is. You're shopping for a product, you see a nice energy crystal. You think that would look nice. But when you get it home, you just don't know where to put it.
Of doing this myself.
In the end, his original Dark Side Phil got banned because he also received a copyright strike. Unable to take him off of YouTube and shaken by this outright rejection, Phil decided to turn to Blip.tv. Now, Blip.tv was also launched at the same time as YouTube and served as a video hosting platform. This network was later shut down in 2015, but was popular in 2010 as a hub for quality web series. Phil made an account on Blip and immediately received a partnership offer. However, his time on Blip was also very short-lived. We mentioned before that Phil has a very crass humor. He playfully made some very demeaning and offensive anti-Semitic jokes during one of his playthroughs, which did not rub people the right way. He thought that it would be very amusing to pretend that he was a Nazi and that the players who was killing him were Jews. This joke rightfully got him banned.
So now I, the national Nazi, must exterminate them. One shot. Yes, choosing space. You'll see what happens.
Even though he was the second biggest content creator on Blip, the platform immediately terminated his contract, giving him no chance of redemption. So, once again, Phil was desperate without any means of income. And then Machinima entered the scene. In March 2011, Machinima, a third-party company that contracted content creators, offered to partner with Phil. Machinima helped him overcome his AdSense troubles so he could make money from his YouTube channel again. Machinima placed their own ads on Phil's videos so that his videos could be monetized through their AdSense account. Interestingly, he was offered this partnership in 2010 as well, but he blew it off due to his troubles with Punch, a content creator who is part of the Machinima staff. However, with the help of Machinima, Phil was earning from YouTube again. He made more channels, upgraded his content, and restarted his YouTube journey with a newfound confidence. He was regularly uploading new videos of playthroughs, gaming tournaments, events, and whatnot. It was evident that he was doing really well because a little tour of his timeline told viewers how much stuff he was buying. Literally every inch of his living space was filled with figurines, game posters, speakers, devices, and unopened parcels.
February 2011. A lot has changed, like I said. A lot of the models, things that I added to try to decorate, and in the background, like I said, if I had done that to get laid off, I would have
Things continued to work out in Phil's favor for a while, despite his surly attitude and inefficient gameplay. He was averaging 16 million monthly views on YouTube, but sadly, things began to turn dark for Phil at the end of the year 2011. There were numerous reasons for this downfall. For instance, Philip's low-quality videos heavily impacted his viewership. In 2011, content creators were shifting to more advanced methods of voice recording and filming. More and more using capture cards and in-built capture devices to record their screens. On the other hand, Phil was still stuck with his simple camera, which frustrated the majority of his viewers.
PlayStation 3 using the Sony Move control. And although it was an option to use the PlayStation gamepad, it
gives us confidence in execution. Sony moved this game to a motion control game on the Wii, so you should get the full experience by using the Sony controls on the PlayStation 3. Well, what an amazing backfire.
Many of his hardcore fans wanted Phil to do good and improve his content creation methods, but he paid no heed. In fact, anyone who came close to criticizing his content got banned from his channel. He continued to post unedited raw videos to his channel, despite knowing that his viewership was decreasing. He was surely making a considerable amount of money, but still refused to invest in a capture card, a nice camera, and other gameplay equipment. According to him, he was already making a lot of effort to please his viewers by waking up and streaming every day. His attitude and problematic behavior were also the cherry on top. During playthroughs, he still cursed other players, blamed them for his unbeatability, and accused opponents of cheating before they got the chance. His relationship with other streamers was also not very pleasant, and he consistently attacked other gaming personalities, including PewDiePie, Mitch Dyer, and iJustine. He even did a separate vlog attacking Mitch Dyer because according to Phil, he did not review a certain game objectively.
Because like PewDiePie, he was a nobody. And then all of a sudden made a video because the video went viral, YouTube featured it, which in addition made it become even more viral. Next thing you know, people poured into was never known for gaming. He did parodies of game trailers, and he also did vlogs and celebrity gossip like that. He was popular for that, and then one day he decided to make a gaming channel because he already had an established fan base, and that channel was being promoted by YouTube and became huge. Why do you think iJustine, who puts out some of the most vapid, worthless material on YouTube, was one of the first people to go over to the one channel for that, and YouTube actually featured of the Hardcore Gaming Season giveaway for 2013. I've been willing to sign you since. However, I look inside of it, looks like a card. Everything's black. So it probably makes more sense to have you sign a business card and stuff. So, Felix, when I contact you, please respond back with if you want to sign business cards with this. And welcome to the weekly 2022 announcement of the winner for the Hardcore Gaming Season giveaway of 2013.
So this is the point where his audience and online gaming community were turning sour towards him. Even Machinima decided to revise their contract with Philip after his viewership decreased from 15.3 million monthly views to 5 million monthly views. They must have realized that Phil's online reputation was on a downward spiral, and his crappy content was also not helping in the scenario. By 2012, Phil's viewership was at an all-time low, and his contract with Machinima was fully revised. But he continued to blame YouTube's policies for his diminishing views, and refused to look at his own poor content creation methods. He shamelessly argued that YouTube was purposefully deprioritizing his content, which was not true at all.
This is unfortunately what's happened with YouTube over the past couple of years, is that YouTube has chosen to only feature the top guy. Now wait, a lot of people feel like it's overnight success, like PewDiePie.
In 2012, Phil's love life had a pleasant turn as well. He got into a relationship with a woman called Leanne, who also had a YouTube channel named Amberly. They both met through YouTube's messaging system, which is no longer functional. He introduced Leanne to his fans, and a lot of his audience was happy that he found love. But Leanne, like Phil, turned out to be an equally obnoxious and insensitive character. During live streams of Phil, she would constantly say rude things and draw negative attention to herself.
Hello everyone, Darkside here. With me today is my beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube. And we just wanted to make a quick video. As you know, I've been spending the weekend with her because, I was going to be busy on Valentine's Day. So we wanted to make a special video just to say Happy Valentine's Day to everyone out there who, it's especially significant other.
I mean, look at me. I put my makeup on and everything, all for you guys. All for you. Because I'm like super serious, okay? Another quick question. What surgery did I get done that I can't always close my eyes halfway? They're super open, all the Whoa. But anyway, that just shows that I'm super serious and I'm like not crazy. I'm just super. Listen when I talk to you, Jesus.
Press play.
Yes, I pressed X.
Let's talk more play.
This is not my first video game. More Resident Evil than all you
That's it. Everyone press start.
Phil's fans also did not like her presence during the streams, as she was prone to disturbing the game. Everything from her demeanor to her words was very unwelcoming. And the fact that she was 11 years younger than Phil also raised many eyebrows. Many of his viewers contemplated that Leanna was underage at the time she started dating Phil, but there was nothing to prove this suspicion.
6 times 2 is 12. I am on 3. Look at me now.
There were various instances where Phil lashed out at his audience for speaking rudely to Leanna. He even blocked a few viewers because he believed that they were saying mean stuff about his girlfriend. Interestingly, he himself admitted that Leanna was confrontational and annoying some years later.
Alright, and now I'm going to tell everyone in the chat I've had enough of you tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough. So we're going to put it in some way where now one of you can talk, since you can't act your age or act mature and you all want to argue with my girlfriend. Now you can just have no chat. How about that? So, all of you who are acting immature.
However, the whole time the duo was dating, Phil showed his worst behavior to the audience. She was mean during the streams, his gameplay was terrible, his views were diminishing, and he was showing no interest in improving the content. However, when his viewership reached an all-time low, he decided to focus his energy not on improving his gameplay content, but on something else entirely. Let's talk about Project 7, Philip's feeble attempt at attracting the audience. In 2012, Philip started a series named Project 7 on his channel with some of his friends. John Rambo appeared in many of his videos before, and he had a likable personality. Phil, along with John Rambo and their mutual friend Howard, started this series to get back his lost viewership. The plot of this series was that Philip had lost his gaming talent, and he has to visit 7 worlds to get it back.
Alright, now you're at the door.
This series required extensive editing. Howard's childhood friends Paul and Andre took on the responsibility in hopes that Phil would give a shout-out to their channel, Respect the Past. Unfortunately, the series did not do very well on the channel and was dropped sometime later. However, Phil's audience started noticing that John Rambo had stopped appearing in his videos and as soon as they had fallen out. When asked about it, he conveniently said that his friends were jealous of him. That is why he does not see them anymore. This turned out to be blatant.
That's why people want to start all this right? All this drama and controversial shit. They must have money. They must have, people must have revealed something really personal or something nothing ever happened. At least from my side, zippo.
In 2015, John and Howard appeared in a video where they talked in detail about how Project 7 was made. According to them, Phil was a total nuisance during the production and publishing of Project 7, refusing to give people their share of the money, lied about finances, and tried to take credit for their creativity.
Usually this is a response to a video posted by one filming 2 days ago. We recorded the side recording himself scolding us like a high school gym teacher. So we're unsure we need to learn how we did.
Paul and Andre, who realized after some time that the shout-out from Phil was not doing much for their channel, tried to back out from the project. Howard and John knew that the project heavily relied on editing, so they suggested Phil pay them some money. At this point, Phil lied to them and said that he had already asked Paul and Andre and that they did not need any money. Again, a blatant lie.
So, you basically say what I can't do this anymore. I can't do Project 7 anymore. It's just not worth our time, and there's something we gotta do. So I that conversation with Comics, I had a conversation with Phil. I said, listen, you got to make it worth their while. Throw them money. I'm not saying throw them $1,000. There's already been, at this point, there's already 4 episodes that come out, right?
Yeah.
So there's 4 episodes that come out. So I said, listen, just divvy up the money. There's 5 people in this. There's only 5 people, the crew and the whole cast, okay?
Yeah.
The video's made a lot of money. If you look at the views, the amount of views gets paid on views. It's like $2 for every 1,000. So simply, figure out how much you made off all these videos. I know that Phil spent a lot of money on props and stuff, so subtract all the costs. That's fair, right? Subtract all your costs, then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways and throw them the cash. And off the next video, no guarantee that they're going to, continue the series, but hey man, at least try. And that's fair. His response, they don't want money. They don't want any money after this. Based on what he says, they told him that.
Yeah. And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them. And this is what I mean. There's no conversation.
It was later revealed that the whole idea of Project 7 was of Paul and Andres, and Phil was just taking credit and enjoying the revenue. Since it was impossible to split the revenue 50-50, given the sheer amount of Phil's gaming content, Phil would just throw $100 at his friends every time they demanded money. He wouldn't just not all. He would also belittle his peers at every available chance.
I have no idea the amount of money that we're making on the co-op. I have no way of figuring it out. So I can no longer figure out this percentage that we agreed on. So I basically just go, okay, listen, throw me $100 every time it comes out.
Yeah. And basically, Paul, as we got older, Paul ended up going to like a film school, and Andre as well. Andre went to a film school in California. Paul went to a film school in New York. And right around the time, like I had lost contact with them, and then like one day I ended up showing up to, I just met them. I go to church with them and everything else. I just showed up at the church and we were talking. We were talking about YouTube and stuff. I mentioned about, that I started doing YouTube stuff and, talked about a little bit about you guys and, they were interested. So, prior to me introducing you guys to them, I did a couple of videos with them under, I think it was Respect the Pack at the time. Respect the Pack.
I remember this is our
Yeah.
I remember you came to me, and I got these 2 guys and my friends.
Yeah.
Good together and whatnot. They want to make some videos. Are you interested in doing anything with them? And then I go thinking about it. I go, who's pretty feeling on this?
When people appreciated Rambo's acting and humor, Phil was quick to respond and say that he had written all of his lines. Another thing that created a rift between Phil and his friends was his insane spending habits. Howard and Rambo recalled that during the production of Project 7, Phil continuously purchased expensive figurines and a lot of other crazy stuff, but refused to pay for their share. According to them, he also purchased a BMW at this time. Phil's detailed condo tour of 2012 is a living, breathing proof of his frivolous spending habits. The tour is almost 1 hour long. It shows how much unnecessary stuff is loaded. From figurines and posters to gaming supplies and costumes, every inch of his condo is covered in useless items.
Fortunately, given a bad time, like I said, if I had known that I was going to get laid off, I probably wouldn't have bought anything. I would have just saved the money, but I ended up taking a step rate, and then, I got laid off from my job. What can you do? You don't expect that kind of thing to happen, so. Yes, I know my condo's a mess. I need to clean up inside of it. Stop criticizing. How dare you? I know how I need to get rid of all these empty boxes. I need to get rid of that couple of days, hopefully, because it's been very warm here recently and all the ice is starting to melt. So I'm hoping that within the next couple of days I can get all this junk out of here and at least try to restore some semblance of order in here. It actually did not look like this during the warm months of last year. So, all right, this is DSP. This has been my condo tour for 2011. I hope you enjoyed it. See you guys later.
At this point, he was having a fallout with his friends. His relationship with Candalee was ruined. She'd hear it constantly in his videos and streams, enjoying the heck of Phil's audience. As mentioned earlier, Phil banned quite a few of his viewers for speaking bad about Leanna, but one viewer took it very personally. In early 2013, a user named EvilAJ2010 uploaded a montage of Phil's gameplay to YouTube. This video contained short clips from Philip's playthroughs of Metal Gear Solid 2, showcasing how bad he was at the game. The video is titled, "This is How You Don't Play MSG2. The video also contained various comments from Phil's live streams, criticizing and bashing his poor gameplay.
How do I eat the rations? This is just weapon changes. I'll show you.
Until this point, Phil's haters were dispersed and ignorant of his bad attitude. He often used to complain falsely about game bugs and poor mechanics, while his own gameplay was impractical and futile. This video catered to a large audience, people who were ignorant of Phil's attitude, but also equally annoyed by it. The first installment of this series, That's How You Don't Play, exposed Phil as an inefficient player and a sour loser. The original video got around 1 million views, and its popularity started a wildfire. Despite Phil's attempts to take down the video, the series continued to blossom. Apart from EvilAJ2010, more YouTubers were now uploading compilations of Phil's hilarious gameplay under the same title. The popularity of these videos outgrew the popularity of Phil, to the point that YouTube searches about Phil were redirected to these videos. Worried and hopeless, Phil accused the editors of these videos of stealing his content, made videos justifying himself and abusing others, and even went on to flag multiple creators. But unfortunately, he could not succeed, and the videos continued to multiply as the months went by.
People have openly said maybe I should have embraced this is how you don't play. But you know, from my perspective, it was kind of people stealing my content without my permission. Like if someone said I want to make a funny montage of you failing and asked my permission to do it, I probably would have said yes. No one ever did. They just illegally stole my content and did it without my permission.
Even though Phil was receiving a lot of negative publicity, his viewership was still on a downward spiral. At this point, he also started using a capture card, but sadly it was too late. He had already turned away many of his fans and was widely notorious among the entire gaming community. Considering his plummeting popularity, Machinima had also decided to revise his contract once again and cut down his pay. Instead of learning and moving on from this fiasco, Phil continued to play the victim. During 2013, Phil found himself in more and more self-created controversies. Many YouTubers, including PewDiePie and Total Biscuits, were dragged into Phil's videos, and they also replied back at some point.
Onions keeps your heart healthy, helps you control diabetes, improves immunity, lowers stress, helps protect cancer, keeps your skin healthy, and look at that. Boost your sperm count. Doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man, you need to consume onions. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance look like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy. Okay, that was the video. Hey.
But the biggest controversy that Phil created in 2013 was the giveaway of empty boxes. He literally went to YouTube and announced a giveaway of empty boxes. This was a very foolish move on Phil's part, as it made many of his viewers unsubscribe to his channel.
A few things. First of all, collector's edition packaging. As you open that up, you're going to see the game's gone because I traded it in years ago, but it does have the second bonus disc that probably has the behind-the-scenes content and stuff like that, okay? Yeah, how much would you like to have that autographed by me? Pretty cool, right?
He also made a Twitch account at this point and started live streaming. However, Phil's problematic behavior did not improve, and he still continued to berate and insult his audience. During one of the live streams, Phil's girlfriend Leanna engaged some of the viewers in a heated argument in the comments section. In reaction to this, Phil called his viewers idiots, bashed people for talking rudely to his partner, and disabled the chat. This infuriated the viewers, as Leanna was the one who disrupted the chat and started the argument in the first place.
Alright, and now I'm going to tell everyone in the chat I've had enough of your tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough.
So we're gonna put it in sub-only mode, and now none of you can talk since you can't act your age or act mature, and you all want to argue with my girlfriend. Now you can just have no chat. How about that? So, to all of you who are acting immature, this is what you get now. We're putting it in the sub-only mode. Idiots. I'm here trying to play a game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature get into an argument with my girlfriend. You. There you go. Subscriber-only mode. No chat. That's what you get. Piss me the off. There. Guess what? Now there's no more arguments. No more. Now we can all concentrate on the game, which is what you should have been concentrating on to begin with. Immature. Jesus. If I could slap you through the internet, I would. Alright, now let's get back to business. What we're all here for. Jeez.
Various other incidents of this nature happened during this period that made people on Twitch dislike Philip even more. During mid-2012 and 2013, Philip spent most of his time streaming playthroughs and making controversies, which was just usual for him. But 2014 brought some major changes in his life. As mentioned earlier, Phil was hoarding an insane amount of stuff in his condo. His living space was so much filled with junk that there was no place to move around. To address this issue, what did brilliant, bright Phil do? He decided to buy a new condo in a totally different state. In 2014, Phil moved from Bridgeport, Connecticut to Washington with his girlfriend, Leanna.
Hello everybody, Darkside Phil here, and welcome to my condo walkthrough for 2013. And some of you right now who have seen the previous walkthroughs will be looking around and saying, oh my god, what the hell was that in the background?
He bought $265,000 worth of a condo, while his views on YouTube were plummeting, and he was struggling financially. It was time for Phil to cut down his living expenses, but the mastermind decided to go all in and buy a huge condo. Mind you, he was still asking his fans for donations, while taking huge credit card loans to fund his lavish lifestyle.
I don't even make 60% of what I would need on YouTube to pay my bills. Typically, to pay my bills is a certain amount of money to make minimum on YouTube to do it. I can get there, and then the taxes coming up.
After shifting from Bridgeport to Washington, Phil got into more trouble with Twitch. During one of his live streams, he was asked by a Twitch admin to turn down his bitrate because the platform was unable to handle higher bandwidths. However, Phil began to argue with the admin and refused to lower the quality of the stream. Repulsed by the low quality of Twitch streams and disappointed with the admins, Phil decided to stream on YouTube. But the odds were not in his favor, as even on YouTube, Phil failed to garner significant views. So here's a recap of Phil's situation in 2014. He bought an expensive condo, he's heavily in debt, trolls and detractors are after him like never before, and his revenue is decreasing big time. In a desperate attempt to save his sinking ship, Phil launched a Patreon channel on YouTube. While he brought back some of his lost revenue through this channel, it was not the happy ending Phil was hoping for. People criticized him for this channel as well, and he responded erratically, like always. 2014 also marks the year of heavy and brutal trolling for Phil. Apart from the usual, that is how you don't play videos, people were now making parodies of his other segment, DSP Tries It. There were so many parodies and compilation videos of DSP on YouTube that it was hard to find Phil's original content. But honestly, this is just the harmless part of trolling. During playthroughs and streams, people were now bashing and trolling badly, and even pushing quit rage. However, in the summer of 2014, something happened to Phil that is the worst nightmare of every Twitch streamer. He was swatted.
You don't get to play. Only there was the easy way to disable the chat on this piece of console. Let's see. Not system storage, devices, I think. Audio devices. I can't even do peanuts. Look. Seriously. Here, you know what?
really, the reason this guy joined my match was to do that. Not to play the game, not to have fun. He's doing it for everyone. The lazy people who want to play applications, right? Because everyone's this idiot. I mean, this will be mine. Who found this user on the internet? Find that man, find this tag on PSN, and I give you permission to spam his inbox with enough nonsense, because then he never is able to do anything ever again. Seriously. What? He's talking about he played Kingdom Hearts 1. That was 2 years ago. He's asking the dumbest question ever. What a complete idiot. My God, he played MTX in 2015, you loser. Wow. Anyway, if only I could figure out how to disable voice chat so I don't have to hear people do stupid shit like that, but I can't, because guess what? There's no easy way to do it on PSN. You got no issues with playing the game, you just want to waste everyone's time to bring this stupid stuff 2 years ago. That is the kind of guy I want to be. Like, that is the only way that idiot will ever learn anything is if someone knocks his out of his face. Then he won't do it anymore. But that's the problem. Everyone's safe, right? Everyone could just troll anyone and do anything, say nasty, and bring up stuff from 2 years ago because they're powerless. There's no way I can disable voice chat. So we're going to be at the mercy of idiots who want to try to do that just to ruin the stream and ruin the gameplay for everyone.
Swatting is a very malicious act that internet fraudsters usually do to terrify live streamers. They usually find out the streamer's location and deliver false information about the individual to the police. As a result, police go to the location, ready to handle a dangerous criminal, only to find the YouTuber sleeping in a headset. Something similar happened when a police team showed up at Phil's doorstep with information that he was his girlfriend. However, Phil already knew that something of this nature could happen to him and notified the police some days prior. Phil's tweet also revealed that he was not the only one who was swatted. His girlfriend's father was also swatted at the same time.
That there is some kind of people in this world that no father might ever do just to be negative about me. Say I did something wrong and to be angry about the fact that I am successful. I took the precautions and I said I have a feeling there will eventually be people who will try to do something nasty. And so as soon as I moved here, I was settled in for about a month, I actually heard about other YouTubers like from the Creatures, right? Who had been doxxed, got doxxed.
There's a giant one-eyed
swatted. He got swatted on stream. And on stream, SWAT team came in, arrested him, everything, right? Cleared his place, and they cleared a lot of security. This guy worked out of, and it was just a horrible, horrible situation. By far, he's probably not the only person who's the most public person responsible for, all the And I said, I gotta protect myself and my girlfriend. We are family now, and I need to protect us. And I said, I'm going to preemptively, before anything happens, I'm going to call the local police department, explain the situation, tell them exactly who I am, what I do, and I'm going to let them know that it's going to find out my address, and they're going to try something at some point. I don't know when, but it may happen.
Phil, along with his viewers, believed that it was the Sons of Kojima, the popular detractor group that was behind this scouting incident. But this is not the only terrible thing that happened to Phil. In the next few days, Phil would also receive a DDoS attack during one of his live streams, another malicious activity that disrupts the usual server traffic. This attack overwhelms the server, temporarily cutting off the internet access.
This is not me anymore, And you can say as much as you want, alright? That up to this point, that everything that's been thrown against DSP, Phil Burnell, Darkside Phil, DSP Gaming, whatever moniker you want to give me, you could say it was criticism's sake, it was just in trolling's sake, it was in good humor, it was in jest, maybe it wasn't in even good humor, it was malicious, but this is by far not only the most serious thing, this is the first life-threatening thing that has ever happened in regards to YouTube that it takes it to the next level.
This was all too much for him, and he tried to handle the situation very erratically. According to Phil, the internet trolls were the reason for all this hate that surrounded him. So he tried to flag every channel that made even the slightest mention of him. The guy went on a flagging spree, flagging as many channels as he could. Soon after was he started to get the taste of his own medicine. Some people started flagging Phil's videos in response. According to him, Phil was showing fan art in numerous of his videos, which is against the copyright rules. This affected Phil's viewership big time. Consider this the biggest blow that Phil received in his entire YouTube career.
I had kind of plateaued. I was right here all of last year, 2015, and all of a sudden false copyright strikes hit my channels. Not just DSP Gaming, but also this channel, the King Made Vlogs, forcing me to remove pretty much every pre-stream video ever because they found a loophole in the YouTube system where they could flag artwork. Which is, I have legal permission to use any artwork that was ever used in any of my videos, but they abused the system and filed false copyright claims against me. Basically, it's not like the American court system where you're innocent until proven guilty. Instead, they just, you're guilty until you prove that you're innocent, which is ridiculous. So in order to protect my business, I had to delete every pre-stream video I'd ever done up to that point that used fan art, resulting in millions of views dropping off of my channels.
If the strikes increased, Phil would have lost his channels temporarily. To tackle the situation, Machinima advised Phil to set all the videos that contained fan art private. But this also created dire consequences for Phil. Removing a large number of videos from the public's eye resulted in a heavy loss of viewership for Phil. Between August 2014 and September 2014, Philip lost almost 4 million views on both of his channels, cutting down his revenue even further. He was in a miserable situation once again, and the credit goes to his hateful misconduct and notoriously egotistic behavior. But he blamed everything on Machinima, showing a classic example of biting the hand that feeds you. He made an hour-long video talking about copyright strikes and Machinima. The financial situation was so bad for Phil in 2015 that he resorted to selling his figurines. His Patreon page was still up and running, by the way, where he continued to set milestone goals, telling people to fund him for buying new games and improving his content quality. His page was making Phil at least $1,000 a month. He had a new tactic this time. He was now asking patrons to give him money, and he would do a task in return, like playing a patron's game of choice or playing Minecraft, which according to him was a trash game.
Getting tired.
During this time, he also made a statement regarding patrons, said that he would feel morally bad to ask his fans for money, but still continued to set milestone goals on his Patreon page. But after the swatting incident, Phil went a step further and asked people to fund him to restart Project 7. He said that if he hit this milestone goal, he would take some time to write, record, and publish Project 7 in 2 days. Interestingly, he hit the milestone goal but failed to fulfill his promise. His relationship with John Rambo was already in disarray, so there was no possibility of ever restarting Project 7. He worked on the prospect for a while, but dropped the idea, later saying that he solely wanted to focus on his gaming content. According to him, he asked people to pledge $1,250 only to create a trailer for Project 7, not the entire series.
You don't do that. You don't publicly ask for help and then not do that. You know what I mean? Like, just think about how much I got into. For a few $100s, when I was going to do the Project 7 trailer, how many years ago, right? People were clamoring for me to reboot Project 7. One summer I said, something different, maybe I'll reboot Project 7, let's make a trailer, and let's see if people would like the trailer that I made, and if they did, and they saw the quality, they're like, oh, that's cool. Then I would consider redoing Project 7 entirely. Okay. But the truth of the matter is that it never came to fruition because, number one, I got super busy with gameplay and other stuff, and most people didn't care about it. After the whole thing happened, and I raised the money for it, which, by the way, was only a couple $100, because my way my page worked back then was there were levels of categories of reward, and so this reward was basically, oh, you know, if you get another extra $200, I'll make the Project 7 trailer for this month, right? So, in that regard, it wasn't a big deal, and most people did not give it. In fact, one person who was a huge fan of mine was very upset that I didn't do it, and he vocalized his basically his anger at the situation, and because of that, we kind of had a falling out, and he never watched my stuff anymore. But outside of that one single
person. No one else cared. In fact, everyone else preferred that I didn't do this stupid trailer. And so what I did is I made it so that the next month on Patreon, everything was much, much, much lower to obtain. Like normally it would have been, I don't know, I'm just guessing because I don't remember. But let's say normally it would have been like $500 to reach a certain goal. So I only made it like $200 to account for the fact that there was money that had already been given. I didn't really come through on my promises, okay? So, this is literally over $200.
Our target is the giant one-eyed spider.
And you wouldn't have a problem with it. To this day, my haters are still doing something. I spammed the viewers of the Project 7, and I spammed the pages, and I spammed everyone, and what a horrible person I am, and all that. That's the crowd.
I collect one of these every now and again.
Or you maybe just do yourself. Yeah, there you You don't know. That money is gone. You don't understand that. You're getting money, it's gone. You're getting it happen to that's not important. You stole. No. You actively chose to give. Therefore, that money is now going to that person, and hopefully you're trusting that person to do what they say or make the right decision, and that's that. See what I mean?
John also responded sarcastically to the news with a comedy skit on his own YouTube channel.
I've got a 4-bedroom house and a great community. Like my car? It's new. How do I do it? I'm in debt up to my eyeballs. Somebody help me.
This is why I've opened a Payment Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. And I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. I'm following my dreams and busting my dreams. Talking over video games, posting breakfast pics, and blogging about movies that I hate.
This is not the only weird thing he did. He even rage quit Persona 3. A patron's choice is that he was paid more than $1,000 to play. This and more such incidents has made patrons highly distrustful of Phil. According to Phil himself, 2015 was the lowest point where he continuously lost viewership, lost friends, and lost financial stability.
I'm not redoing it. I'm done. She's gonna heal him. I'm done. I'm done. It's over. It's over. Goodbye. It's over. That's it for Persona 3, ladies and gentlemen. That's the worst final boss fight I've ever done in an RPG. That's not an exaggeration. That is the worst final boss fight I've ever done. And I'm not redoing it, so I don't care about the end of the game. I spent, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, over 4 months, and I'm not doing it again. That's a complete waste of time. That was 90 minutes of one boss fight. The worst designed boss fight I've ever done in a RPG. I'm done. The playthrough is over. I'm not playing this game again. That is it. I'm not wasting any more time. I'm done.
He also admitted in a video that he has developed gout on his foot, which is an inflammatory condition that occurs due to overconsumption of sugar, alcohol, and junk food. There was even a series of videos on YouTube that highlighted his extremely unhealthy lifestyle.
And, let's go ahead and get some pizza onto a plate. So let me see here how this works. Basically, each pizza is 2 big pieces, it looks like.
Plummeting views, copyright attacks, e-begging, feud with friends, and immense financial loss. This is how Phil ended 2015 and entered 2016. This year, Phil decided to launch another YouTube channel named KO Gaming. He planned to gain his lost popularity, make up for his bad attitude, and amp up his earnings. His new channel, KO Gaming, featured montages from his gameplay, showcasing his gaming talent in the best possible light. This channel was launched to counter the damage done by the infamous This Is How You Don't Play series.
Hello and welcome to KO Gaming. KO Gaming has launched. That's right, it's called KO Gaming. You can find it at youtube.com/KO Gaming 1. That's the web address to get to this channel, KO Gaming. So check it out. Go to KO Gaming 1 on YouTube and you will get it, okay? That's going to be a review that's going to go up on KO Gaming. Later in the week, we'll have Hits of the Week on KO Gaming.
Thank you to those of you who have already checked out KO Gaming. If you've watched KO Gaming, you're over there. Wow, I like this. Tell your friends. Word of mouth. Tell them, listen, Phil's doing something completely different. You have issue with the way he used to do stuff on DSP Gaming with tons of gameplay flooding in and shit. It's totally different experience on KO Gaming. Check it out. KO Gaming. KO Gaming. KO Gaming. KO Gaming. KO Gaming. KO Gaming.
Interestingly, aside from shifting to a capture card, Phil was now uploading decently edited and somewhat presentable videos to his channel. While he entered 2016 with a newfound positivity, things did not go his way for long. One highly controversial mistake and he was on a downward spiral once again. In May 2016, while Phil was preparing for a live stream, he accidentally recorded himself doing something unspeakable. We can't show you the full video, not because there's something graphic in there, but because it's just very uncomfortable to watch. However, we can show you the reaction of Phil once he realizes that the camera is on.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
Phil even tried to stupidly cover his mistake, saying that he was just scratching his leg, which is a brazen lie. It's evident what he was doing from the action and the heaven forbid expression on Phil's face. Despite Phil's assumption that the internet would just move on, this incident turned out to be the biggest controversy of Phil's career. Even Keemstar talked about this incident in his YouTube segment.
And he was over on Twitch.tv.
Oof.
And on the Twitch.tv, he didn't realize he was live.
Okay.
So he went up to his, his desk, right?
He cammed up.
To his computer, right?
Yeah.
He didn't know he was live at all. And he went to a little website where girls were getting naked and doing naughty things. And he started going like this.
I do have live on Twitch?
Live on Twitch. Here's the clip. We got the clip, ladies.
Oh no, DSP. Coming.
Initially, Phil reacted to this situation in his classic way. Blocked and banned everyone who tried to talk about this incident during live streams. But just a day or two later, he retweeted the viral picture of himself that was being circulated on the internet as a joke. While this incident dragged Phil into the negative limelight once again, his views surged for a short span. However, this spike in viewership was very short-lived. For the rest of the year, Phil's views continued to plummet, and his subscriber count remained sadly stagnant. On top of that, he yet again was not fulfilling his promises to the patrons. For instance, people on the Patreon page voted for him to complete 4 Minecraft sessions in 2016, but he only managed to do 1, giving excuses that he was not getting enough viewership. As the months went by, his new channel KO Gaming failed to receive much traction. While some videos did well, others failed to hit even 5,000 views.
I'm covering the new games. This is what people said they wanted to see for the rest of the year. Where did the attention go? Why do I have 24,000 subs on KO Gaming and I'm only getting like 5,000 to 7,000 views a video? I don't know. What happened? How do you get that much drop? I don't get it.
Another incident on Twitch infuriated his audience even more. While streaming his playthrough of Pokemon Moon, he badly lashed out at the viewers. His streams were consistently getting poor views, and according to him, the reason was not his poor content, but the viewers who avoided his streams due to their own laziness.
And Phil's commentary is boring, and that's why people don't want to watch the playthroughs of the stream. I'm loving this game, I'm voice acting, I'm engaged, I'm commentating on everything that's going on actively. I call massive on any idiot who says that about either the Watch Dogs 2, which I've been playing recently and really liking, or Pokemon. I'd call complete and utter on anyone who's saying that I'm not engaged and I sound like I'm bored. I'm not. So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are lazy and don't want to come out to the streams.
Later that year, Phil began showcasing videos from various channels on KO Gaming, many of which ironically followed the "this is how you don't play" format, a style often used to mock his gameplay. With his own content underperforming, Phil opted to monetize the very videos that satirized him. However, this strategy was short-lived, as KO Gaming eventually faced demonetization as well, rendering the effort unprofitable. His financial situation was deteriorating day by day. His channels were being demonetized, and his online reputation was at stake. Still, Phil had the guts to blame each and everything but himself for his declining popularity. To rescue himself from this financial pit, he continued asking for money and donations for the better part of 2016. Then, 2017 came with new and more challenging problems for Phil.
If 10% of the people who watch me every single month, I get around 2 million views still on DSP Gaming a month, and that's not counting views here on the King of Hate vlogs or over on KO Gaming or anything like that. That's just the channel alone. It's over 2 million views usually a month, alright? If 10% of 2 million, 10% gave $1 a month, I would never have to worry about YouTube again. I wouldn't have to worry about views, I wouldn't have to worry about advertisements. If that was a consistent pledge that I got on Patreon, you would never have to hear me make a video like this, and I never have to say I'm in dire straits and I don't even know if I could do this business long term anymore.
The first blow for Phil in 2017 was his feud with Machinima. The apocalypse hit the same year, snatching the community to earn ad revenue from various channels. Besides KO Gaming, Phil's other 2 accounts also faced demonetization. Desperate and hopeless, Phil continued to badger Machinima for financial advice and to work out a way to spike up his views. Machinima advised Phil to cut down the length of his videos and upload short clips to appeal to a wider audience. However, since Phil was already struggling financially, he had no means to pay for an editor. Rather than realizing his own lack of potential and working on his content, he started a heated debate with Machinima. He argued that the network owed him more attention due to their long-standing partnership, claiming he had been with them from the start. In frustration, he threatened to leave the network.
We recommend you shorten your video length, because right now we're seeing your videos on average are 20 to 30 minutes long, but your average watch engagement is much less than that. What we need you to do is shorten your videos so that your watch engagement percentage will go up, and hopefully you'll get better ads on your videos, alright? So they did actually give me a good piece of advice. Not to say that it was an amazing piece of advice, it was kind of like a quick fix rather than a root cause of the problem kind of answer. But they gave me that piece of advice, and I responded. The first thing I said was, I want you to understand something. This literally is a situation where I'm in dire financial straits, and if this stands where I'm going to be making half as less money on YouTube as I ever did before, starting now, I'm going to lose my house. I'm going to have all my reclaimed, credit card bills are going to go default. I'm probably going to have to declare bankruptcy. I want you to know that if you feel that this is how you're going to treat me as a partner, I don't want to be with you anymore. And I said that in black and white writing in this message to them.
Since Machinima was already quite sick of Phil at this point, and he was not exactly proving to be a profitable client, they terminated his contract in March 2017. Phil's financial situation and internet visibility again hit an all-time low. To address the ongoing controversy, Phil released another 2-hour-long video that ultimately failed to clarify or even summarize the core issue. Left without a steady source of income, Phil began searching for a new multi-channel network, MCN, to partner with. Eventually, Curse extended an offer, providing him with a partnership that, while distinct from his previous agreement with Machinima, gave him a financial lifeline. Unlike Machinima's managed partnership model, Curse offered a different arrangement, but Phil was relieved to have regained a source of income. However, Phil sacked Curse a few months later and partnered with another MCN called Laveria. While this company offered Phil a much more lucrative partnership, they failed to fulfill their promises. Defeated and disappointed, Phil returned to Curse, and they took him in once again in May.
During all this period of time when I was making all these vlogs back in February and explaining my situation to everyone, I was contacted by this new MCN, and this MCN said, we would like to recruit you. We're actually a fan of your work, we know who you are, we see that you've done a really long-running legacy of YouTube videos, and we also are aware of the situation with the negativity that you've got this group of people who follow you around on the internet are negative to you, and we know all about that, and we're okay with it, and we see your situation right now going on with your partnership network, and we'd like to be competitive. We'd like to offer you something better than what Curse offers, because everyone knows what Curse offers. Curse offers the same terms.
While Phil's financial life was going through a rough spot, his personal life was also falling apart. Earlier this year in February, Liana posted on her Twitter that she was wearing a fake engagement ring to work. This clearly indicated that Phil was hesitating to propose to Liana while she was all in this relationship. However, in April, the couple did eventually announce their engagement, only to break up a month later. According to trolls and Phil's audience, Phil openly discussed Leanna's medical problems in his podcast, which became a basis for their breakup. Phil spoke briefly about this breakup in a tweet, telling everyone that he and Pandalee ended this relationship on good terms. After the breakup, Phil's physical and mental health hit rock bottom. He fell into unhealthy habits, drinking excessively, and relying on fast food for sustenance. He even started drinking during live streams. Meanwhile, trolls and detractors grew more relentless, creating compilations that mocked his poor gameplay, his distinctive seal-like laugh, and his frequent snorts.
I had a shot during Christmas, I had 2 single drinks, and then I had a shot during the stream about a month ago or a few weeks ago. So here's what's left of the whale gin, okay? Welcome to the Pre-Stream Podcast. Good stuff. That was absolutely disgusting.
Amidst all this negativity, however, a bright spot emerged in Phil's life. Later in 2017, he introduced his new girlfriend, Kat. Though she lacked the outspoken and bold personality of his previous partner, Leanna, Kat appeared to be a promising match for Phil during a challenging time.
Alright, hello everybody. Phil and Kat here, and welcome to a special video.